Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 4 of What If I Was Reincarnated in Naruto and Became the Adventurous Ninja with the Gamer System. Let the tale begin. Chapter 76, The Shinobi of Darkness. Second day after the massacre. Daichi was dodging the water blasts coming from the river beneath him. He was surrounded by 3 shadow clones, all using water, fire, and wind-style jutsu on him. The turbulent waves across the river due to the training didn't affect Daichi. Almost there. Daichi woke up early in the morning and went to the nearby river. The river was located not far from his house, and Daichi often used it for training his water walking technique and water-style jutsus. His goal was to improve and master his water walking chakra control training and improving his reflexes and reaction speed. Just as he dodged another water blast and zipped past a shadow clone, a notification appeared. Skill Water Walking Techniques level has risen by 1. Water Walking Technique, active or passive, LV.100. Effects: 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 3 seconds. 30% decrease chakra points cost to chakra techniques. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. Finally. Daichi let out a breath as he looked at the notification. Daichi had mainly been focused on his chakra control for the past few months, all in preparation to begin the next stage in his training. He released the shadow clones and jumped to the ground. He began walking back to his home. His mind went back to the conversation he and Kensei had last night. Flashback. Kensei arrived home late at night from his visit to the orphanage. As he entered, he saw Daichi waiting for him. "So how did everything go?" Daichi asked anxiously. He was concerned because the mana puppetry skill he used on the matron was not a permanent or a strong one. It was only capable of swaying her decision at the moment. If she decided to change her mind and inform the Hokage, then there would be nothing Daichi could do. "Don't worry. I spoke with Aiko about what happened. She'll keep the Uchiha girl's existence a secret," Kensei told him as he sat down. "So she agreed that this is for the best?" Kensei nodded. "She wasn't happy that we're keeping something like this from the Hokage, but she sees the wisdom in keeping everything that happened that night under wraps." Daichi and relaxed. "How is the baby?" "Fine. She was sleeping. Cute kid. Too bad about what happened to her family," Kensei answered. "I'm sorry about your friend." Daichi nodded. After a few seconds he asked, "You didn't tell Miss Aiko about the coup, right?" Daichi knew Kensei wouldn't tell her something so dangerous, but he still asked. "Of course not. If even a word of that got out, there would be such an outcry. Can you imagine what would happen if the other clans found out that the Hokage or the higher-ups ordered the execution of an entire clan? Pandemonium." "Yes. That's why no one else must know." Kensei sighed as he rubbed his forehead. The old ninja let out a long breath and sat back in his chair. "At first, when you said Itachi might have killed the clan on orders of the higher-ups, I couldn't believe it. But after thinking things through and the situation with the Uchiha these last few years, I'm convinced. If the Uchiha launched a coup, it would tear this village apart and something had to be done. If the Hokage or his advisors knew about it, then I have no doubt that they would have taken drastic measures. Your friend Rin was right. Itachi did kill the clan with the help of someone high up in the village. It was to stop the coup. And I'm sure the Hokage knows about this." He looked at his grandson, and the old man had an unusually serious expression on his face. "Daichi, I'm going to tell you some things that even some jonin aren't privy to. What I'm about to say is top secret, but considering the circumstances, I think you will need this information to make informed decisions in the future." Daichi was alert as he heard those words. His gaze sharpened. He nodded to his grandfather, indicating he understood the seriousness of the situation. Kensei began explaining the internal structure of the village. who was in charge of what and the allies he had amongst the current ninja in and outside the village. He took his time and made sure Daichi knew who to go to in case something happened to him. Then there are the village elders. The Hokage's advisors, as most of them refer to. Koharu Udatane, Hamura Mitokado, and, lastly, Danzo Shimura. Daichi noticed the tension and anger buried in Kinsei's voice when he mentioned the last name. Seems the old man really hates that one-eyed geezer. Kinsei looked at Daichi and continued. Of the three advisors, the one you need to keep an eye out for and be cautious of is Danzo Shimura. Daichi was internally excited. He might be getting some information on the route that wasn't in the story. What can you tell me about him? Daichi asked his grandpa. Kinsei sighed and after a few seconds answered. Manipulative, ruthless, arrogant, cold-hearted, and has enough resources and operatives to become more than a headache even for the Hokage. To the public he is a close advisor to the Hokage and nothing more. That's what civilians and even most Jonin know of him. But to the rest of us, he is the second in command and right-hand man of Hokage. He controls a separate secret force of agents that operates just like the Anbu. The Root. They take missions that are so dark that if known to the outside world it would bring disaster to us. Kinsei thought back to some of the operations he knew where the Root's work. That man is known as the Shinobi of Darkness. The Root Anbu under his command are merciless and would eliminate anyone Danzo perceives as a threat. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he listened to Kinsei. Do they operate like that within the village too? He asked Kinsei. The old man nodded. Somewhat. They deal with internal threats and leaks. They also play a role similar to the Uchiha's police force. What do you mean? While the Uchiha military police force keeps peace in public, Danzo's route. They do it from the shadows. Danzo has over a dozen agents keeping an eye on the entire force of the village from the shadows. They collect data on every person who could be a threat. From notable civilians to academy students to jonins. His information network within the village is vast. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard this. I need to be a lot more careful. He asked Kinsei. You said the people under Danzo collect data. What kind of data and how much? Kinsei sighed hearing the question. Almost everything. From one's academy scores to their strengths and weaknesses. Information on their family, friends, and finances. Even their ideologies, philosophies, and psychological profiles would be compiled. Whether they are loyal or disloyal, a traitor or not. From the basic information to the deepest secrets. He knows everything about everyone. Well, almost everything. Wait! If he knows so much, then does he know about your dislike of the Hokage and his ideologies? Does he know about me? Daichi knew about the route and the reach Danzo had inside the village, but he didn't know it was to such a degree. Kinsei answered. I've lived long enough to learn to keep my real feelings and thoughts a secret from even people like Danzo. He knows I hate him and he knows I might not agree with some policies of the Hokage, but that's it. If you want to accomplish your goals and live long, then you have to learn to keep your real feelings a secret. Even from people looking to pry them out of you. Kinsei then sighed looking at his grandson. Now, does he know about you? Yes. He most probably does. In your class are children of several clan heads. The future of the village. So Danzo would definitely pay attention. And I have no doubt that from the moment you took first place, he had his eye on you. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard that. Kinsei, noticing the panicked look on Daichi's face, smiled slightly. You haven't talked to anyone other than me about your true goals, have you? Kinsei asked Daichi. The boy shook his head indicating he didn't. Good. Then you can calm down, Daichi. Just because he knows about your scores in the academy doesn't mean he knows your true character and motives. He is good at acquiring information, but he isn't omniscient. I doubt he knows about your desire to leave the village. Daichi calmed down and let out a breath after hearing those words. But you need to be careful. Until you get strong enough to defend against people like him, you shouldn't say anything to anyone that would get his attention any more than it has. I understand. Daichi was serious and he made sure he understood the threats Danzo posed. Kensei then smiled as he leaned back in his chair. You don't need to be so tense. If he has information on you, then he knows you're under my protection. He won't make any direct moves. Both Daichi and Kensei sat in silence for a while. After some time, Kensei spoke. I'll be going out early in the morning. I feel that this might be a good time to catch up with a few colleagues. The old man said. Daichi nodded. Yeah. I have some training I need to complete too. I'll be heading to the nearby river for some chakra control training. Kensei nodded in understanding. You want to start on the change in chakra form training, don't you? Daichi nodded. I need to make sure my chakra control is as perfect as it can get. Then I can start the next stuff. Kensei nodded and both of them discussed the situation in Daichi's training, and then after some time they went to sleep. Flashback end. Daichi used the Mana Scout to check his surroundings often. Its range was less than Chakra Sense, but no one would be able to detect this skill. I have to be more careful. But if there is one good thing that came out of all this is that Danzo is now probably removed from power. The Hokage would be keeping an eye on him so that guy wouldn't cause a scene. Still, he operates from the shadows. I'll have to be on guard. Daichi reached his house after a short while. He went to his room and took out a new packet filled with balloons. He looked at his watch and saw that it was only a few minutes after 10 a.m. I still have the whole day to train. Daichi reached the backyard and stretched. At that moment he sensed Kensei entering the house. Kensei came to the back and saw Daichi preparing to begin his advanced chakra control training. I have some news, he said, sitting on the back porch. Daichi turned to the old man. Danzo has been removed from the village council and the root Anbu are being dissolved. Do you know what that tells me? Kensei asked. Danzo was the one who helped Itachi massacre the clan. Daichi spoke as if he was unsure. About time the Hokage put him in check. Although this won't keep him down for long. Kensei nodded with his grandson's deduction. And he must have done it behind the Hokage's back. Looks like you won't have to worry about him. At least for a few years. But then why is the Hokage keeping him alive? If he forced or aided Itachi to kill the clan, then isn't that treason? Daichi asked Kensei. The old ninja sighed hearing Daichi's question. You're not the only one who's had those questions. He mumbled. Kensei then answered. Danzo was a former teammate of the Hokage and trained under Tobirama Senju. Perhaps it's sentimentality, or maybe he thinks Danzo may have more use in the future. Not bloody likely. Daichi knew the future events, so he knew Danzo's usefulness to the village had ended. Regardless, for the moment, beyond removing him from power, Hiruzen has decided to do nothing else. Now enough about him. Let's begin your training. Kensei spoke. Daichi nodded and then looked at the water balloon in his hand. Once I master this jutsu, I'll be one step closer to my goal. Kensei nodded. Chapter 77, Shape Transformation Training. Daichi held the water balloon in his right hand. He gazed at it as his mind went through the first step of the training. The first step of the Rasengan. I went over everything in my old memories and everything I learned from Kensei's notes. Naruto completed the 3 steps and learned the Rasengan jutsu quickly. Well, if you could call 4.5 weeks quick. But there was a problem with the way he learned it. Because he used shortcuts to master the jutsu, he needed 2 hands for it to work. And that limited his combat capabilities. He took a breath and let it out. Unlike Naruto, I'm in no hurry. I'm going to complete the Rasengan quickly, but I'll make sure I master each step to perfection. Refining my chakra control and mastering the shape transformation is my goal. It's why I delayed learning this for so long. But still, this first step, I really want to master it in one day. Daichi went over everything in his head. He checked the direction of the chakra flow in his body a few days ago. Based on the direction his hair was growing, Daichi concluded that his chakra was rotating to the right side in his body. Daichi held the balloon and started applying chakra to his hand. I need to spin the water with my chakra in multiple directions to make this pop. But first I need to spin in a single direction to get the feel of this. The water in the balloon quickly started rotating in a clockwise direction. Feeling the chakras spinning with no problems in one direction, Daichi decided to keep it up for a few minutes. He wanted to see if he would get a new skill. And after a minute a new skill emerged. Daichi stopped applying chakra and looked at the new skill. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and rotating it, the skill chakra rotation has been created. Chakra rotation, active or passive, LV.01, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user increase their chakra control and movement of their chakra. Effects: plus 2% increase in chakra movement and form. Plus 1% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Excellent. So that means I'll get 2 more control skills when I start the next 2 steps as well. I'll start the next step after I max this out. Daichi began the rotation exercise again and kept going. At the moment he was only rotating his chakra in the palm in one direction. He increased and decreased the speed of rotation. Daichi also kept an eye on his chakra level. Kensei was sitting on the porch watching Daichi train. This kid is really something else. His improvements in the ninja arts are astounding. If it weren't for the graduation age limit he definitely would have been a genin by now. But this is also a blessing in disguise. Now he has a few years to train in relative safety. Kensei thought about the mysterious man and the conversation he had with him. Did he know about the kid's talent when he asked me to adopt Daichi? Were they related? I have no doubt that the invisibility cloak was from him. It's the only possible explanation. I do remember him saying he would send a few of his things to Daichi. I'm sure Daichi isn't his son. So what is their relationship? Kensei sighed and looked at the clouds. Maybe one day I'll find out. His mind went over what Aiko had said the previous night. He let out a breath and looked at his grandson. Aiko was certainly convinced by Daichi. But I'm not that easily fooled. Out of all the days, he picked the one day Itachi decided to kill the clan to train near the Uchiha grounds. I don't buy it. Either that incident was a very big coincidence or Daichi knew something was about to happen. Maybe I'm just grasping at straws here. Regardless, Daichi knows more than he said. Of that, I'm sure. Still, I trust you, kid. Maybe one day you'll let me in on your secrets. Kensei watched Daichi practice with the water balloon with a stoic face. One thing I absolutely believe was his desire to save that girl. It was pure and genuine. He risked his life for her. Since the kid saved her life, he is also now responsible for her. I'm sure he knows that. When that girl awakens the Sharingan, the village will know what he did. I hope you're prepared for that day, Daichi. Kensei didn't say anything to help Daichi with the training. And Daichi preferred it that way. Both of them stayed in silence as Daichi continued the training. Over 15 minutes passed by as Daichi trained. He was looking at the new skill as he controlled his chakra rotation. He was surprised that the new chakra rotation skill was leveling up quickly. Skill chakra rotation's level has risen by 1x10. The skill quickly reached level 10. This must be because I've maxed out the tree walking technique and water walking technique. Now that I'm familiar with the chakra rotation aspect, time to increase the difficulty. Daichi closed his eyes and visualized his chakras spinning in clockwise direction but in different angles. He began with rotating his chakra to the right in 2 angles. The balloon in Daichi's hand stretched up, down and sideways. He kept the rotation to the right, but he kept spinning his chakra in 2 angles. The level of the skill kept going up as Daichi practiced. As several more minutes went by, Daichi was beginning to feel the strain on his body. He kept up for a few more minutes and then stopped. He opened his eyes and took several deep breaths. This isn't easy. Even though I have the gamer's body, I'm already feeling some pain. And I've only just begun. For Naruto to relentlessly keep going. His threshold for pain is no doubt much higher than normal. Not to mention the 9 tails healing him, and with the chakra volume of the Uzumaki body. One could almost call him a cheat. Daichi smirked as he thought that. How hypocritical of me. Calling someone else a cheat. Daichi went to the shade of the nearby tree and sat down. So how is it? The voice of his grandfather came. It's not easy. But I expected that. To be honest, I'm kinda enjoying this. I think I might be a training addict. Daichi said with a small laugh at the end. Kinsei smirked and didn't say much more. He remembered the instructions for the Rasengan as he was with Daichi when the Hokage revealed them. Kinsei pondered on the difficulty of the training Daichi was attempting. This training is done by applying the tree walking and water walking techniques. By gathering chakra and then releasing it in a steady stream. And this step even takes it further. I remember that the chakra in the Rasengan was rotating in different directions. So to complete this step, he has to let out a steady stream of chakra and burst the balloon by spinning his chakra in multiple directions. A difficult task. The fourth created this in 3 years, and I heard that it took Jiraiya 1 year to learn and Kakashi mastered it in less than 6 months. I wonder how long it would take Daichi to master this jutsu. Daichi was unaware of his grandfather's thoughts. He was sitting down cross-legged and started to meditate. Naruto may have the 9 tails to heal him, but I have something much better. My gamer ability is a far greater cheat than anything else. Daichi meditated, and slowly the pains and aches his body felt disappeared. His chakra bar began to refill, and before long he was at it again. It wasn't just the chakra rotation skill that leveled up. His other chakra-related skills got a boost as well. Skill chakra regenerations level has risen by 1. Skill chakra affinities level has risen by 1. Skill chakra manipulations level has risen by 1. Skill chakra rotations level has risen by 1. x5. Daichi trained for 3 hours while taking short meditation breaks. In just 3 hours his chakra rotation skill leveled up to 37. Daichi altered and increased the rotation angle a few more times. He kept spinning his chakra in several angles, and he started to see the balloon stretch in multiple directions. I'm going to completely master this step in 1 day. I have to get this skill to level 100. Daichi! Come on. Time to eat. You'll feel better with something delicious in your belly. Kinsei called out to his grandson. Daichi nodded to his grandfather and went to get something to eat. After a while he resumed his training. He sat cross-legged and held the water balloon. I've been spinning my chakra in a few directions, but it's not enough. I need to do more. And I need to keep the chakra flow steady. Daichi began focusing his chakra and started rotating the water in the balloon. As each minute flew by, he increased the directions his chakra was moving. Sweat rolled down his face as he concentrated. His eyes were closed and his mind was on nothing else but the rotation of his chakra. He gritted his teeth and increased the rotation direction of the chakra. Kinsei was watching everything from the sideline. He saw the balloon starting to bulge in several directions, as if bumps were forming on it. His eyes widened in disbelief. No way! Is he really going to master the first step in a single day? Daichi was in the zone. He didn't even hear the sound of notifications popping up. All he felt was his chakra and the water spinning around in the balloon. Pop! In the quiet backyard, the sound of the balloon popping was loud. The sound startled Daichi, but a wide grin quickly formed on his face. Yes! Booyah! Kinsei was astonished. Unbelievable. He learned the first step in a day. I thought he would take a week or maybe even 10 days, but a single day. No! It hasn't even been a day. Well done, Daichi. Kinsei couldn't help but congratulate his grandson. He marveled at Daichi's talents. Thanks, Gramps. Daichi had a wide smile on his face. His right hand was slightly shaking and in small pain, but he was laughing. You've learned the first step in less than a day. That's impressive. Are you going to start the next step right now? Kinsei praised Daichi's efforts and asked him. Thanks, Gramps. But I've only learned it. I'm gonna master this first step and only after that will I start on the next one. Daichi replied with a smile. Good choice. Kinsei agreed with Daichi. Daichi looked at the skill and saw that it was up to level 51. Just as I thought. I learned how to pop the balloon, but I haven't mastered the technique yet. I want to get this to level 100 by the end of the night. Daichi decided to increase the intensity of the training. He stood up and went to take 2 balloons and then filled them up with water. Kinsei was surprised at this move. Is he going to use both hands? Daichi now had 2 water balloons. 1 in each palm. He concentrated and began spinning his chakra. He slowly increased the directions of the rotations in both palms. His chakra drained rapidly, but he kept going. Daichi's concentration level was far greater than someone his age. As he increased the directions of his chakra, small bumps started forming on both the balloons. Almost there. He kept up the spin and the balloon on the right side popped, but the balloon on the left remained without bursting. Daichi looked at the intact balloon. I was almost there. He let out several exhausted breaths as his chakra was almost depleted. Daichi put the intact water balloon down and started meditating. After half an hour he resumed his training. Kinsei watched Daichi push himself. This kid is relentless. Time flew by as Daichi trained the first step of the Rasengan. It was almost 8:30 in the night. Daichi was standing in his backyard panting. He struggled to take his breaths and both his hands were trembling. But Daichi was chuckling as he stood there surrounded by dozens of destroyed water balloons. In front of him were the stats of the chakra rotation skill. Several of his other chakra skills increased as well, but Daichi had his eyes on the one skill that currently mattered to him. Chakra rotation, active or passive, LV max. Effects. Plus 200% increase in chakra movement and form. Plus 100% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, depends on the user. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. Finally! It's done! I've mastered the first step. Daichi suddenly swayed on his feet, but Kinsei appeared and steadied him. Well done, kid. Time for you to rest. He slowly took Daichi inside the house. As he walked into his home, he looked back at the destroyed balloons and then to the child in his arms in wonder. Incredible! Chapter 78, Shape Transformation Training 2. Monday. You have slept in a bed. Health points, chakra points, stamina points and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes and let out a small yawn. He stretched his hands and legs and got off the bed. All the pain I felt is gone. I feel good as new. Both mind and body. Thank you, gamer ability. Daichi smirked as he got ready for the day. He thought about everything that happened during the Uchiha massacre and the speech the third Hokage gave the next day. After the Uchiha massacre, the Hokage held a village announcement the next day. It was to address what had happened, and he said some comforting words to reassure the people of their safety. The academy is also closed for the whole week. People are afraid of letting their children out of sight. I don't blame them. An entire clan was killed in a single night. And one of the strongest too. He must think a week would be enough to calm them down. There are also a lot more ninjas on patrol. A show of force for the villagers. Daichi put on some new clothes and got ready. This week I'll be focusing on nothing but Rasengan training. I need to complete it quickly and then move on to the next tasks. Daichi then thought about the events and his mind wandered to 2 particular people. Ryo. I wonder how you must feel. You must miss them, huh? Sasuke, will you walk down the path of the Avenger or will you choose a different road? As Daichi thought about those two, he was in a dilemma. Should I reveal her existence to him? After thinking about it for a while, Daichi made a decision. He went downstairs and saw Kensei sipping his morning tea. Good morning! Kensei greeted his grandson. Morning, Gramps. Daichi sat down and ate some breakfast. How are you feeling right now? Kensei asked the kid. Daichi raised an eyebrow at the question. Kensei elaborated on seeing Daichi's expression. You were pretty worn out. You've greatly exhausted your chakra by the time you were done yesterday. So, Daichi nodded as he heard Kensei. I'm good. I'm feeling much better. And I'm ready for the next step. I'll be spending the week on this training. Well, after I've had my morning workouts. Daichi quickly finished his breakfast and went to complete the daily tasks of the long-running quest. Kensei sighed as he had already predicted this. He sensed Daichi's chakra the moment he woke up. His chakra is fully recovered. I knew it! His body can heal and recover to peak form even after such intense chakra exertions after a single night's rest. I suppose I'll add that to the rest of the abnormalities of his body. And it's not just that. His chakra volume had grown again. Kensei thought back to their last fight. Even though he is only 8 years old, his physical strength and chakra level is almost equal to a high chunin. I've had to use much more force than usual to even bruise him. And he hasn't even hit puberty yet. What kind of a beast would he be by the time he becomes a genin or he reaches 16? I can't see his limits. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? Only time will tell, I suppose. The old ninja sighed and continued sipping his tea. Once he was done, he went to the porch and sat in silence. Daichi was going through his morning workouts. He thought about yesterday's gains. Got a new skill and several of my chakra-related skills have gone up. Not to mention the 5-point increase in my chakra stat. Now it's at 115. I have a feeling it will keep increasing as I complete this training. He completed the workout shortly after and then meditated. Daichi wanted to be in top form before starting the second step of the Rasengan. After half an hour of meditation, Daichi went to get the rubber balls. He took one and then stood in the middle of the backyard. He had a single rubber ball in his right hand and he let out a breath. Time to get started. Daichi concentrated his chakra into his palm and started rotating the energy. The rubber ball started to show small bulges here and there, but it didn't break. As Daichi focused more chakra into the ball, the bulges became more and more, but the ball still remained intact. A minute after he began, as he expected, a new notification box appeared. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and forcing more and more to flow, the skill Chakra Potency has been created. Chakra Potency, active or passive, LV.1, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user increase the size of their chakra volume and potency of their chakra. This skill also helps with controlling the size and range of a jutsu. Effects: plus 2% increase in chakra size and range. Plus 0.1% increase in chakra potency and chakra points. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Daichi read the details of the new skill. Chakra potency, huh? This skill increases the potency of my chakra and my chakra points. That's big. It looks like instead of control, this skill focuses on increasing the strength of my chakra. Makes sense. Daichi looked intently at the rubber ball. The academy is closed for 5 days and reopens next Monday. So that gives me a full week of training time. I have to complete this step and then the last part of the Rasengan in these 7 days. With a renewed determination, Daichi pushed forward. He gathered his chakra to the center of the palm and started rotating it. A few hours went by as he trained. The chakra potency skill increased little by little. He trained till his whole chakra points was down to single digits, and then he would meditate for an hour. His chakra stat point increased by 2 due to the intensity of the training. Sweat was pouring down Daichi's face as he concentrated on the ball in his hand. Come on! Come on! As he gritted his teeth and forced more chakra into his hand, the rubber ball bulged more and more, and then a light pop was heard. Skill chakra potency's level has risen by 1. Daichi was breathing hard as he looked at the result. It popped. He looked at the small hole in the ball. Well, it's a start. And the chakra potency skill has reached level 10. Not bad. Not bad at all for almost 4 hours of work. Kinsei, who was quietly sitting on the porch reading a book, was also surprised when he heard the ball pop. He actually managed to do it. Amazing. Keep it up, kid. You got this in the bag. Daichi then noticed the growling sounds of his stomach and went to get something to eat. Once he had his fill, he quickly returned and began to meditate under the shade of the tree, and after his chakra was fully recovered, he resumed his training. The key is to increase the amount and use more chakra. Daichi resumed his training while Kinsei narrowed his eyes and sensed Daichi's chakra. This training forces the chakra coils in the body to expend more chakra quickly and thus expand. This will increase the chakra reserves and the power of one's chakra. But anyone with insufficient chakra reserves would never be able to complete this training even in a few months. And this type of training also puts an enormous strain on the body. After a while you would be unable to move a finger, let alone keep training. Kinsei kept looking at Daichi as he forced more chakra and tried to pop the ball. Anyone training this control technique would be in pain and completely exhausted. They would need to rest and recover. But this kid, he is able to recover his chakra and heal much faster than normal. Especially when he meditates. I've heard that the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, had similar abilities. Able to recover chakra and heal quickly. But he was a freak of nature. And now looking at Daichi and his speed of improvement, I have a feeling he'll one day be in the same league as the first Hokage. Daichi kept training till it was nightfall. Just like before, he took turns taking rest and then resuming his training. He was only able to increase the skill to level 32 by the time he was done. Pop. A loud sound resonated through the backyard of the house. Daichi fell to his knees and was breathing hard. His entire body shook as he took each breath. Damn. Only level 32? I thought I would be able to complete this by now. Daichi looked at the last ball he burst open. The hole in it was much wider than the first one. It indicated the improvement in his skill, but Daichi wasn't satisfied with it. I need to do better. Daichi took several breaths and stood on shaky legs. Arg! He hissed in pain. My whole body feels like it's on fire. Do you need help? His grandfather asked him. Daichi shook his head, determined to do it on his own. He took shaky steps into the house and went straight to his room. After cleaning himself up, he went straight to sleep. Tuesday. Ding! You have slept in a bed. Health points, chakra points, stamina points, and mana points have been fully restored. Daichi opened his eyes as he heard the notification sound of the system message. He got out of bed and got ready for the day. He quickly freshened up and went downstairs to get something to eat. Morning, Gramps. He greeted Kinsei and quickly started eating. Kinsei greeted him like normal, but he was amazed at Daichi's recovery ability. His chakra reserves are back to full capacity. And it doesn't seem like he's in any pain whatsoever. Incredible. To be able to heal with one sleep. This must be one of his abilities, like immunity to direct Jinjutsu attacks. I'm sure of it. But how? Is this some kind of new Kekkai Jinkai ability? Or was he born with his body like this? I'm sure I'll find out one day. Kinsei didn't address his thoughts as he knew he might not get an answer from Daichi. Kinsei knew Daichi loved him, but he also knew Daichi wouldn't share his secrets. He knew the child had trust issues, but he didn't know what caused it. For the moment he was content with how things were going between them. Daichi began the second step of the Rasengan training after he completed his workouts. He took the rubber ball and concentrated. As time went by, Daichi's progress increased. He also gained 2 stat points in Chakra and was able to level up several Chakra-related skills. Hours passed by as he pushed himself to complete this step. It was evening around 6. Daichi stood with several rubber balls around him. He took a new one and focused his Chakra. He narrowed his eyes and concentrated as much as he could. His Chakra was rushing to his hand with great force. The ball bulged more and more and became unstable. Boom! A loud blast sounded out through the area. Kinsei, who was asleep, woke up with a startle. What the F? He then turned his attention to Daichi. The rubber ball exploded in Daichi's hands. There were small burn marks in his right palm and it hurt, but he didn't mind. He had a huge smile on his face as he looked at the shredded pieces of the ball. Yes! I did it! His loud shout brought a smile to Kinsei's face. Well done. You've exceeded my expectations. Now come on. You're done for the day. Time to get some rest. Daichi nodded and slowly went into the house. Chapter 79, Shape Transformation Training. Daichi was in his room meditating. He spent much longer than usual due to the mental fatigue he accumulated throughout the day. He wasn't at 100%, but the pain and trembling throughout his body subsided. H.A. He let out a breath and got up. He joined his grandfather as they ate their last meal for the day. I didn't think you'd successfully master it in such a short time. Even after all this time, Kinsei was amazed at the talent Daichi displayed. And it was evident in his voice. Daichi nodded, but he didn't say much. What's wrong? You don't seem satisfied. Kinsei asked the kid. Daichi took a few moments before he answered. It's just that. I did learn the second step of the technique. But I'm nowhere near mastering it. Kinsei quietly listened. Daichi gathered his thoughts and explained. I did make the rubber ball explode, but I had to concentrate hard and use up a lot of Chakra. It took almost over a dozen seconds to make the ball blow up. Kinsei nodded as he understood Daichi's intentions. So you want to reduce the time taken and refine your control over this step? Daichi nodded. Yeah. Right now my Chakra potency skill is only at level 51. I have to get it to 100 before moving to the final step. But that's easier said than done. It's not just the time, but you have to increase your Chakra reserves as well. Kinsei said to the kid. Daichi looked at his grandfather. Kinsei explained his thoughts. Only someone with above normal reserves would be able to properly use the Rasengan. To destroy the rubber ball, the person must have sufficient Chakra reserves as well as have a strong Chakra. So mastering the second step would definitely improve your Chakra abilities. This kind of training forces your Chakra coils to expand and it increases the power of your Chakra as well, giving an overall boost to your strength. Daichi nodded with the assessment. He rested and didn't continue training that day. Wednesday. Boom. It was night time and the sound of a rubber ball bursting was heard. Daichi fell on his hands and knees gasping for air. He looked at the Chakra potency skill. Level 60? That's it? I've only increased about 9 levels? Daichi then opened his stats and looked at the Chakra stat. It looks like I was able to increase my Chakra stat by another 4 points. Daichi tried to get up but wobbled and fell down. Arg! He grunted in pain as his palm touched the hard soil. Daichi looked at his right hand. Chakra burns. It stings like hell. And my whole body feels like sharp needles prickling on my insides. Due to the intensity of the physical punishment Daichi put himself through, even the physical endurance skill increased in level a couple of times. Daichi laid on the ground unable to move and in pain. At that moment Kinsei walked towards him. I would tell you to take it easy and not overdo it, but I know that's not your style, the old man said with a small smile. He then kneeled beside Daichi and extended his hands. What are you? Before Daichi could even finish the question, he saw the old man's palms lit up in green color, indicating the use of medical ninjutsu. Warm and cool chakra entered Daichi's body, numbing his pain. Boo wow! That feels so good. Daichi almost moaned as he felt the pain recede. Kinsei focused on Daichi's hand and healed the burned skin. He then focused on the rest of the body. Daichi saw his health points increasing. He looked at the green chakra flowing into his body. Daichi wanted to learn medical ninjutsu, but due to the gamer's body he didn't put much priority on it. But the last few days have changed his mind. Hey Gramps. Daichi slowly called. Kinsei looked at the kid sprawled on the ground. Let me guess, you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Kinsei had a smirk on his face as he anticipated such a thing. Daichi pouted as he heard the teasing tone of his grandpa. Now you're just showing off. A couple more seconds later, Kinsei let the green chakra flow die down and stood up. How do you feel? He asked. Much better. Thanks. The academy student answered as he stood up. He looked at Kinsei with a questioning look. So, can I? Kinsei nodded. Yes. I know your wounds heal much faster than normal, but having some medical skill under your belt would be beneficial. But we'll begin your medical training next year. When your 4th academic year begins, I'll introduce you to someone I know. By that time you'll have a much bigger chakra volume and perfect control. Daichi nodded and they went inside. Thursday. Kinsei was watching Daichi blow up another rubber ball. He's getting better at that. The speed and power of the explosion is increasing. His chakra reserves are expanding at an incredible rate. It's as if his body is sensing the stress and limitations and adapting itself accordingly. Hey! Daichi suddenly called out to Kinsei. What is it? How do I build up my chakra faster? Kinsei thought about it for a couple of seconds and then gave the answer. Concentrate the chakra in your body into a tight spiral. This will help you familiarize the way your chakra moves and helps build up chakra reserves over time. Daichi nodded at that and got back to work. Kinsei looked over to the second Daichi that was meditating under a tree. To think he would use shadow clones like that, it's actually brilliant. Daichi took a page out of Naruto's book and created clones at several intervals that rested and gathered chakra. The created clone meditated and kept himself in optimal shape. But Daichi, having his reserves halved, had to force every ounce of his chakra as he trained. But still this method did help cut down the time needed to rest. Daichi started his training at dawn and by late afternoon he was able to increase the chakra potency skill level to 70. Boom! Another rubber ball blew up in Daichi's hands. Daichi let out a breath as he looked at the remains of the ball. He wasn't nearly as tired as before. The boy then looked at the clone and dispelled it. The chakra of the clone came back to Daichi and was ready to increase the difficulty. He now had no problems destroying the rubber balls with his chakra. But the skill only reached level 70. Daichi wanted to perfect the skill before moving on to the last step. This time he took out 2 balls and held them in both hands. And just like he did with the first step, he wanted to blow up both balls at the same time. This refined his skill to perfection. Daichi continued training like that for the remainder of that day and the next. He got closer and closer to his goal and it only motivated him to keep pushing himself. He endured chakra burns and severe body pains and chakra exhaustion, but he never stopped. With only 4.5 hours of sleep needed to be back to his best, Daichi pushed forward like a maniac. It was Friday night. Millions of stars lit up the sky. It was a magnificent view and Daichi was laying sprawled on the ground enjoying it. Chakra potency, active or passive, LV max. Effects. Plus 200% increase in chakra size and range. Plus 10% increase in chakra potency and chakra points. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. Finally, It's done! Daichi had mastered the second step to perfection. The Chakra potency skill was now leveled up to 100. He also gained another 6 points in Chakra stat in the last 2 days, bringing his Chakra points to 129. It wasn't the only stat to grow. The Stamina and Vitality stats also gained several points during the last week. After a few minutes, Daichi sat up and meditated. Once the fatigue left and his Chakra was somewhat restored, he stood and went to a nearby giant rock. I remember Jiraiya showing Naruto how the Rasengan attack would look like after mastering the first 2 steps. Daichi stood in front of the rock and gathered Chakra into his right palm. Within a second, a powerful torrent of chakras swirled into life and spun in Daichi's right hand. Without wasting a second, Daichi thrust his hand into the rock. The Rasengan made contact and blew a few chunks of the rock away. The rock didn't crumble, but it had a deep spiral groove etched into it. The mark of the incomplete Rasengan. Daichi looked at the results. It's similar to what Jiraiya shows Naruto. I've successfully mastered the first 2 steps. Took me 6 days to complete them. But now I'm ready. Time for the last one. Daichi then looked at clouds blocking the moonlight and the stars. Okay, maybe tomorrow. Saturday. Daichi blew air into a balloon and soon tied the end and held it in his hand. He remembered the principles of the first 2 steps. Rotation and power. And now the final one. Containment. Daichi began gathering chakra, and in seconds the empty balloon had bulges forming on its surface, and the next second it exploded. Need more control. He took another balloon and repeated the process. Each time the balloon exploded, Daichi felt that he was getting closer and closer to his target. After a couple more tries, a new skill appeared. A new skill is created with a specific action. Through continuously concentrating chakra to the palm of your hand and trying to contain it, the skill Chakra Confinement has been created. Chakra Confinement, active or passive, LV.1, a skill that helps the user master their chakra and use it more proficiently. This skill is one of several advanced chakra control techniques to help the user control and confine their chakra to a specific area. Effects: plus 2% increase in chakra form. Plus 2% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Even though the third step was the most difficult, once Daichi got the hang of it, he was able to make quick progress. By late night, Daichi had leveled up the latest skill to 62. Sunday. It was Sunday. Daichi woke up early and got ready. He wanted to complete the last step today, as the academy would resume classes tomorrow. Once the classes start, I wouldn't be able to dedicate my time to training like I had been this week. The moment Daichi began training the third step, he knew it would be a challenging task. Daichi took another balloon as the one in his hand popped. This is by far the most difficult step. Combining the previous 2 aspects is not easy. It's no wonder there are only a handful of people who can use the Rasengan. Daichi created several shadow clones to speed up the control training, and it helped. All of them used both hands and trained hard all day. It'll take too much time if I don't train like this. Since this part is all about the containment and control aspect of chakra, the shadow clones would be of great help. Each time a shadow clone made significant progress, Daichi dispelled them. To counteract the fatigue he got from the clones, Daichi had a couple clones meditate as well. The level of the skill was rising much faster as Daichi had perfected his previous chakra control exercises. Daichi also had the Absolute Chakra Mastery skill working for him. It tremendously helped in speeding things up. Skill Chakra Confinement's level has risen by 1. Daichi didn't use shortcuts like Naruto. Yet by dusk he was able to level up the skill to max. Even though it was difficult at first and the most difficult step, Daichi managed to complete it in a single day. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. Chakra Confinement, active or passive, LV max. Effects: plus 200% increase in chakra form. plus 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Daichi looked at the motionless balloon in his hand and grinned. The balloon didn't make a single ripple, indicating that Daichi had mastered the technique. He then let go of the technique and went to the nearby rock. The same rock that had the spiral pattern on it. Daichi held his hand and gathered his chakra. Within a second, a bright blue ball of swirling chakra came to life. Kensei, who was watching Daichi, was gobsmacked. That's the Rasengan. He did it. He actually did it. In a single week he mastered what it took others months and even years to learn. Watching the blue ball of chakra in Daichi's hand, Kensei's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. Daichi looked at the blue ball of chakra in glee and amazement. One of the most iconic jutsus in the world. And I'm holding it in my palm. Daichi was unable to hold back any longer. His eyes narrowed and he thrust the ball towards the rock. Rasengan! He excitedly shouted. Boom! The chakra ball completely crushed the giant rock as if it were brittle glass. Only a few small chunks of it survived. At that moment he read several notifications that appeared. Daichi read the messages and his grin widened. Chapter 80, Origin of a Teacher-Student Bond. Daichi was walking through the somewhat quiet streets of the Leaf Village. Even though a week had passed, the villagers were still reeling from the Uchiha incident. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to get rid of the memories of that incident. His mind then went to the messages he got last night. Not only did I get a new skill, with all the experience points I was able to level up to 38. There are 4 more years before my class graduates. If I decide to graduate with them, then I'll have plenty of time to master all the 5 chakra nature elements. But should I wait that long? Daichi let out a short sigh. I'll decide when the time comes. Before long he reached the academy grounds. It didn't take long for him to reach his classroom. As Daichi entered the room he saw some kids whispering and pointing towards Sasuke. He could somewhat hear their discussion. As Daichi looked at Sasuke he thought about the question Kensei had asked him that morning. Flashback. Are you going to tell Sasuke Uchiha about the girl? Kensei asked the question as Daichi was about to leave for the academy. Daichi halted as he heard the question. He had been thinking about it for a while and made a choice. No! Right now the only thing keeping Ryo safe is her anonymity. If I tell Sasuke, there is a chance he'll go and see her and that would put her at risk. I'm not gonna do that. Daichi replied. Kensei nodded after hearing him. It's your choice. Flashback end. Daichi looked at the brooding Uchiha sitting in the middle row looking out the window. It's also because I don't trust Sasuke. If things follow as it did in the story, then Sasuke will turn against the village. When that happens, his character is unpredictable. He might try to take her away from the village or try to kill her. He's not someone I can put my trust in. I wouldn't be able to turn him away from the path of vengeance. And he needs Orochimaru's training to prepare for the future enemies. Or does he? Daichi gave up on that line of thought. Problems for later. He took his seat in the back and leaned back in his chair. It wasn't long before Shikamaru, Kiba, Naruto, and the others arrived. You heard about what happened, didn't you? Shikamaru asked Daichi as he sat next to him. Yeah. And even after a week the villagers are a bit tense. Daichi replied in a low voice. It's not surprising. Something like that has never happened before. My mom didn't even let me go out of the house for the first few days after it happened. Shikamaru didn't say anything more and laid his head on the desk to take a nap. Daichi noticed that Naruto was unexpectedly subdued. He quietly went to his seat and leaned back in his chair and just whistled. Perhaps he read the situation and felt that it was not the best time for antics. Or maybe he's just tired and I'm reading too much into this? Iruka-sensei came and classes started. A few days passed and things somewhat returned to normal. Sasuke competed with Daichi at the academy and Naruto resumed his pranks on Iruka. Daichi was focused on improving some of his current skills and leveling them up to 100. He decided he would start on the nature transformation chakra in a week. It was at this time another incident took place. It was Friday morning and Daichi was on his way to the academy. As he reached the academy, he saw Shikamaru and Choji running towards him. Both of them quickly reached Daichi and were slightly out of breath. Daichi was surprised. "What's got you two excited?" he asked the two. He then noticed the serious expression on Shikamaru's face. "What's wrong?" "It's Naruto. He went into the back hills," Shikamaru said. Daichi was confused. "What? Why? Classes are about to start." It was Hibachi. He tricked Naruto into thinking they're searching for some secret treasure and was looting the enemy ninjas' corpses. "But seeing as you're here, it looks like Hibachi played a bad prank on Naruto," Shikamaru answered. "What?" Daichi's eyes narrowed as he listened. "Yeah. We overheard them talking and saw Naruto taking off. We were on our way to the academy to tell Iruka-sensei," Choji replied. Daichi was momentarily confused, but then memories of a certain episode came to his mind. "Fuck!" Daichi's face immediately darkened. "Both of you listen. You need to get to the academy quickly and tell Iruka-sensei what happened. I'm going after him." "Wait, what?" Without waiting to explain, Daichi bolted from there. He had explored most of the village areas several times over the last few years, so he knew how to get to the back hills. As Daichi was running through the streets, his mind went through certain memories. This incident must be the filler episode incident. The one with Iruka and those Taki ninjas. I thought since I changed some things in Naruto's life, that it wouldn't happen. Looks like I was wrong. Is this the universe correcting itself? And this also confirms that fillers are real. And that Hibachi. How dare he use my name? I'll deal with him when I get back. Daichi increased his speed and quickly reached the hills. He stood for a moment and concentrated. He used the Chakra sense skill. After a couple of seconds, found him. Daichi opened his eyes as he sensed the massive chakra of his friend. He quickly jumped and took to the trees. Within minutes he saw Naruto and jumped down near him, startling the kid. "Ah! What the?" "Daichi?" Naruto fell on his butt, startled by Daichi's sudden landing. He quickly regained his composure and jumped up. "Aha! I found you!" Daichi sighed, hearing him. "Idiot! I'm the one who found you." "Hey! You find the secret treasure yet?" Naruto excitedly asked. "There is no secret treasure and I wasn't even here. Hibachi tricked you." "He did what?" Naruto lowered his head then clenched his fist. "That bastard. I can't believe he did that." "Yeah. Now come on. We better get back to the academy." Naruto then looked at Daichi with a serious expression. "Hey. You think it's true?" "What are you talking about?" "That there might be treasure hidden here? I heard that some enemy ninjas were fighting here in the forest a couple days ago. Want to go find it?" Despite being tricked, Naruto had a smile on his face as he looked at Daichi and asked that question. Daichi had been keeping an eye on his surroundings and hadn't sensed any enemy chakra yet. He was about to decline and bring Naruto back but stopped himself. He thought about the situation. The safest and most rational option is to bring this knucklehead back to the academy and let the ninjas handle the situation. But if the enemy ninja has stashed documents here like in the story, then without anyone to intervene the Taki ninjas might find it and sensitive information could fall into enemy hands. On the other hand, if I decide to help him, then we can find the documents and quickly get out of here. If I remember correctly, then it was 3 Chunin level Taki ninjas who were here. Based on what I remember, I won't die or even get hurt by weak people like them. But since my existence has changed things here, is there anything else that has changed? Does the butterfly effect still exist? Do they have reinforcement? Or this time instead of Chunin could it be Jonin? After thinking about it for a few more seconds, Daichi made a choice. The best and wisest course of action is to get out of here. Hey! Anyone home? Earth to Daichi. You there? Daichi saw an impatient Naruto with hands crossed and foot tapping on the ground. I'm sorry, Naruto, but we better leave. Classes have already started. Not to mention the troubles we'd be in if there are enemy ninjas here. Naruto had a downcast expression as he heard Daichi's answer. At that moment a new quest appeared for Daichi. Damn it! Why system, why? Daichi mentally screamed as he looked at the quest. Quest created: retrieve the documents. Successfully retrieve the documents stashed by the enemy spy and defeat your opponents. Rewards: 3000 EXP. Reputation increases with Naruto, Iruka Umino, and Kakashi Hatake. Reputation increases with Hiruzen Sarutobi and Kinsei Isagi. Failure. Reputation decreases with everyone. Accept, yes or no. Daichi looked at the quest details. I could refuse the quest, but those EXP points. Can't refuse that. Ugh. Daichi let out a long sigh. Fuck it. Daichi accepted the quest. Fine, let's search the place. Hearing Daichi answer, a wide smile spread on Naruto's face. Yes. He pumped his fists and screamed. But at that moment someone else joined them. Iruka landed next to the two academy students. Thank God I found you too. Iruka-sensei. Why are you here? Naruto frowned as he asked the question. Looking for the two of you. Do you have any idea how dangerous it is here right now? Naruto, it was foolish to come here for such a stupid reason. And Daichi, it was reckless following him here. The academy instructor admonished the kids. Daichi looked sheepish and replied. Sorry, sensei. Iruka let out a small breath. Alright, you two back with me. No way! Naruto shouted. Naruto, you need to come with me to class. You don't even like me. You only want me there because it's convenient for you. Naruto shouted. Daichi noticed that Naruto's words had an impact on the Chunin. Iruka was taken aback by what the boy had said and looked down in sadness. He thought about everything that had happened with his parents on the night of the attack and his life since. He then remembered the reason why he became a teacher in the first place. A moment later he looked at Naruto with a softer face. Naruto, I'm still taking you back to the academy. You too, Daichi. Follow me. Naruto, hearing this, suddenly had a mischievous grin. Daichi, seeing the look on Naruto's face, knew he was up to no good. Alright, plan B. Sexy jutsu. Naruto yelled and quickly used the transformation jutsu. Smoke covered his body in an instant and then he turned into a naked teenage girl version of himself wearing only bikinis. Gah! You little brat. A stunned Iruka fell down with a giant nosebleed. Ha! Grown-ups are so easy to fool. Naruto was laughing as he looked at his teacher. Daichi looked at the whole scene with utter bewilderment. Huh! He really fell down because of the nosebleed. I thought it was just some comic relief. Some things just don't make sense. Or maybe they're not meant to. Daichi shook his head and looked at the transformed Naruto. I don't get what the big deal is. It's just a bikini body and I know it's Naruto. Feels kinda gross just thinking about it. A shiver ran up Daichi's spine. Naruto looked at the fallen Chunin and then to his friend who was looking at him with a deadpan expression. You resisted my sexy jutsu. I didn't expect you to be so strong. The amazement in Naruto's voice was unmasked. Why do you sound so surprised? Don't think this dumbass jutsu will work on me. Come on. Let's get out of here before he wakes up. Naruto said before running away from there. Daichi looked at the fallen Chunin teacher and sighed. He then followed Naruto deeper into the forest. Chapter 81, Enemy Ninja Attacks. Three shadows swiftly moved through the trees of the back hills. They were searching everywhere their teammate had come in contact with inside the forest. We need to find those documents quickly. The one leading urged to the other two. Itachi Uchiha killing the Uchiha clan has left the village severely weakened. Otherwise we wouldn't have made it this far. Our village superiors know this. It's why we were given this task. We need to complete it before the leaf gets back on its feet. The person led the three-person squad and was thoroughly searching the forest. As they were searching the area, suddenly they heard some voices. SHH. Hear that? The three quietly went to investigate and found two children searching for something as well. Daichi and Naruto were looking through the woods. As they looked through the area, they came across a field littered with shuriken, kunai, and a couple of swords. There were burn marks on the woods indicating the use of fire jutsu, and the two could see some trees that were destroyed by what was most likely an explosive paper bomb. This must be the battlefield. So whatever is hidden has to be near here, Naruto exclaimed. Daichi looked at the area and nodded. He was keeping an eye on his surroundings as they searched. Getting caught unaware could be deadly. Daichi had learned this lesson in the dungeon on multiple occasions. As Naruto and Daichi looked around the place, he suddenly sensed three chakras slowly coming near them. Daichi didn't make any outward indication that he sensed their presence. Daichi used the chakra sense skill and tried to gauge his enemy discreetly. He also enhanced his sense of hearing and smell. To the world, Daichi was simply looking through the bushes, rocks, and trees, but he was secretly analyzing his soon-to-be opponents. Three chakra signatures moving from the east. I don't sense any other enemy signatures here, and I don't hear or smell anyone else other than the three and Naruto and Iruka in the forest. So this team is most probably the same as that in the story. And based on their chakra level, they won't be that much to handle. That's good. Hey Daichi, pick up the pace, you slowpoke. We got a lot of places to search. Naruto yelled from above the tree branches. He jumped and resumed his search elsewhere. Yes, boss. Daichi saluted in a mock style and calmly looked through the place. He wanted to make sure these three let their guard down around him. I already found the nest and saw the top of the kunai. If things happen the way they did, then the kunai containing the documents must be there. But I can't just walk up to the nest and retrieve it. It has to be Naruto. And also I need to test something. Since Daichi was openly helping with finding the documents, he wanted to minimize the risks. The Hokage wouldn't think twice about how he found the secret documents, but still. The cautious approach is the best one. Having Naruto retrieve the documents reduces the chances of any suspicion to zero. And not only that, if I have to engage the enemy ninjas in a fight, I can't let Naruto get involved. So he should be the one to hold on to the information. Daichi was making plans as to how to best neutralize the threats. Naruto was eagerly searching the place, but after 20 minutes had passed, he was starting to get tired. He searched for a few more minutes before sitting down on the ground tiredly. Oh man! There's nothing here. What a waste of time. Naruto said dejectedly. Sorry, Naruto. Maybe on our next adventure. Daichi said with a small smile. Come on. Look at the nest. Should I use mana manipulation on him? At that moment Naruto's stomach grumbled. Daichi was happy inside as he heard the kid's tummy rumble. Yes. Saved by hunger. Man, I'm so hungry. As Naruto looked around, he saw a nest on the tree branch. Well, we may not have treasure, but at least we'll get some fresh eggs. Naruto quickly climbed the tree and reached the nest. It was at that moment something shiny caught his eyes. Yes! He shouted with excitement. Daichi held in his smirk and quickly went near his friend. Look at that. You found it. Well done! Yeah. I was about to give up there for a minute. Naruto exclaimed as he looked at the weapon. He took and looked at it from different angles. What a weird-looking kunai. And it looks like there's something tied to it. Whatever it is, I bet it's important. Naruto was excited to share his findings with Daichi. As Daichi looked at the kunai, he also kept a close eye on the 3 chakra signatures. He could hear them speaking and could hear someone ordering the other 2 to move. Daichi's eyes narrowed. They're coming. You got that right, kid. And they are more important than you know. So hand it over and you can live to see tomorrow. 3 masked ninjas quickly appeared and the one in the middle spoke to Naruto. Their faces and headband was covered, concealing their origin. No way. If it's important, then I'm definitely not giving it to you. Naruto was stubborn and looked unafraid. The one who spoke then looked at Daichi and spoke. Hey you! You look like a smart kid. Do you really want to die because of your friend's stubbornness? Either take it and give it to us or run away. Do that and we'll let you live. Daichi frowned at the arrogant tone in which it was said. He quietly looked at the 3 of them. Observe. LV.43, Hina. Age, 26. HP, 4875, Chakra points, 4035. A Chunin Kunoichi affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Hina is assigned as the team's healer for this mission. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. Capable in shuriken jutsu and some simple medical jutsu. Knowledgeable in herbs. LV.45, Ichiko. Age, 25. HP, 4733, Chakra points, 4187. A Chunin Kunoichi affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Ichiko is assigned as the team captain for this mission. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. Capable in shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. Has some experience infiltrating enemy lines. LV.44, Akari. Age, 25. HP, 4902, Chakra points, 4200. A Chunin Kunoichi affiliated with the village hidden in the waterfalls. Assigned as additional strength to the team. Primarily uses fire nature attacks. And capable in shuriken jutsu and swordsmanship. Daichi stayed silent and quickly read the information. To everyone else, he was looking at the 3 as if he had no cares in the world. Because of his sunglasses, they couldn't see his eyes, and his silence made the scene awkward for a few seconds. Hey kid. You deaf or an idiot? One of the 3 couldn't help but ask. He's probably petrified in fear facing real ninjas. You leave, kids. So pathetic. The 3 laughed, looking at the silent Daichi. Hey! You take that back. You don't know us. Naruto was angry after hearing their remarks. He was about to say more, but Daichi raised his hand and stopped him. He looked at the 3 and only uttered a few words. Bunch of fools. Although it was said in a soft tone, in the quiet forest everyone heard it clearly. The 3 ninjas quickly became angry hearing him. What did you say, you brat? Let's just get rid of these 2 and get the documents. Yes. I agree. The 3 spies were getting ready to attack the 2 students. Daichi quickly looked at Naruto and said, Zeus formation. Naruto heard Daichi and smirked. He nodded and both of them immediately took off into the forest. The 3 enemies quickly chased after them and started hurling shurikens at the 2. Both of them nimbly dodged the sharp throwing stars aimed their way. They lured the 3 into the trap-filled portion of the jungle. Naruto and Daichi had been through the back hills several times, so they were aware of the different traps that were hidden in the forest. Naruto smirked as he remembered the day his friend taught him a few code words in case of any troubles. Flashback. Daichi brought Naruto to an empty room in the academy and told the kid he was going to teach him some code words, in case they were ever in trouble. Now I need you to pay attention, Naruto. Do I really need to remember this? Yes. So pay attention. Now the first one. If we are ever in trouble and the enemy is about to attack us, then the code for that is Zeus formation, got it? Yes. So if we hear Zeus formation, then we attack the enemies before they attack us? Naruto asked in excitement. No. We run away. This code is there if the enemy outnumber us or is stronger than us. But I don't want to run, Naruto said with a pout. It's called a tactical retreat. We can try to lure them into a trap or just run to safety as fast as we can, depending on the situation. Now for the next one. How many are there? Just a couple. I'll tell you the rest later. Don't want to fry that small brain of yours, Daichi said with a smirk. Hey! Flashback end. Both of them set off the hidden traps in the forest, hindering the three enemies. Naruto and Daichi quickly gained distance, and while they were running, Daichi created a shadow clone. Is that a solid clone? Naruto asked with amazement. Yep. He'll be a distraction when the time comes, Daichi replied. So I never got the chance to ask. Who is Zeus? Naruto asked Daichi. I read in an old storybook that says Zeus was the god of the sky and ruler of thunder and lightning. The reason I gave that name to this code is to remember to run like lightning, Daichi replied. That's a dumb reasoning, you know, it's kinda lame giving the name of a god to a running away tactic, Naruto said with a small laugh. An invisible arrow hit Daichi's heart as he heard that. I can't believe I just got called dumb by Naruto of all people. Maybe I was just too bored to think up another cool name, Daichi replied with a sad smile. As both of them were jumping through the trees, Daichi sensed Iruka's chakra signature closing in on them. Within a few seconds the teacher appeared in their view. His body flickered in front of them and all of them came to a stop. You too. I found you at last, Iruka said with relief. We need to get going, sensei. We have enemy ninjas after us, Daichi quickly said. What? Iruka's eyes widened. Daichi sensed the three catching up to them. Too late. The three ninjas quickly jumped down a few meters away from them. Iruka looked at the three ninjas. Most of their face was covered by a black cloth. But he knew the gear they used was not ones used by the Leaf Ninjas. You three, you're not from the Leaf Village. What's your purpose for entering the village without permission? Iruka asked them. Like we'd tell our goals that easily. Hand over that blonde kid and walk away. As the three got ready and stood in a fighting stance, Daichi and his clone looked at each other and nodded. One of the Daichis looked at Iruka and Naruto and spoke in a low voice. Iruka-sensei. You can't fight all three of them while protecting us. So we need to retreat. When I drop the smoke bomb, I'll use my clone as a distraction and we run as fast as we can. Iruka looked at the two Daichis and was impressed. He's right. I can't fight the three and protect both of them. It's best to leave here. Still, to think he can make shadow clones. He must be planning on using the clone to fight them and buy time while we escape. Not a bad plan. If we rush out of here, we can leave the forest and get some backup. Both of them nodded to the plan. Daichi immediately dropped a black ball and covered the area in black smoke. Daichi, Naruto and Iruka ran out through the forest while another Daichi stayed behind. The three spies jumped out of the smoke and stood on a tall branch. They looked at the lone student standing in their way. You think a mere clone will stop us? How stupid. You will pay for delaying us. You two go after them. We can't let them out of this forest with those secrets. Understood. The other two ninjas were about to leave when several shuriken were coming towards all of them with precision. Evade! The team leader shouted. All three of them jumped and barely dodged the projectiles aimed at their vitals. We'll deal with this clone swiftly and then chase after them, one of them said. You're mistaken. The voice of Daichi suddenly interrupted them. What are you talking about? I'm not a clone. I'm the real deal. It's true that I did create a clone. But it's to distract them. They wouldn't have left if they knew I would stay behind to fight. So, I used the clone as a distraction. A distraction for them, that is. Daichi said with a smirk. You brat. If that's true, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Just because you joined the Ninja Academy, do you think you can take on real ninjas? How dumb. You will pay for your overconfidence. All three of them took out their swords and pointed them at Daichi. Chapter 82, Show of Strength. Daichi smirked, hearing their comments. Like I said before. A bunch of fools. This kid is getting on my nerves. The leader of the team was aggravated hearing the child. Daichi looked at the three nonchalantly. A cold smile grew on his face as he looked at them. Based on your outfits, I'd say you're not from the Leaf. And judging by your voice and the pheromones you give out, I'd say you're females. Age is approximately between 23 and 28. Based on your chakra level and shuriken jutsu skills, I'm guessing Chunin ranks. The enemy spies stiffened as they heard the child speak. Daichi looked at the three who were now cautious. He continued. You're not from the other great nations. I'm absolutely sure they wouldn't send amateurs like you three to infiltrate this village. Daichi smirked as he could see the signs of anger as they heard that. I also heard rumors that an enemy infiltrator died fighting here in the forest. A single enemy. And your timing here in the village. Less than 2 weeks after the Uchiha massacre. You wanted to take advantage of the temporary blind spot in the Leaf's security. So predictable. You're a lot smarter than you look, brat. Too bad. You could have lived if you had just walked away from the beginning. But now, we can't let you leave here alive after knowing about us. The leader who Daichi knew as Ichiko spoke. And just because you made a few deductions about us doesn't mean you know what we're capable of. Daichi smirked. Don't I? Assuming that person who died was your friend and teammate, I'd say you guys are a 4-person squad from one of the minor villages. And I'd say you're the leader of the team. Daichi pointed to Ichika. He then pointed to the one his observation said was Hina. And you're the healer of the group, aren't you? I can smell the faint scents of several herbs on your fingers. And then there's your chakra. Based on what I sensed and the properties of your chakra, I can tell that you're all fire-style jutsus users. Daichi smirked as he finished. Daichi remembered one of the lessons his grandfather imparted onto him. Flashback. It was an evening day and Daichi and Kensei were having a shogi match. In a battle, attacking your enemy's mental state is just as important as attacking their body. Kensei said as he moved another piece on their shogi board. Daichi looked at the move his grandfather just made and cautiously chose his next step. You're talking about psychological warfare, aren't you? Yes. If you are able to unbalance your opponent, affect his mental state, no matter how big or small, it will have an effect on the battlefield. And sometimes that could be the deciding factor in a life or death battle. I see. Flashback end. Daichi looked at the three. Tell me, have I gotten anything wrong? The three spies couldn't believe that a child would be able to analyze them so quickly and with minimal interactions. They took the child in front of them much more seriously. No! You're right about everything. The leader took off her face clothes, revealing her face and headband. The other two followed. The village hidden in the waterfalls. Daichi said, looking at their headbands. That's right. You're smart. Much smarter than we gave you credit for. Letting you leave here will be a mistake. The leader Ichiko clenched her sword and got ready to attack. You have sense-killing intent. Daichi just smiled. He raised a single hand seal and released the shadow clone. As the chakra and memories of the clone came, Daichi slightly grimaced. Yeesh! Naruto and Iruka are not happy with me. Need to find some way to pacify them after I'm done with these three. Daichi then focused his attention on the enemies in front of him. Make the first move, Daichi. Don't let them dictate the battle. Several shuriken appeared in Daichi's hands. The next instant they flew at the three spies, aimed with precision. Dodge! Ichiko shouted and the three were able to dodge most of the shuriken, but a few still struck them in non-vital areas. The three landed surrounding Daichi. All three of them were now wary of the child. The team captain Ichiko looked at the child in horror. The speed and strength with which those shuriken came. If we were even a second late in dodging, we'd be dead right now. I was wrong. This kid is definitely not some weakling academy student. The team healer Hina looked at her wounds and then the wounds on her teammates. Her heart was pounding in her chest. All the injuries seemed non-lethal. But it was only luck that we escaped with such minor wounds. Those shuriken were aimed at our vitals. This child. He was aiming to kill. The last member of the team, Akari, looked at Daichi with newfound caution and slight fear. His shuriken jutsu skills show that he's fought with other highly trained ninjas before. The skills and the deadly precision. He was looking to kill us. There is no way he's an academy student. With revealing their secrets and unbalancing them mentally and with just one show of force, Daichi put pressure on the 3 enemy kunoichis. You have sense killing intent. Attack. The team captain Ichiko gave the order and rushed towards Daichi with her sword aimed at his head. The other 2 followed suit. 3 of them rushed towards Daichi as fast as they could. But to Daichi they were painfully slow. He was on alert and looked at the 3 coming. His face showed no signs of distress. Why am I not feeling any fear? These 3. Even though I'm outnumbered and they intend to kill me, I don't sense any threat from them. My heart is beating normally and I'm so calm. It's as if my body isn't registering them as a threat. Is it because they're pitifully weak, or have I gotten that strong? Daichi sidestepped and evaded the sword swings with minimal effort. He continued dodging the slashes while keeping the same bored expression on his face, which only infuriated the enemies. After dodging a few more swings, Daichi suddenly disappeared from their view. What? Where'd he go? The 3 looked around and after a few seconds found Daichi sitting on a branch looking down at them. Who are you? There is no way you're an academy student. What are you? Some kind of secret jonin? The leader Ichiko shouted at Daichi. No! I am a student at the academy. 3rd year now. Daichi said with a smile. Bullshit! Like I'd believe that. She didn't speak anymore and quickly threw several shuriken at Daichi. The other 2 attacked as well. Almost 24 shurikens flew at Daichi. He smirked and took 2 shuriken and aimed them at the weapons coming at him. The 2 shurikens launched by Daichi hit the ones in the front and changed its path, striking the others and starting a chain reaction. In moments all the shuriken were hit and their paths slightly changed and struck the trees surrounding Daichi, and none even got close to him. The eyes of the 3 ninjas widened as they saw the scene. No way! He was able to deflect all of them with just 2 shuriken of his own. The ninja Akari's eyes widened as she saw what just happened. At that moment a certain memory and an image of a child came to her mind. Several years ago she was attending her Chunin exam and she saw a child several years younger than her, participating. At first she felt pity and contempt, but after seeing his skills throughout the exam she felt fear towards him. She also remembered the cold, remorseless eyes of the child as he defeated his enemies with ease. The child's skills, name and image was forever imprinted on her mind. A child she vowed to never go up against. Akari looked at Daichi with renewed fear. Sweat rolled down her face as she looked up in horror and remembered the memories of her Chunin exam. This child. His shuriken jutsu skill, his speed and strength, and that cold expression. He reminds me of Itachi Uchiha. There is no mistaking it. This child. He's just like him. Captain! Forget about the mission. We need to leave now. Akari shouted toward Ichiko. What? The team captain couldn't believe her ears. She wants us to leave? Sure, this kid has some skills, but is she that afraid of a child? Akari looked at Daichi in fear. I have to tell the village superiors. They have to know. There's another monster hiding in the Leaf Village. You think you can come and go as you please? What exactly do you take the Leaf Village for? None of you are going anywhere except back to the village under custody. Daichi said as he heard the words. He jumped down and looked at the three. They instantly got ready for the second round of battle. I've seen your shuriken jutsu skills. Now let's see how good you three are at taijutsu. Daichi disappeared the next second after saying those words. Where'd he go? As Ichiko looked left and right, she felt a blow striking her back. She was sent flying forward and her sword fell out of her grasp. Akari and Hina turned around and tried to slash Daichi. He evaded the sword strikes and chopped at their wrists holding the swords. The two were forced to let go of their weapons and Daichi quickly sent the swords flying away from them. You're both Chunin, aren't you? Let's see how good your hand-to-hand combat skills are. Daichi attacked the two enemy ninjas. Both of them struggled to defend themselves, let alone land an attack on Daichi. Daichi was holding back by a wide margin. He was analyzing their fighting style and came to the conclusion that they were weak in taijutsu skills. Even though they have higher levels than me, their strength is far below mine. So this is why I didn't feel any sense of danger from them. These three. They're just pitifully weak. I've seen enough. Daichi sent two powerful blows and it sent the two flying and they leaned near their captain. All of them were in pain and struggling to get up. I'm only gonna say this once. Surrender now and come quietly. Daichi's tone showed no indication that he felt any mercy for them. The three stood on shaky legs and looked at the boy in front of them. Ichiko spoke in a low voice. We can't let him take us. He's strong in taijutsu and shuriken jutsu, so he must not be very good in ninjutsu. We have to use synergy jutsu to finish him. Use everything you've got to finish him. Then we'll leave. The two besides her nodded. What they didn't realize is that Daichi heard every word. Amateurs! You want to fight me in ninjutsu? Go ahead. The three ninjas from the hidden waterfall village weaved several signs. Synergy jutsu. Fire style, fire dragon jutsu. They converted their chakra to fire and spit it out. The three chakra combined to form a single large fire dragon and it headed straight for Daichi. Seeing the fire dragon coming for him, Daichi's hands went through several seals as well. Earth-style mud wall. A strong wall of earth immediately rose from the ground and stood tall. It was several meters tall and over 2 meters wide. The giant powerful wall took the full force of the fire dragon attack and a second later there was an explosion. A couple of seconds later the winds blew and the smoke cleared and the enemy spies saw that the giant wall was still there. Aside from a few scorch marks on the wall, there was no other indication that it had been attacked. No way! Their eyes widened looking at him. We can't beat him. Let's get out of here while he's distracted. Ichiko said, and as she turned around to leave she saw Daichi a few feet in front of her. She froze as she looked at the smiling child. The other two were also petrified seeing him. Sup? Daichi greeted them. He disappeared and struck their pressure points. Within a second all three of them fell on the ground unconscious. Daichi looked at the three bodies on the ground and then looked up to a certain tree. How long are you gonna hide there and watch me like a creep? Daichi asked the unknown person who was watching everything that had happened. Seconds later a figure stepped out of the shadows. A ninja with spiky silver hair and left eye covered with his forehead protector and wearing the standard leaf jonin flak jacket stood on the branch looking down at Daichi. Both of them stared at each other and didn't say a word. Chapter 83, Meeting the Copycat Ninja. Daichi looked at the jonin standing on the tree and internally smirked. He was sure that man was there since the beginning of the skirmish. Daichi could have ended the fight with the three Chunin spies in seconds, but he wanted to put on a show for his hidden spectator. The reason was that Daichi wanted to cement his strength early on. He thought about the moment when he sensed the man lurking in the shadows. Flashback. Daichi threw his shurikens and watched the three ninjas clumsily dodge them. They luckily were able to avoid lethal strikes to their bodies but were still wounded. Daichi could see the fear spreading on their faces. As Daichi was focused on the three in front of him, he was also keeping an eye out for anyone else that might be there. Based on my memories, Kakashi should be here by now. but I can't sense his chakra nor can I smell or hear him. Daichi then had an idea in mind. He used Mana Scout, and the moment he used it and expanded the range, he sensed the presence of a powerful mind. One which belonged to someone of Jonin level strength. I knew it. Kakashi is here. But for how long? I'm guessing probably since before I threw the shurikens. And he was hiding his presence. So that's why I couldn't detect him earlier. The fact that he is only observing means he wants to know what I'm capable of, and then everything that happened here will be reported to the Hokage. I need to make a solid impression. Flashback end. Observe. Kakashi Hatake. Of course I can't see his level. So that means he's even stronger than the old man. No. I'm not so sure about that. My observe showed that Kensei's level regressed due to the injuries he received in the war. But he has a ton of battle experience. If he and Kakashi fought, I'm pretty sure the old man would come out on top. Daichi then sighed and relaxed his posture. Since a Jonin is here, I don't have to interfere with this matter anymore. I'm sure you can take these three back to the village. The silver-haired ninja tilted his head as if he was curious. What makes you think I'm a Jonin, and that too from the leaf? I could be an enemy in disguise. Daichi had a small smile when he heard that question. I can sense your chakra level along with its distinctive nature. Lightning chakra nature, but also has a strong earth nature as well. You got two natures going for you. So I'm pretty sure you're a Jonin. And I'm certain my fight with these three had drawn the attention of the patrolling ninjas. I have no doubt they'll be here in less than a minute. If you were someone from another village, you would have either attacked me as soon as possible or left without alerting your presence to me. So, the ninja put his hands in his pocket and leaned against the trunk of the tree. He looked at the kid below. He's smart. What's your name, kid? He asked. Daichi Hakama. Yours? You're a smart kid. Find out for yourself. With those words, the ninja jumped down and looked at the three unconscious spies, and once he confirmed they were alive, he took an orange book from his pocket and started reading it, completely ignoring Daichi. Daichi's sweat dropped as he saw the iconic comic scene. He let out a small sigh. He hasn't changed from the show. That's a good thing, I guess. I better get going. Look, I need to get back to Iruka-sensei and Naruto. I'm sure they're pissed off with the stunt I pulled. So if you don't mind, I'll take my leave. Daichi said and waited for a response. But other than a small grunt, he didn't get anything from Kakashi. Daichi left the place and headed back to the academy. Kakashi watched the child's disappearing form from the corner of his eyes. I've only seen one other person with such shurikenjutsu skills and strength at his age. Itachi Uchiha. And based on what I've seen today, I have a feeling this kid's talent is on the same level as Itachi's. Who is this child? Shortly afterwards, several patrolling ninjas appeared and they took the three spies into custody. Kakashi then quickly made his way to the Hokage's office. The Hokage Hiruzen Sarutobi was stamping away at the documents as usual. With the removal of Danzo from power and the loss of the Uchiha military force, his workload had increased significantly. Lord Hokage, Kakashi Hatake is here to see you. His secretary informed him. Send him in. Sarutobi looked up from the papers and saw Kakashi casually walking in with his usual book in his hands. Kakashi then closed the book and greeted his Kage. Lord Hokage. What brings you here, Kakashi? A couple of things. First, we found the teammates of the enemy spy that infiltrated a week ago. They are currently incapacitated and being taken to the interrogation rooms. Good work bringing them in, Kakashi. Ibiki will get everything we need from those three. Yeah. That's the second thing. I'm not the one who dealt with them. It was a student in the academy named Daichi Hakama. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he heard the name. Daichi? What was he doing fighting enemy ninjas? Tell me everything. Yes, sir. Kakashi began reporting even from his point of view. Flashback. Kakashi was running through the tree and headed for the back hills as fast as he could. He met Shikamaru and Choji earlier while they were roaming outside the academy and heard what had happened. He instructed them to head back to the academy and left for the hills. There is a possibility that enemies could be lurking there. If that's the case, then Iruka won't be able to keep the children safe while fighting them. I need to get there before anything happens. Kakashi entered the forest and was able to track their location. He neared Iruka and the two students, and before he could reveal himself he heard one of the students mention that they were a shadow clone. Kakashi could see the surprise and then anger forming on Iruka and Naruto's face. But he didn't stick around to find out what happened next. Kakashi silently leapt through the trees and headed in the direction Iruka and his group were running from. That reckless kid. He's going to get himself killed. He then sensed the presence of several people ahead. He quickly landed on a nearby tree and hid. What are you talking about? Kakashi heard the spy asking the boy. So that's the kid, huh? I'm not a clone. I'm the real deal. It's true that I did create a clone. But it's to distract them. They wouldn't have left if they knew I would stay behind to fight. So, I used the clone as a distraction. A distraction for them, that is. Kakashi could see the smirk forming on the child's face as he said those words. Kakashi was good at reading one's body language. He saw no presence of fear or anxiousness on the child's face. Originally he was going to intervene, but he was curious as to what made the child think he could take 3 ninjas on his own. You brat. If that's true, then you're a bigger fool than I thought. Just because you joined the Ninja Academy, do you think you can take on real ninjas? How dumb. You will pay for your overconfidence. Kakashi saw the 3 spies aiming their swords at the child. He had to agree with what they said. Sadly, I have to agree. Learning the Shadow Clone Jutsu is impressive at his age, but all it shows is that his chakra level is a bit larger than his peers. These 3 look like they're Chunins. Even if they were on the weaker side of the Chunin rank, taking 3 of them alone will be difficult for anyone below High Chunin or Jonin rank. Kakashi saw the child smirk. Like I said before. A bunch of fools. He then listened as the child analyzed the 3 ninjas in front of him. As Kakashi listened, he became more and more impressed with the boy's analytical skills. From just one interaction he was able to deduce their age, gender, rank, and even the nature of their chakra. He was also able to analyze their team structure, pinpointing the leader and the healer of the group. Alright. Maybe this kid has some skill after all. Kakashi watched the 3 spies take off their face masks. The hidden waterfall village. What is Hizen thinking? Sending spies to infiltrate the village at a time like this? He must know there will be repercussions to this. Kakashi decided that he would watch the fight and only intervene if the life of the child was in danger. He wanted to see where the boy's confidence came from. He then saw Daichi forming a seal and sensed a spike in his chakra. He must have released his shadow clone. What he saw next impressed him. Kakashi watched the kid send shurikens with deadly precision, wounding them. He saw the fear appearing on the enemies' faces. He watched Daichi dodge their sword swings with ease. He looked on as the kid disappeared and reappeared on top of a nearby tree. He's toying with them. He's also a lot faster and stronger than he looks. He looked on as Daichi then engaged the 3 in taijutsu. He saw the kid dismantling their abysmal defenses with practiced ease. He's had some serious training. Whoever he is, his skills are far beyond that of an academy student. Kakashi then saw the 3 getting ready to use ninjutsu. He was about to intervene, but he stayed put when he saw Daichi making hand seals as well. A giant wall quickly sprung out of the ground, protecting the kid from the attack. The speed with which his chakra responded and created that earth wall. And the strength of the wall itself. Except for a few scorch marks, there's no indication it had been attacked. The speed and strength of his chakra. It resembles someone who's trained in shape manipulation exercises. I'm sure of it. He then watched the kid incapacitate the 3 by striking the back of their necks. What surprised Kakashi the most was when the boy turned to face his direction. How long are you gonna hide there and watch me like a creep? He knows I'm here? Seems there's no point in hiding myself. Kakashi stepped forward from the shadows. I made sure to hide my presence. Che! To think I would be made by an academy student. Either I'm getting sloppy and made a mistake or this kid has some exceptional senses. I'm betting it's the latter. Since a Jonin is here, I don't have to interfere with this matter anymore. I'm sure you can take these three back to the village. The child spoke. What makes you think I'm a Jonin and that too from the leaf? I could be an enemy in disguise. Kakashi wanted to see if he could glean any more information on the child's abilities. As Daichi laid out his explanation, Kakashi came to a conclusion. To even pick out a person's chakra nature with such accuracy, he must have a powerful sensory ability, and his intelligence and observational skills. This child. He's smart. What's your name, kid? Kakashi asked the child. Daichi Hekima. Yours? You're a smart kid. Find out for yourself. Kakashi saw the slight twitch in the kid's eyes. He slightly smirked under his mask at being able to irritate the boy. Flashback end. After that, he left. Kakashi completed his verbal report. The Hokage leaned back in his chair. I see. After a few seconds, Hiruzen made a decision. He made a hand gesture, and a second later the Anbu and guards hidden in the room left without a word. Daichi is one of the most talented students currently in the academy. He's at the top of his class, and if these were wartime circumstances, then he would have graduated long ago. And you were not mistaken in your observation of his skills. He's been training in shape manipulation technique, and based on what you said, I'm assuming he's completed it. Sir? Kakashi. What I'm about to tell you next is information about Daichi not known to others except his grandfather. Kakashi realized the seriousness of the situation and paid close attention to the Hokage's words. Shortly after the academy exams last month, Daichi's teacher approached me with the proposal to move Daichi up a grade. I had a talk with the boy afterwards about it, and what I learned at that time startled me. His skills have already grown beyond that of academy students, and he was preparing to train in change in chakra form and then nature transformations. But such training for someone his age. Is he ready? Kakashi asked with some doubts. I had my doubts as well, but he understood the risks and he showed me he was ready. Despite his talents, I wanted him to stay with his classmates due to his close friendship with Naruto. So I said he could collect a favor from me if he stayed with his class. Daichi agreed, and the favor he asked truly surprised me. Hiruzen stood up from his chair and went to the windows of the room. He looked at the people below, and a moment later he continued. He asked me for instructions on how to master the Rasengan. Kakashi's eyes widened. What? Hiruzen nodded. Yes. Apparently when his grandfather was away on some trip, he went through his jutsu library and found some mentioning on the Rasengan. Just a few basic notes from what I understand. But Daichi was able to accurately figure out the secrets of the Rasengan with just the information on those notes. He figured out that mastering the Rasengan is a shortcut to mastering one's change in chakra form. I have no doubt that with time he would have been able to learn the Rasengan even without my help. So I made the choice to give him the steps for learning Minato's jutsu. Kakashi couldn't believe his ears. Lord Hokage, no offense, but are you sure that was wise? He's just a kid. If someone learns about the secrets of that jutsu, then I'm aware of the risks, Kakashi. I haven't grown senile yet. It was a calculated move. He's growing too strong, too fast. I needed to make sure he formed some strong loyalties to the village. It's one of the reasons I wanted him to stay with his peers. And this way I can keep tabs on his progress. I thought I had an understanding of his talents, but it seems I've underestimated him again. Hiruzen then turned to look at Kakashi. Even though it's only been a few weeks since I told him how to perform the Rasengan, I have no doubt that he's already learned the technique. I'm sure of it. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief. But that's incredible and frightening. Such talent is indeed amazing and yet fearsome at the same time. Hiruzen then looked back outside and saw Iruka, Daichi, and Naruto entering the tower. They're here. Chapter 84, The Rasengan. Daichi ended his conversation with Kakashi and left. He headed straight for Naruto and Iruka-sensei. Naruto's chakra is like a beacon for any competent sensor ninja. Even in this large forest it's easy to find him. Within a minute he reached his classmate and teacher. Iruka was relieved to see his student come back unharmed. Daichi! You're safe. Are you hurt anywhere? You're back. Naruto ran up to him and gave him a tight hug. Daichi chuckled and pried Naruto off of him. Yes, I'm here. And I'm fine, you guys. You worry too much. Confirming that Daichi was uninjured, Iruka started grilling him for the stun he pulled. What were you thinking? You could have gotten hurt or worse. Yeah. What's the big deal? I thought you would escape with us. Naruto also questioned him. Calm down. They would have defeated the clone easily and I knew you two wouldn't agree to me staying behind. Daichi said with a calm tone. Iruka narrowed his eyes. So you decided to lie to us? Technically I didn't lie. I said I'd use my clone as a distraction, but I never said they were the ones who will be distracted. The boy said with a sheepish expression. You could have gotten hurt, Daichi. If you had intended to fight them, then I could have helped. I had it handled, sensei. The boy let out a small sigh. I figured the documents Naruto found were important since they were willing to attack us for it. And if all of us had stayed, then there was a chance they would have used us against you. He continued. Besides, my clone told you that he sensed a Jonin was nearby. I'm sure he would have saved my life if anything had happened. Who was it? Naruto asked curiously. Daichi shrugged. Don't know. He had silver spiky hair and wore a face mask that covered everything except one eye. Iruka's eyes slightly widened as he heard that description. Kakashi? He was here? The academy instructor pinched his nose and let out a long tired breath. Let's go to the Hokage's office. We need to report this matter. Naruto, Daichi, and Iruka entered the Hokage's chamber shortly after they reached the tower. Gramps! Naruto greeted the Hokage. Lord Hokage. Iruka and Daichi also quickly greeted their Kage. Hiruzen looked at the two kids in the room. He had a warm smile on his face as he addressed them. So what troubles have you two gotten yourselves into this time? He asked, smiling. Naruto excitedly recalled everything that happened. From how he was tricked to Daichi finding him, to Iruka showing up and then escaping the three enemy ninjas and finally finding out about Daichi's clone and then anxiously waiting for him. Hiruzen patiently listened to everything and now had a clearer understanding of what had happened. He looked at Daichi. What you did was reckless. But since you're here safe and sound, I won't speak on the matter any further. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Daichi slightly bowed and said nothing else. Hiruzen then asked Naruto for the kunai he found in the forest. Naruto gave the weapon to the Hokage. The old Kage untied the document from the weapon and his eyes slightly widened as he looked at the contents. Confidential information on the patrol routes and number of guards. If this had gotten out, it would have caused me quite a headache. Seems this little adventure of theirs yielded some really positive results. This is secret information regarding the security of the village. If it had gotten out, then it would have created a lot of problems. Good work finding and bringing this back, you two. Hiruzen smiled at the kids. Thanks, Gramps. Naruto grinned as listened to the Kage's praise. At that moment, a quest completion notification popped up in front of Daichi. He mentally closed the blue message box and stood still without making the slightest move. Alright, Iruka, Naruto, you two are dismissed. Daichi, a moment. Hiruzen looked at Daichi after he dismissed the two. Gramps. Naruto slightly whined, thinking his friend might be in trouble. Don't worry, Naruto. Daichi will be along shortly. I just need his report on what happened with the 3 enemies. Go on. Hiruzen smiled as Naruto left the room. As Iruka was leaving the room, Hiruzen spoke up. Iruka. Wait outside. I need a word after this. Yes, sir. Iruka bowed and left the room. The door closed and Daichi stood in attention as the Hokage's gaze focused on him. Hiruzen had a small smile on his face as he looked at the upcoming prodigy of the academy. A grandfatherly smile that would have many drop their guards around him. I know I said I wouldn't speak of the matter, but I have to know. You stayed behind to fight them alone. Why? He asked calmly. Iruka-sensei loves teaching. He really cares about us. His students. So I knew he wouldn't have let me fight them no matter what. And he wouldn't have been able to defend himself and protect us if he fought. Not that I needed much protection. And if we had engaged, then there was a possibility that Naruto would have gotten caught in the crossfire. And I figured those documents were pretty important. So I couldn't let them get their hands on that. A clone wouldn't have done the job. And I was sure I could handle them and come out unscathed. That's why I stayed behind. Daichi replied. Hiruzen smiled for a few seconds hearing the response. An apt answer. Certainly enough to fool young Naruto and Iruka. Then the smile vanished from his face. Now why don't you tell me the real reason? Daichi was slightly startled. He saw through me. I guess he wouldn't have made a competent Hokage if he couldn't see through people's bullshit. Have to give him credit for that. Too bad this perception doesn't extend to Danzo. Lying to him is pointless now, and I would only jeopardize a useful relationship if I do. Best come clean then. Due to the gamer's mind, Daichi kept his composure. The academy student let out a small breath and rubbed the back of his head. Gramps may not agree, but you and him are really alike. I can't get away with anything with that old man either. It's kind of annoying sometimes. Daichi said with a small sheepish smile. When you've lived for as long as we have, you learn a lot of things. Hiruzen nodded and replied. Daichi then turned serious. I didn't lie altogether. I really didn't want Naruto or Iruka-sensei to get hurt. But that's not the whole thing. The truth is, I wanted to fight them. On my own with no help or outside interference. Why? The only person I've been sparring with, and I mean really sparring with, is the old man Kinsei. I know he was a jonin before he retired, and I have a rough estimate of my strength because of our fights. But I wanted to see for myself where I stand in the real world. Those 3 were the perfect opportunity. You could say that I was selfish and got excited at the prospect of a fight. And I wanted to fight them myself without anyone's help. Daichi let out a small breath as he was done with his explanation. Hiruzen nodded. He then smiled at the boy. In our world, we're surrounded by people who lie and cheat for a living. You'd be surprised at how far honesty could get you sometimes. Daichi tilted his head. You're not angry I didn't tell you everything? Hiruzen shook his head. No. I would have been disappointed if you had still lied, but everyone is entitled to their secrets. As long as it doesn't cause harm to the village, I don't mind. I understand, Lord Hokage. Daichi slightly bowed. I almost forgot to ask. How far have you come along with the Rasengan? Hiruzen was looking forward to the results. I mastered the jutsu. Daichi replied with a straight face. I'm impressed that you learned the jutsu so quickly. Daichi shook his head after hearing the Kage. Hiruzen was confused at that. I didn't just learn it. I completely mastered the jutsu. Hiruzen was shocked when he heard that. Learning the Rasengan was hard enough, but it was only the beginning. Mastering it would also take several more months. He was somewhat skeptical. Show me! Daichi nodded and brought up both hands. In a single second, a perfect Rasengan formed on each palm. Hiruzen and the hidden Kakashi were shocked when they saw this. The old Kage was quick to analyze the blue swirling balls of chakra in Daichi's palms. He created them together and in an instant. the speed with which the Rasengan formed and the countless chakra nodes spinning inside it. It shows his perfect chakra control. It must be even higher than most medic ninjas. And he created the Rasengan on both his hands. It shows his chakra volume. And then there's the power I can feel emanating from them. He completely mastered the second stage. The size and shape are the same as when Minato completely mastered the jutsu. And if he hadn't mastered the third step to perfection, then it wouldn't keep its shape perfectly like this. Impossible. How did he do it so quickly? How long did it take you to master this Daichi? Hiruzen asked while trying to keep his emotions neutral. Daichi let go of the two swirling orbs of chakra. A week. Well, technically 8 days. Daichi said nonchalantly. Hiruzen's eyes widened as he heard it. 8 days? It only took him 8 days to learn and master the jutsu? I began training the Rasengan a couple days after the Uchiha incident. With the academy shut down, I had the whole week to train non-stop. Daichi looked and understood the Hokage's reaction. It was a jutsu that required months to master. Him completing it in a week would be a shock to anyone who knew the secrets and specifics of the technique. Hiruzen looked at Daichi with renewed focus. This is insane. I keep underestimating his talent. If he could master change in chakra form so quickly, then it stands to reason that he could master the change in chakra nature just as fast. Coupled with Kensei's training, by the time he graduates the academy he'll be as strong as a Jonin. This boy could become a great asset to the Leaf if guided correctly. Or he could become one of the most dangerous enemies of the village. His path is unclear. Now more than ever, I need him to form bonds with the village. Hopefully Naruto and his classmates will be able to accomplish just that. You've certainly exceeded my expectations. I take it you're going to start on the change in chakra nature training. Hiruzen asked just to confirm. Yes, sir. I was planning on starting with earth and then fire. I intend to master these two elements by this time next year. Daichi revealed a small part of his training plan. I see. Do you know what your chakra affinity is? Hiruzen asked the boy. Earth. A powerful element indeed. Hiruzen got up from his chair and headed for the nearby shelf. He opened a small portion and took out 2 scrolls. He locked the cabinet and then gave the scrolls to Daichi. I did tell you that I would give you some change in chakra nature techniques if you learned the Rasengan quickly. These 2 scrolls contain nature transformation training techniques for fire and earth elements. It also has some of my personal notes. So make sure to keep them safe and locked up and use them wisely. Daichi received the scrolls with a wide smile. Thank you, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded. Shortly after, Hiruzen dismissed Daichi and he was looking out the window as the hidden Jonin in the room appeared behind him. Do you now understand Kakashi? Yes. His talent is indeed frightening. To master Minato-sensei's jutsu in a week. It's absurd and should be impossible, and yet he did it. I've seen his skills firsthand and now I'm almost positive that he's just as much of a genius as Itachi or Minato-sensei. Kakashi could spot talent a mile away. And when he looked at Daichi he saw an ocean of untapped potential. Hiruzen didn't say anything about Kakashi's assessment. I have a feeling we're still underestimating his talent. There is a possibility that he could be a genius beyond even Minato. It also means there's a possibility that the village would have someone who would one day possess even greater strengths than the 4th. Whether that's a boon or a nightmare, only time will tell. I need to keep an eye on him. And under no circumstances can I get Danzo anywhere near the boy. That's just a recipe for disaster. Danzo may be keeping his head down for now, but if he finds out about Daichi, finds out what the boy is really capable of, then he would stop at nothing to get to him. And if Daichi becomes Danzo's subordinate, I don't even want to think about that scenario. Kakashi, keep an eye on that kid. But make sure you're discreet. Hiruzen said with a hardened tone. Yes, sir. I understand. Kakashi nodded and disappeared. Hiruzen looked out the window and looked at the Hokage monument. One of the hardest choices a Kage has to make is to question and surveil their own shinobi, even when they have done nothing wrong. Hiruzen let out a long breath and returned to his seat. He then called back Iruka. The academy instructor came and gave a report on what had happened, and after a while he left the office, leading the old Kage to his thoughts. Chapter 85, Fear. A powerful motivator and deterrent. Daichi quickly reached the academy. By the time the whole ordeal with the enemy ninjas was over, it was already noon. When he reached the academy, the students were on their lunch break. Daichi quickly found Naruto and the others sitting in their usual spot under a tree in the corner of the academy grounds. We then gave the information to the Hokage and I quickly came here. Daichi heard Naruto describing the tail end of the incident to his friends. As he got near the group, Kiba noticed Daichi and greeted him. Daichi! You're back. Arf! Kiba's exclamation drew everyone's attention from Naruto to Daichi. Most of them had an odd expression on their face as they looked at Daichi. Hey guys. I see Naruto here has filled you all in on the details. Daichi sat down under the shade. Are you alright, Daichi? Did you get hurt fighting them? Ino's worried tone was evident in the question. She got near him and checked him for any wounds. I'm fine, Ino. Don't worry. Daichi smiled, but inwardly he was troubled. I'm not sure how to deal with this predicament. Should I tell Ino that I'm not interested? That would definitely hurt her, and it could affect my friendship with her and probably others. For the moment, I'll let things be like this. After graduation, we won't have time for things like this. Not until after. Daichi slightly shook his head as if to rid of the future memories of the war and events that's to come. What's wrong? It's nothing. I'm good, Ino. Really? Daichi said with a wide smile, reassuring the Yamanaka girl. Hey Daichi. Can I ask you something? Shikamaru looked at Daichi with an unusually serious demeanor. What is it? Why did you stay with us? The question confused Daichi and everyone else. What are you talking about, Shikamaru? Naruto asked the young Nara. Shikamaru ignored Naruto's question and focused on Daichi. I'm sure Daikoku-sensei saw just how strong you are during your last taijutsu spar with Sasuke, and now you've proven that you can defeat adult ninjas. Where are you going with this, Shikamaru? Daichi asked. I'm certain Daikoku-sensei must have informed the Hokage of your strength, and he most certainly would have recommended you for advancing a grade and going higher. I thought for sure you would have taken that chance and you'd be in the grade above us. It's the logical thing to do. But you're here. Why? Shikamaru wanted to know why someone like Daichi, who prioritized training and getting stronger over everything else, wouldn't make use of such an opportunity and get ahead. Why does that matter? Yeah, what gives, Shikamaru? Ino and Naruto were indignant at the question. Some others like Sakura and Shino looked at Daichi and waited for an answer. The rest were curious but didn't care either way. They all knew Daichi's goal and were curious to hear his answer though. Daichi smiled as he heard the question. Would you believe me if I told you that I wanted to stay among my few friends? No. Try again. Shikamaru crossed his arms and gazed at the boy. You don't have to answer him, Daichi. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Ino glared at Shikamaru for putting Daichi in such a spot. It's okay, Ino. He just wanted to know. It's no big deal. Daichi sat down and gently petted Akamaru, who was lying near him. Yes, it's true. The Hokage asked me if I wanted to jump ahead and skip a year. But I didn't take the offer. Daichi took a moment before he continued. I didn't lie, you know. Aside from you guys, I don't have anyone here I can call my friends. If I had skipped a grade, then I'd be kind of lonely and I would have to make some new friends all over again, and in your words, that would be such a drag. But as you've probably guessed, that's not the whole reason I stayed. Daichi looked at everyone and he turned serious. The reason I stayed is to buy some time for myself. The moment I put on the leaf headband, I'd be walking into danger on every Single mission. If I'm not prepared, then there is a great possibility that I could die. Being strong here in the academy doesn't mean much out in the real world. So I need as much time as I can get before I start on that dangerous path. That's why I stayed. Yeesh, you're being too grim, Daichi. You're going to be fine. We all are. Naruto said with a slight smile. Daichi looked at Naruto with a complicated expression. There were many things he wanted to say to the blonde boy, but he refrained from speaking them. Instead, he wanted to see if he could get Naruto to understand the dangers of the world and start taking his training more seriously. Itachi Uchiha massacred the entire Uchiha clan except Sasuke in a single night. Nobody thought something like that could happen. Someone killing scores of people inside the village and then getting away with it. So what makes you so sure that we'd be safe outside the protection of these walls? Naruto's smile dimmed and he didn't have an answer for that. The first Hokage created this village to stop conflicts, but instead it created great wars. 3 of them have already ravaged the lands and people. And there will be a 4th one in our lifetime. Not to mention the countless dangerous missions we'd be going on after we become Genin. If we're not prepared, we will die. Or we'll have to watch the people we care about bleed to death in our arms. I'm going to make sure I'm ready to face those days when they come. Daichi's speech turned the mood solemn. Shikamaru looked at Daichi and then sat down without saying a word. Seeing that he spoiled their mood for lunch, Daichi decided to take a walk. I'm gonna head to the library. Need to check some things out. Daichi walked away before anyone could say anything. He thought about the things he said. It's true. The Rasengan wasn't the only thing that affected my decision to stay. I need to make sure I'm as strong as possible when I become a Genin. I still have much to learn. Most of my choices since I was reborn here are because of my fear. My greatest fear. Fear of death. I know it's inevitable, but I don't want to die before my time like. Daichi let out a long sigh. He didn't want to remember the final day of his past life. As Daichi turned around a corner, he saw Hibachi with his 2 friends. Daichi narrowed his eyes as he saw the class bully laughing without a care. There was no one around and Daichi made a choice. He walked towards them. One of Hibachi's friends saw Daichi coming and pointed to him. Daichi! What do you want? Hibachi asked him in a nervous tone. Daichi didn't say a word to him. Instead, he looked to the other 2 near him. Daichi released a bit of killing intent. Even though it was only a fraction, the 3 became terrified. I'm only gonna say this once. Get lost. Daichi looked at the 2 and spoke. Without wasting time, Hibachi's 2 friends scrambled from the place. Why you? What are you? Before he could even complete the question, Daichi placed his right hand on the boy's shoulder. Daichi had a menacing tone as he spoke. I could say something like, if you do this again, I'll kill you or something. But you and I both know that won't happen. Hibachi was petrified as he felt the killing intent and the chilling sound of Daichi's voice. The grip on his shoulder tightened. To the point it was beginning to hurt. What I'm going to say is this. If you do something like this again, I'm not gonna kill you, Hibachi. I'm going to break you. Not your body. No. I'm going to break your mind. In ways you couldn't fathom. In ways not even the best Yamanaka will be able to put you back together. And by the time I'm done, you'd be nothing more than a living corpse. And if you had even a piece of yourself intact, then you'd spend every second wishing for death. Daichi slightly increased his killing intent to get his point across. Tears, snot, and sweat fell down Hibachi's face. He had never experienced such a terrifying feeling before. He was totally petrified and couldn't even move or say anything. Daichi let go of his killing intent. Nod if you understand. The moment the intent was lifted, Hibachi gasped for air and then frantically nodded. Daichi didn't say a word and kept looking at him for a few more seconds. He let go and took his hand off the boy's shoulder. Get lost. Hibachi ran like a bat out of hell from the area. Che. As Daichi was about to leave, someone else spoke up. That was a little harsh, don't you think? Daichi was startled and swiftly whirled around while he took a kunai in his hand. It took a second later for him to recognize the voice and then the face of the person that spoke. Daichi saw Kakashi reading his usual orange book with the same laid-back expression. Daichi held in a breath he didn't even know in his chest. Shit! Is he following me? I didn't even sense him. Was that really necessary? What you did to that boy? Kakashi asked while keeping his eyes fixed on his book. Daichi slightly relaxed and put his kunai back in his pouch. He then answered. He used my name and sent Naruto into a place he knew could have enemies. Naruto could have died there. I'm not someone against harmless pranks, but this was anything but. So yes. This was necessary. And I didn't hurt him. I just needed to put the fear of God in him. I'm sure he won't pull something like that again. Why are you following me? Daichi asked Kakashi after a few seconds of silence. You're mistaken. I wasn't following you. Oh really? Then you're here because... At that, Kakashi looked at Daichi and then put on his iconic eye smile. I just got lost, on the road of life. Daichi's eyes widened and his jaw dropped at that line. Why you? The Jonin chuckled at Daichi's incredulous face. Before Daichi could say anything, Kakashi vanished from his view. Daichi stood there with a slack-jawed face. I can't believe that just happened. Daichi shook his head and regained his composure. He didn't see a notification that said reputation decreased with Kakashi. So he concluded that Kakashi wasn't necessarily against what just happened. He checked the nearby area and found no trace of Kakashi. He's really gone this time. With that, Daichi left the place and went back to his classroom. Kakashi was outside the academy grounds and walked down the streets. He thought about what he had learned about the kid. Kakashi silently followed him and heard him speak to his friends and heard the reason he stayed behind. As someone who fought in the Third World War, he could agree with Daichi's reasoning. Kakashi tensed when Daichi released his killing intent, but he wanted to see what the child would do. He was impressed with the tactic used. At least for a child who hasn't left the academy. There was also a reason he revealed himself to Daichi. He wanted to know if the kid had sensed him and was just ignoring him, or if he was able to evade Daichi's senses this time. And watching Daichi's genuine reaction, Kakashi found the answer. It seems after the battle and around his friends he let his guard down. And it looks like his sensing ability is not something that automatically activates. It seems like he'll have to consciously search to find chakra signatures like most. Kakashi closed the book and put it back in his pocket. He recalled the information in the boy's file and everything he learned a few minutes ago. I think I'm starting to have a better understanding of you. Daichi Hekima. Chapter 86, Legendary Ninjas. Classes were over for the day and Daichi decided to return home quickly. As much as he liked spending time with his few friends, he was much more invested in getting stronger. On his way back, he opened his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 8. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner. Level, 38, 6023 out of 38,975. HP, 6,946. Chakra points, 7,962.75. Stamina points, 6957. Mana points, 4360. Primary stats. Strength, 101. Vitality, 105. Dexterity, 101. Agility, 101. Intelligence, 113. Chakra, 130. Wisdom, 101. Special stats. Sense, 81. Stamina, 103. Indomitable, 14. Charisma, 40. Persistence, 15. Dignity, locked. Luck, locked. Stat points, 406. Rio, 646,582. Based on the information I gathered from observing other ninjas, my chakra level is at normal Chunin level. But that's not gonna be enough. For someone my age it's impressive, but compared to people like Naruto this amount of chakra is abysmal. Daichi looked at the stats and then his eyes fell to the points he had saved up till now. I have 406 points. If I don't use them now to increase my chakra reserves, it won't help me speed up the nature transformation training. It took Naruto several hundred clones training for over an hour to master the first stage. And I have only a fraction of his chakra. I must increase my chakra points. Before long he reached his home. Kinsei was near the garden admiring its beauty when he sensed Daichi entering the house. You really are a magnet for trouble, aren't you? The old man had a smirk on his face as he looked at his grandson. You heard? Hiruzen informed me of what happened. And what he gave you after. Daichi nodded and was about to go inside, but Kinsei's next words stopped him. Be careful who you trust, Daichi. Daichi nodded. I know, Gramps. I'm well aware that the Hokage agreed to help me with my training only because he wants to keep an eye on me. I'll be careful. As long as you understand. Daichi went to his room and freshened up. He opened his status page again and decided to add 30 points to his chakra stat. Chakra 130 to 160. Stat points 376. Wow! Daichi immediately felt his chakra reserves expand. It was not painful, but it was still somewhat an uncomfortable feeling. It only lasted a few seconds. Daichi took several breaths of air and he felt like he was on adrenaline. He could feel the chakra flowing throughout his body. This is truly incredible. He quickly checked his health points, chakra points, and stamina points. Health points, 7233. Chakra points, 10,104.32. Stamina points, 7572. Wonderful! Now my chakra is on the low end of the Jonin level. With this much I'll be able to increase my shadow clone use. Daichi opened the brown scroll that contained the training for the earth element. He read the information on it a couple times even though he memorized it on his first try. From the show I know 2 steps to the change in chakra nature training. In the case of wind, the first step was to cut the leaf in half and the second is to cut off a waterfall. It seems based on this the training for the earth element is going to be similar. Daichi placed the scroll on the table and went near his window. Even though it was evening, Daichi had no intention of not training. He recalled the information on the scroll he just read. The change in chakra nature of the earth element. The first step is to use my chakra to crumble a leaf to dust. Seems similar to the wind chakra training. Instead of cutting, I'm using chakra to turn the leaf into mostly dirt and earth and have it crumble. The second step is to split the waterfall. But since earth is stronger than water, this step will be easier when compared to the other elements. But in the scroll, some personal notes of the Hokage indicate that there is another higher step for those who mastered these first 2 steps. However, it's not given here. I wonder what that might be. Wasting no more time, Daichi went downstairs and to his backyard. Kinsei looked at Daichi in understanding. He knew Daichi was not one to push things to the next day. So you're going to start your training right now, I see. Yeah. No point in delaying it. He went near a tree and plucked several leaves. You're starting with earth nature, aren't you? Daichi nodded. He then asked Kinsei about the hidden third step to the training. After cutting the waterfall, is there another advanced step beyond that? Kinsei tilted his head curiously. Why do you ask? The Hokage had made some mentions of an advanced step beyond the waterfall cutting, but he didn't clearly specify it. Kinsei narrowed his eyes when he heard it. That sly son of a bitch. He knows the kid will want to perfect his control. So he's banking on Daichi coming to him for advice. A slow but effective way to cultivate trust and thus form a relationship with the target. Hiruzen can be cunning when he wants to be. And people say Danzo is the one who emulates Tobirama Senju the most out of the 2. Kinsei knew how cunning and pragmatic Hiruzen could be. He didn't want Daichi to feel like he owed the man anything. And luckily he also knew the answer to the question Daichi was asking. Yes, it's true. There is another step beyond the training with the waterfall. There is one for each element, but it's different for each one. The reason most people don't train the third step is because 1. This knowledge isn't common. Most jonin know the first 2 steps, but only a few know about the one beyond that. The second reason is mastering the first 2 is difficult enough, and once they are mastered you'd have enough control over your chakra nature that you wouldn't bother with the last one. Because the third step is on an entirely different level of difficulty than the first 2. So most give up. Do you know anyone who could have trained and mastered the third step? Not just for Earth nature, but the other natures as well. Daichi wanted to know if there were people currently alive who had absolute mastery over the 5 main chakra natures. I do. But I'm not sure knowing their names would help you. Kinsei replied cryptically. Daichi raised an eyebrow in confusion at that. There are 6 people throughout history that have mastered the most advanced step of change in chakra nature. At least they are the 6 that I know of. Daichi was listening with rapt attention. Seeing Daichi's focused gaze, Kinsei smiled. For the water element there were 2 people who completed the third step. Our first and second Hokages. Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju. What? Daichi was surprised. Okay. This is new information about them. I'm pretty sure this wasn't in the story. Yes. The second Hokage Tobirama Senju could pull water out of the atmosphere and create powerful techniques. He didn't need a water source to use A and S rank water-style jutsus. He had an extremely powerful water affinity, but that was only part of his strength. It was because he completed the third step that he was able to achieve such mastery of the water element. Of course he had mastery of other chakra natures too, but they weren't nearly as strong as his water nature. Wow! Amazing! So that's how he was able to create such strong water-style jutsus. Kinsei knew he had Daichi's undivided attention now and kept going. Now the first Hokage used wood-style ninjutsu. He was able to combine earth and water and use his chakra to create and use wood style. But since neither his descendants nor any other Senju showed powers of wood style ability, it was concluded that it was a genetic mutation that was special to him. His talent and power was beyond even his younger brother. He mastered earth and water nature to their highest point. Not to use them individually, he could of course, but he mainly trained them to help increase the strength of his wood-style ninjutsu. Daichi was learning information not shown in the show, and he was hearing first-hand accounts of the strength of the men who are now hailed as legends. Have you seen him? In battle, I mean. Daichi asked with great curiosity. Kinsei nodded to the question. Yes. And it's something I'll never forget. Trust me when I say this, Daichi, you couldn't even begin to comprehend his power. His chakra level, jutsu, healing. They were all in an entirely different league. He earned the title God of Ninja. And he deserved it. None could match him. Well, except one anyway. Daichi partially agreed with that assessment. Old man, I know what you're talking about. If he's anything like in the story, then I agree that he was an absolute beast. But I plan on reaching and surpassing him. It may not be anytime soon. But I will. One day. Kinsei continued. Now Hashirama had a rival. The only person who could match his strength and force him to go all out. Madara Uchiha. As he said the words, his face turned slightly grim. Just like the first Hokage, Madara was leagues ahead of others. His skill and talent was immense. But he had a falling out and left the village shortly after it was founded. Now Madara mainly used fire-style jutsus. Just like the first and second Hokage, he mastered an advanced step beyond the waterfall training and used it to increase the strength and power of his fire-style jutsus. As Daichi heard this, images of Madara unleashing his fire-style jutsu on the allied shinobi forces came to his mind. His mastery of fire nature was second to none. There was a nickname for Madara Uchiha amongst us. Madara of the Inferno style. Damn, that sounds badass. Daichi unknowingly exclaimed. Kinsei chuckled at that. Yes. I suppose it does sound badass, doesn't it? He was a man who was born for war and destruction. You have no idea how right you are, old man. Daichi thought to himself. Kinsei had a sad smile as he thought about the events that happened after Madara Uchiha left the village. A couple seconds later Kinsei continued. Alright, moving on. The 3 people I mentioned above are ones who I know for certain have mastered the 3rd step. The next 3 are just speculations based on their strength and the ability of their jutsu. Daichi nodded. Now the next person is someone who completely mastered the lightning nature transformation. The 3rd Raikage. Now all the Raikage are quite proficient in using lightning nature. But the 3rd was even more capable at using it than others. The reason was, he had a heavenly blessed body which could withstand all kinds of punishments. His chakra level was also comparable to a... Kinsei stopped himself. He didn't want Daichi to know about the tailed beasts yet. So he quickly corrected himself. Well, let's just say he had chakra reserves that could match an army. He's someone who most probably mastered the 3rd step of lightning nature. Because of that, his control over the lightning nature increased, and coupled with his abilities, he's known as the strongest Raikage in history. His nickname, the one who possessed the ultimate shield and spear. Now the last 2 are both Tsuchikage. The 2nd and 3rd. Daichi. Do you know what Kekkei Toda is? Kinsei asked his grandson. Daichi nodded. It's a combination of more than 2 chakra natures. Something even more rare than Kekkei Jinkai. Kinsei nodded. Yes. A combination of 3 elements to be precise. Both the 2nd and 3rd Tsuchikage were able to use something called dust release. It's a combination of wind, fire, and earth nature. But based on what we've learned, the 3rd and 2nd are not blood related, so it's not something that's genetically passed down. Based on this and the abilities displayed by them, we've come to the conclusion that to perform dust release, one must master either 2 or 3 elements of the 3 used in the jutsu. It's most likely 2 because mastering 3 elements to such a degree seems unlikely. One of them would definitely be earth. What makes you say that? The 3rd Tsuchikage Inoki is someone who is also known as Inoki of both scales. The reason for this title is that he's someone who can increase or decrease the weight of an object without affecting its shape or mass. He can manipulate the weight to both scales, plus or minus. He uses this technique to fly too. Or at least that's our theory. Someone without absolute mastery of earth chakra nature wouldn't be able to accomplish this. And without mastery of one more, creating the dust release jutsu seems unlikely. Daichi crossed his arms and had a pensive look. So the only person who is currently alive who has mastered the 3rd step is the 3rd Tsuchikage. Unfortunately, yes. Of the 6 people I mentioned, 5 are dead, and the last one is the leader of a village that is not on friendly terms with the Leaf. I told you that learning the names wouldn't be of any help. Kinsei agreed and spoke. Why didn't the 3rd Hokage learn it as well? Daichi asked. Kinsei had a serious expression as he answered. Daichi. This is one of the most difficult things in the world to master. Its difficulty makes the Rasengan look easy. Hiruzen was focused on learning more and increasing his knowledge and arsenal. If he had focused on that singular aspect and trained, then I have no doubt he would have accomplished it. I may not like the man, but I have to admit that much. Kinsei wanted Daichi to know just how difficult of a task mastering the final step was. Daichi. For the moment, I want you to forget about the 3rd step. Focus on completing the first 2. Then try and master the other elements. After that, if you are still interested, then you can begin training in the 3rd step. Understood? Daichi nodded. Yes, sir. Good. Let's begin. Chapter 87, Nature Transformation. Earth. Daichi sat down under the tree and looked at the leaf in his hand. He then looked up at Kinsei. Any advice, Gramps? Kinsei thought about it for a few seconds and then replied. Every element is unique. For Earth, the goal is to turn the leaf into earth to the point it crumbles. When you're focusing your chakra, I want you to combine your chakra. Instead of spreading it out, combine it and harden your chakra. You've used several types of earth jutsu, so you know what your earth nature chakra would feel like. Concentrate on that. Daichi nodded and placed the leaf between both palms. He remembered how his chakra nature changed and felt when he used earth jutsu. He concentrated and focused his chakra into the leaf. He kept up his concentration and continuously poured chakra into the leaf. After a minute, he heard the familiar sound of the system message notification. Daichi opened his eyes and looked at the leaf. A tiny portion of the tip of the leaf had turned to earth. He smiled and then looked at the new skill he got. A new skill is created with a specific action. Earth Leaf Crumbling Technique, active or passive, LV.1 an Earth Chakra Affinity Training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf to turn it into dirt. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their Earth Nature Chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Earth Affinity. Effects: 1% increase in Earth Chakra control. Chakra points cost, 30 Interesting. So this skill increases my Earth Affinity skill too, huh? Makes sense now that I think about it. I thought there would be more effects to this skill. Daichi then mentally opened the skill page and went through the skill list until he found what he was looking for. Earth Affinity, active or passive, LV.24 Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels, the user can control the several minerals saturating the earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 48% increase in Earth Attack Jutsu. 48% increase in Earth Defense Jutsu. 40% increase in success when creating Earth-style Jutsu. 20% decrease in chakra cost when using Earth-style Jutsu. So training the leaf control technique increases this skill, which in turn increases the power of my Earth nature. You already picked it up, I see. That's impressive. But it will still take a while for you to master it. Kensei sat down on the porch and watched his adopted grandson train. Daichi agreed with that statement. I know. Even with my speed, it will take a long time if I go like this. But fortunately I have a shortcut, he said with a grin. Kensei raised an eyebrow at that. Daichi made the hand seals for the Shadow Clone Jutsu and created 4 clones. One went to mediate a little ways away from the group. The other 3 along with Daichi picked up a leaf and started training. Kensei's eyes widened as he saw this. To think his chakra had already grown to such a point. To create 4 clones and have them train. Impressive. The chakra of the shadow clone will return to the user when it is dispelled. And along with it the memories and experiences. Since he uses 3 clones, then his training time will be reduced by 3 as well. This is an ingenious training method. But, thinking about it, there is also a risk to this type of training. Along with the experience, he will also feel their combined fatigue. Of that I'm sure. It will push him to his limits. At that moment Kensei looked at the clone meditating and his eyes widened in realization. He knows? He figured out the drawback and created a countermeasure. He's using his clone to combat the fatigue as well. And after fighting him I can say that his body and mind are abnormally strong. Seems he knows what he's doing. Kensei didn't say a word and was content with watching Daichi practice. Daichi's control over his chakra was far superior than anyone currently in the village. He also had the skill Absolute Chakra Mastery to aid him. Daichi was making slow but steady progress with the technique. He trained until a little after midnight before deciding to rest. Skill Earth Leaf Crumbling Techniques level has risen by 1. X12. Skill Earth Affinities level has risen by 1. X2. Daichi then looked at the clones and had them dispelled one by one with a few minutes of interval between them. As the experience and fatigue came, Daichi wobbled and fell to his knees. His eyes clenched shut as if he was in pain. but it only lasted for a couple seconds. +1 stamina. Daichi looked at the stat point he just got. Unexpected but not unwelcome. He was breathing hard and then dispelled the last clone. The one that was meditating, and it rejuvenated Daichi by a small margin. Skill meditates level has risen by 1. He took the leaf he trained last and showed it to his grandfather. A small portion of the leaf was missing and the edge was covered in dirt. You're progressing faster than I expected. Still, don't overdo it and strain yourself. Daichi nodded. You didn't have to stay up with me, you know. Don't take me for an old man who has a bedtime and needs to be tucked in, you brat. Daichi smirked at that response. Thank you. Kinsei merely nodded. Come on. Let's get something to eat. I'm starving. Daichi created 4 shadow clones and trained the Earth Nature Control technique. While he was in class, instead of training, he would try and meditate. He didn't want the class to see him exhausted and out of breath while doing nothing. Combined with his clones, he would spend over a total of 50 hours a day training. Several of his skills improved along with his Earth affinity. And his stamina, vitality, and chakra stats also gained some points. Several days went by with the same routine. But Daichi does take a single-day break every 5 days or so to mentally recharge himself. With his gamer ability, he could train every day without any problems, but Daichi didn't want to do that. Even he had some limits. Daichi meditated most of the time, and Shikamaru noticed Daichi's odd behavior. The young Naran narrowed his eyes as he saw Daichi cross-legged and meditating during the lunchtime. Strange. Is he meditating? For a guy who spends every free second reading or training, this is surely strange. He's doing nothing except meditating. He's doing it in class too. Wait! I heard that meditation improves chakra control. Could that be it? Is he doing a chakra control exercise? It wasn't just Shikamaru who noticed Daichi's behavior. Naruto and the others also took note of Daichi's new behavior. The future Rookie 8 was having their lunch and were chatting about one thing or another. Suddenly Naruto and Kiba came up with an idea to prank Daichi. Hey, what if we throw a water balloon at him? Do you think he'll be able to catch it? Naruto asked with a devilish grin. Probably. But if we do it when he's not expecting it, then we might be able to get him. You guys better not go disturb Daichi with your stupid pranks. Ino narrowed her eyes at the two. Come on, Ino. It'll be fun. Besides, I bet if his clothes got wet, you'd be able to take a closer look at his body. Don't you want that? Naruto said with a teasing grin. Ino was flustered hearing that. Her cheeks went red as she imagined that scene. Yes, and no. I mean no! She vehemently shook her head. Naruto, you're gonna pay for that. Ino yelled at the whiskered boy, embarrassed. I can't believe you got her. Here! Kiba handed a candy to Naruto, who happily took and ate it. You tricked me. The blonde Yamanaka realized. We made a bet. And I won. You're so easy to fool when you're angry. Ha ha ha. Naruto and Kiba laughed at Ino's furious face. Why you? Just as she was about to walk over to the two and give them a piece of her mind, Shikamaru spoke up. He had an unusually serious demeanor. Hinata. He looked at the Hyuga girl. Why yes, Shikamaru? Can you use your Byakugan? Shikamaru asked her. Yes. But not for long. Hinata answered meekly. Everyone stopped what they were doing and focused on Shikamaru. He then turned his attention to Daichi, who was meditating on the other end of the academy ground. I need you to use your Byakugan on Daichi right now. Hinata was hesitant to use her visual power to spy on a classmate. What? No way. Hinata, don't do it. Ino protested. I just need her to confirm something for me, Ino. No way. I won't allow it. Seeing Ino's adamant refusal, Shikamaru gave up. What a drag. He let out a sigh. Why do you want Hinata to use her Byaku, whatever? Naruto asked in confusion. Hinata's entire head turned red as she heard Naruto talk about her. I have a feeling he's doing a lot more than just sitting around. I think he's training. What? Really? You believe he's doing chakra control training? Why? Because meditation helps strengthen the mind and thus the spiritual aspect of chakra. Shino spoke up. Gah. Naruto and Kiba were slightly startled. Forgot he was even here. Naruto then got excited. Hey Hinata. Can you really tell if he's training with your eyes? He asked the blushing girl. Hinata, not having any words, simply nodded her head. Come on. Can you do it? Please. Naruto looked at her with a big smile. Absolutely not, Naruto. Ino was against the idea of another girl peeking at her crush. But Hinata, unable to resist Naruto's charm and plea, made a hand sign to activate her eyes and looked at Daichi. A second later, shock was evident on her face. No way. Everyone seeing Hinata's reaction got extremely curious. Well, don't leave us in suspense now. Ino slightly yelled at the girl. He's molding his chakra at the center of his belly and then running it throughout his body. And Daichi's chakra is increasing at a steady rate and it's in perfect harmony. Hinata said. What do you mean? Shikamaru asked. His mental energy and physical energy are in perfect harmony, and his control over his chakra. I don't know how to say it except it's perfect. It's even beyond anything I've ever seen. Not a single ounce of his chakra is being wasted. Not even my father has such precise control over his chakra network. Shikamaru thought about what Hinata just said. He then asked her how large is his chakra? His chakra reserves are huge. I've only seen adult ninjas with his chakra volume. And his chakra coils. They're much bigger than the normal person's. She fibbed as she said the last part. She had seen one other person amongst them with a greater chakra reserve than Daichi. And he was the blonde sitting right next to her. That much. Sakura and Ino were shocked. He is the number one in class. And he did beat those 3 adult ninjas a few days ago. I guess we should have expected this. Choji said, munching on his chips. Just as I thought. He's doing chakra control exercises. Shikamaru was slightly confused. But I thought he would start on the change in chakra nature or change in chakra form training. Did he give up because of its difficulty or? No. Daichi isn't the type to give up. If he really is training in that, then this meditation must be a part of it. As the group was discussing their findings, there was another person who was listening to their conversation unseen by everyone else. Sasuke clenched his fists as he looked from the group to Daichi. No matter how much I train, I can't get close to him. And the gap only seems to widen. Now his chakra reserve has already reached Jonin level? How is he getting so strong so quickly? Is there some shortcut or is his talent that much better than mine? He's just like... Sasuke gritted his teeth and quietly walked away. No matter how hard I have to train, I will defeat you one day, Daichi. And then... I'll come for you, Itachi. And I will make you pay. Chapter 88, The Truth Is, My Ability Is. It was the second weekend of May. Daichi was at home completing the first step of his earth nature training. It has now been 3 weeks since he started the training. Come on. Just a bit more. Skill Earth Leaf Crumbling Techniques level has risen by 1. Yes. Earth Leaf Crumbling Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects. 100% increase in Earth Chakra control. Chakra points cost, 3 seconds. Congratulations. You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. Plus 500 EXP. Plus 75 EXP. I did it. It's finally completed. Daichi sat down to meditate and soon was back to prime condition. At that moment Kensei came to the training field. I completed the first step, Gramps. What? So soon? Yup. Daichi picked up a leaf and placed it between his index and middle finger. He only injected a small portion of his chakra into the leaf for a second, but it was enough. The leaf instantly turned to dirt and earth and crumbled with the wind. Kensei was astonished as he watched the scene. I thought I had gotten used to his talents and growth speed, yet he still managed to surprise me. For ordinary people it would take 5 to 8 months to master this step. For someone capable it would take 2 or 3 months. And yet you were able to complete it in 3 weeks. You used the shadow clones to speed up the process. But still, truly impressive, boy. Kensei had a smile on his face. Daichi had a smile when he heard him. I'm going to take the next 2 days off and do some light training and relax. I'll start the second step after that. Truth be told, I'm exhausted. Kensei understood and simply nodded. I'll be back. I'm gonna get something to eat. You want anything, Gramps? Kensei merely shook his head. He watched Daichi go inside the house for some snacks. For the past 3 weeks Kensei had seen the boy training relentlessly, with only taking a couple days in between to rest. At that moment he tried to sense Daichi's chakra and what he felt was within his expectations. He only had a small amount of chakra left after he was done with his training, but his body is regenerating his chakra at an astonishing speed. His chakra is replenishing at 4 times faster than before. Kensei had a complicated expression as he looked at Daichi, who came back with some fresh steaming buns. I can't delay it any longer. The secret of his incredible growth. I want to know. I'm sure Daichi knows the secrets of his body. Or at the very least he has an idea. The question is he willing to share those secrets with me? Kensei came near Daichi and sat down. He had a serious expression which confused Daichi. Daichi, I'm going to ask you a question. I'd very much like for you to answer me. But if you don't want to answer, then I'll understand. Daichi was on guard as he heard Kensei. What is he? What does he want to know? Daichi, do you have any special abilities that help you with your growth? Kensei kept his eyes on Daichi. He saw that the kid had become defensive the moment the question was asked. It was the subtle signs. He's learned how to mask his reactions far better now. A trained interrogator would still be able to see through him, but he'd be able to fool the average Joe. Daichi was startled. He knew the old man would ask this question one day, but he didn't think it'd be so soon. In hindsight, I should have expected this. With everything I've learned and shown. And my speed and strength. Now that I think about it, I'm kinda surprised it took him this long to ask. Still, should I tell him? Daichi decided to respond with a question of his own. He had a wide smile and asked, "Come on. What makes you say that?" Kensei sighed as he heard the question. Daichi, the way I see it, your secrets are yours. Like I said before, if you don't want to tell me, it's fine. But don't think of me as an idiot. Daichi's smile fell and then he sighed. Fair enough. Daichi mentally struggled with the decision. On the one hand, he's helped me a lot. Much more than I ever expected. On the other hand, do I trust someone else with my secrets? Daichi was silent for several seconds. Kensei could see that the boy was struggling to make a choice. Seems those secrets will stay with him. The old man let out a small, slightly sad sigh and was about to walk away when Daichi spoke up. Yes. Daichi looked at Kensei and replied to his question. To answer your question, yes. I do have some abilities. At least I think so. Kensei was surprised that Daichi admitted that much. He felt happy that Daichi decided to open up to him. What are they? Kensei asked with great curiosity. Before I answer that, how much have you figured out about my abilities? Daichi asked while sitting down on the back porch. Kinsei joined him. He looked at the setting sun and began to recall the observations he made on Daichi over the course of the last 3 years. Over the years, I noticed that your chakra reserve increases at an exceptionally faster rate. Despite being 8 years old, you only need at most 5 hours of sleep each day. No matter how exhausted, bruised, or wounded you are, you completely recover with a single night's rest. Your chakra and stamina recovery after exhaustion is incredible, but when you meditate, that recovery increases by several fold. For some reason your natural recovery has become much faster this year. You're immune to Jinjutsu. Well, most Jinjutsu anyway. You have a steep learning curve. Your body is far more durable than most Chunins. And finally, based on my observations, your body has the ability to adapt and become stronger when pressured. It's as if your body detects that it needs to improve to survive. For example, when you lack chakra, your body increases your chakra volume and expands, so on. I don't know if you're the one consciously doing it or if it's your body's automatic response. But I know there is a limit. Otherwise you'd already have surpassed me by now. Kinsei concluded and turned to look at Daichi. He saw that the kid was wide-eyed and jaw-dropped. Kinsei smirked at that. Seeing your reaction, I take it, I'm right? Daichi didn't have any words to speak of at that moment. He was having a mental freakout. Holy fucking shit. How the hell is someone so perceptive? He knows all that? I thought he only knew about my Jinjutsu immunity and my growth speed, but this is insane. He figured out the immunity aspect of the gamer's mind and several aspects of the gamer's body. He was able to sense my health points, chakra points, stamina points recovery, and he was able to note that it increases during my meditation. He figured out that I heal wounds with one night's rest, and somehow he came to the conclusion that I was able to increase my strength at will. By using points I can increase my strength and chakra volume. But he's not sure if I'm the one doing it or if it's my body's natural response. Still, I can't believe he figured out something like that. Despite not knowing about the gamer's ability, he was able to deduce several of its aspects from just observing me. His intuition, perception, and observational skills are incredible. Daichi opened and closed his mouth several times, but no words came out. Neither of them spoke for a couple of minutes. After a minute, Daichi gathered his thoughts and answered. I can't believe you figured out so much, he said in a low voice. Well, you have been living under my roof, sparring with me and training in my backyard for the last 3 years. It's only natural that I'd notice your anomalies. Daichi nodded at that. I need to be more cautious from now on. Yes. You're right, Gramps. I only need to sleep for about 4 hours to be fully healed and be at peak form. And my body does have a limited ability to adapt to stressful situations by increasing my strength and chakra. It's an automatic response. And I pick up jutsus and techniques at a much faster rate than others. And meditation does help me recover chakra and stamina faster after a workout. You're right about everything, Daichi said with a small smile. Reputation increases with Kinsei Isagi. Kinsei had a gentle smile on his face. He trusts me. I could see how difficult revealing this was for him. But the fact that he did means he trusts me with his secrets. Thank you, Daichi. I'll make sure not to betray this trust. Kinsei only smiled and didn't say a single word of his thoughts to Daichi. Actions speak louder than words after all. The truth is, my ability is a special Kekkei Genkai. Or at least that's my understanding. I don't know anyone in the village that has abilities like mine. I don't think there is any. So, Daichi told the old man. I see. Kinsei pondered on that. You might be right about that. I haven't heard of a person, let alone a whole clan, that has shown your uniqueness. You figured out this much about my powers. Think you have a theory? Daichi inquired with genuine curiosity. Or at least that's what it looked like. Daichi knew no matter how smart Kinsei was, he would never be able to figure out that Daichi possesses an ability that could interact with the world itself. The gamer ability. because the concept of a gamer itself didn't exist in this world. I might have an idea. Kensei thought about Daichi's question and answered after several seconds. The first Hokage Hashirama Senju had the power to use with style. It was a unique ninjutsu that only he could use. From what I know, neither his brother nor his descendants possessed the ability to use this Kekkei Jinkai. It was concluded that it was a mutation specific to him. My guess is, you're the same case. Your ability might be a rare genetic mutation. I'm sure your parents didn't have your abilities, but you might be able to pass it on to your descendants. Or you might not. We can't know for sure. But what I'm sure of is that you're probably the only one in the world who possesses a body with such capabilities. Daichi crossed his arms and thought about what Kensei said. He nodded along with his grandfather's assumption. That's an interesting idea. If someone... No! When someone in the future asks these same questions, then I can say that I have a specific mutated Kekkei Jinkai. They can't exactly disprove it. And by that time, I'll be strong enough to handle most people that come my way. Both of them sat in silence for a while and enjoyed the last rays of the sun as it disappeared over the horizon. Thank you, Daichi. Kensei looked at the kid. For trusting me with your secret. Daichi smiled and nodded but didn't say anything. They both retired to their rooms shortly after. Kensei was happy that his grandson decided to trust him, but unknown to him, happiness was not what Daichi felt. As Daichi closed the door to his room, he had a complicated feeling in his heart. I'm sorry, I can't tell you the whole truth, old man. It's just... Daichi clenched his fists in anger and sadness. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Despite everything he's done for me, I still can't bring myself to completely trust him. Why? Small trails of tears started rolling down his eyes as he sat in a corner of the room. The gamer's mind activated and calmed him down more than once. But Daichi's tears didn't stop for several minutes as he sat there in silence without an answer. Chapter 89 Interferes. Daichi tilted his head and dodged the fist that was aimed at his face. He then raised his left hand and blocked the punches and kicked Sasuke in his way. Daichi had a bored, nonchalant expression on his face as he parried the strikes of the Uchiha. Sasuke jumped back after a few seconds and glared at his opponent. Don't just stand there. Fight back. Daichi let out a sigh which infuriated the Uchiha child. He raised his vigilance and senses and prepared for Daichi's attack. But those precautions didn't change anything. 1 second Sasuke was looking at Daichi, the next he felt a punch ram into midsection, and then all he felt was the blackness surrounding his eyes. Daichi looked at the unconscious Sasuke in his arms and gently laid him down on the ground. You didn't have to knock him out, Daichi. Iruka came and checked Sasuke's condition. If I had held back any more, then Sasuke would have only gotten angrier. And I'm in no mood to deal with his bitchiness today. Iruka-sensei let out a tired breath hearing Daichi's reply. Daikoku was right. Lord Hokage should have let Daichi skip a grade. There is no one here that can give him a challenge. Now that the fight is over, you still need to make the seal of reconciliation when he wakes up. Sensei, he's not gonna do it, and frankly, I'm not going to either. But I'm going to meditate. So, if that's all, Sensei. All right. Just go to your spot. Iruka was confused and let out a tired sigh. Daichi turned around and left the ring. Iruka looked at Daichi and was concerned. Unusual. He's irritated. Strange. I wonder what happened. Daichi went to the nearby tree on the training ground and sat down. He began meditating while the sparring between his classmates continued. Shikamaru and the others noticed his behavior. Shikamaru slightly narrowed his eyes as he looked at his classmate. Is it just me, or is something bothering him? Have you noticed that he's been doing nothing but meditate these last few weeks? Ino quietly asked Sakura and Hinata. Yeah. He doesn't even go to the library anymore. And even in class he's meditating. I wonder what kind of training would need him to meditate so much. Sakura wondered. Sasuke woke up a few minutes later and looked around. He seethed in anger as he looked at Daichi, who was meditating under the tree. He clenched his fist and went to another corner of the academy ground. As Sasuke kept looking at Daichi, his anger slowly vanished. He too had seen Daichi's odd long meditation sessions. And he was more than curious as well. He's not someone to sit around and waste time. So this must be some kind of training. Question is what? Chakra control? I read that meditation helps the yin aspect of the chakra. Is that it? Is he trying to increase the strength of his yin chakra? If he's so invested in it, then it must be important. Should I start meditating? Naruto gazed at Daichi as well. My goal is to be the strongest. Those words rang in Naruto's head like a bell. He then thought about his own goal. The dream to become Hokage one day. He reads all kinds of books at the library and trains so much and so hard every chance he gets. But I'm here playing pranks and goofing off. I said I want to become Hokage, but have I really worked for it? Naruto clenched his fists and made a decision. He turned to Sakura, who was near him. Hey Sakura. Can you help me out with my homework? Please. Naruto sheepishly smiled as he made the request. Sakura, Kiba, Ino, and the others were shocked hearing that, but they quickly figured out the reason. They realized that Daichi's fight motivated Naruto to try harder. Sakura looked at Naruto and narrowed her eyes. She then let out a sigh and agreed. Fine, but only for an hour or two. And no funny business. Yes. Thank you, Sakura. You're the best. Naruto was excited and had a wide grin. Hinata had her head down as she heard this. Ino noticed this and then looked at Naruto and then back to Hinata. After a couple seconds, her eyes widened in realization. Oh my god! Hinata, you like dash. Before Ino could complete that sentence, Hinata clamped her hand on Ino's mouth, silencing her. Quiet! I don't want him to know yet. Hinata mumbled to Ino. Ino quietly nodded her head. What is it, Hinata? What do you like? Naruto and Kiba asked with a grin. The shy Hyuga girl took her hand off Ino's mouth. See Cinnabuns. Ino found out, I just really see Cinnabuns. Hinata stuttered and replied, looking down while having a small blush. Oh! I like Cinnabuns too. Choji replied. You like everything that counts as food. Kiba retorted. Hey! Quiet you all and pay attention to the spars. Iruka shouted at the group, and he had his signature big head jutsu to back him up. Naruto and the group stayed silent and focused on the fights. Meanwhile, Daichi was still in deep meditation. One of his clones dispelled, and he was feeling the fatigue of the clone. But due to the passive skills he received after his vitality and stamina stats reached 100, his recovery rate had increased exponentially. It had been a week since Kensei had confronted him on his powers. Daichi was bothered by the fact that he couldn't bring himself to truly trust the old man. But thanks to the gamer's mind, he was able to keep a calm and cool facade near the old man, but it still weighed on his mind. And this distracted him from his training. Luckily, Daichi found the solution in meditation. His meditation helped him confront his deep inner thoughts and fears, and Daichi was now becoming much more in tune with his emotions. He realized that his trust issues were born from his fear of an untimely death at the hands of a powerful enemy or even an unknown stranger. Daichi realized that the knowledge of being reborn into a world that was once known to be fictional and where killers rule with an iron fist has had an impact on his psyche on a far deeper level than he ever thought. For the past several days, Daichi entered deep meditation and confronted the fear in his mind, and he slowly and steadily began to control it. The fear in Daichi's mind wasn't like another self with a negative persona or consciousness or anything of the sort. It was just a culmination of negative thoughts and emotions. Hours passed by and the spar in class came to an end. Naruto and the others came near Daichi to wake him up, but it was unnecessary. The moment they neared him, Daichi opened his eyes. He was much calmer and his heart felt much lighter. He had finally confronted and overcome most of his fears. Several notifications popped up. You have confronted and won against the fears that have been deeply rooted in your mind since the day you were awakened. Your mental fortitude has become stronger. You have achieved a brief enlightenment. Plus 10 wisdom. Daichi looked at the message boxes and then dismissed them. He smiled at his friends as they reached him. Naruto, Ino, and Shikamaru noticed that Daichi was a lot calmer now and he had a genuine happy expression. Ino had seen people come to her father for help with their mental troubles, and she had seen the faces of people who got a lot better. It was how she realized the change in Daichi's aura so quickly. You're secretly training, aren't you? All this meditating. It's training, right? Kiba asked at that moment. Daichi chuckled. Yes. Something like that. I'm doing a chakra strengthening exercise and this is part of it. Naruto and Kiba got excited hearing that. Hey, can you teach me? Me too? Daichi got up and stretched his arms and legs. Meditation isn't all that difficult. Well, once you get used to it anyway. But I doubt either of you has the patience for that. Kiba and Naruto pouted hearing that. At that moment Ino stepped forward with a smile. Classes are over. Would you like to walk home with me? Daichi smiled at her childish crush. He didn't want to break her little heart by refusing, so he indulged her. Sure, Ino. The group then split up. Naruto and Sakura staying back at the academy so she could help with Naruto's homework. Hinata, Kiba, and Shino heading to their clan compound together, and Ino, Choji, Shikamaru, and Daichi heading the opposite way. Ino talked about several topics to Daichi and paid little attention to the other two following behind them. Daichi smiled and nodded and gave his input whenever it was needed. Soon they reached Ino's flower shop and Daichi bid farewell to his friends. As he walked home he thought about telling the real truth about his powers to his grandfather but decided against it. The old man is satisfied with the answers he has now. And we're in a really good place. I don't want to jeopardize that. If the need arises I'll tell him. His mind then wandered to his training. He thought about the second stage of the earth change and chakra nature technique. He thought about the skill he got after the first day of training. Earth waterfall cutting technique, active or passive, LV, an earth chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to cut off the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their earth nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill earth affinity. Effects: 2% increase in earth chakra control. 3% increase in power of earth chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 99 seconds. Till now I haven't been able to focus, but now I'm ready. Based on my memories, it took Naruto over 8 days of training and with hundreds of clones to master the second stage. So for me it should take several months. My chakra has increased due to the intense training and now I can create 5 clones. Instead of adding the 5th clone to training I'll have him meditate and improve other skills. That way I'll recover much faster and can keep training for a lot longer in a day. Daichi got home and saw Kinsei watering the garden. Hey Gramps! Kinsei turned and saw Daichi with a wide smile. He was relieved. Even though Daichi tried to hide it, Kinsei saw that Daichi was uncomfortable after sharing his secret. He felt bad that he put Daichi in such a position and didn't want to upset the boy any further, but now after seeing Daichi's genuine smile he felt a weight off his shoulders. It seems he's accepted what happened and came to terms with it. I'm happy for him. Anything interesting happen while I was gone? Daichi asked while he placed his school bag on the porch. Kinsei smirked. Nothing much. Who has time nowadays to see a week-old crippled man? He made a sad face so fake that Daichi deadpanned. Yeah, right. An old cripple that I'm pretty sure can kick a Jonin's ass. The boy retorted. Kinsei laughed, hearing him. He enjoyed the banter with his grandson. He then turned to a more serious topic. How goes the second step? It's a lot harder than I thought. But I suppose I should have expected that. Daichi replied, admiring the beautiful flowers of his garden. Kinsei nodded. Earth nature is strong against water nature. So compared to the second step of the other natures, this is the easiest. And you don't have to rush. This is a step that would take years to master. But you're a talented freak of nature. Thank you for that compliment, you old geezer. Daichi replied in a dry tone. Kinsei cheekily smiled. You're welcome. Now I'd estimate that you'd be able to complete it in maybe 7 to 9 months. Daichi had thought about that time frame. It won't take that long if I really push it. I need to master the fire chakra nature too this year. Then there is the dungeon run. Gah! I've got a lot on my plate, but I'm really excited for it. But for now I'm going to take a rest. Both of them stood there and enjoyed the relaxing atmosphere of their garden. Chapter 90, Third Dungeon. 197. 198. 199. 200. Daichi stood up and let out a deep breath as he finished his daily 200 push-ups. His daily workout was completed and now Daichi was ready for the day. He opened the ongoing quests and looked at the conditions of his third-year quest. Complete 200 push-ups, daily. Complete 200 squats, daily. Complete 200 punches, daily. Run 20 kilometers, daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. I'll be able to complete the daily quests no problem. I've learned 2 advanced chakra control exercises, and by the time this year ends I plan on learning 2 more. And I'll be able to take the top spot this year as well. So the only thing remaining is the dungeon. He decided that it was time for the third dungeon run. Several months had passed and Daichi was steadily increasing his strength. The October semester exams at the academy ended yesterday and now Daichi had a 2-week break. He also recently completed the second step of the Earth Change and Chakra Nature Control training. Along with completing the first 2 steps of Nature Transformation, I learned plenty of Earth-style ninjutsu as well. Now I just need experience using them in battle. The next dungeon should be a decent start with that. And I think I know which dungeon I should go to this time. Daichi gets random rewards for completing the daily quests. Most of the time it's common ordinary items, but sometimes he would get Jutsu Scroll or something of similar value as rewards. But these types of rewards were rare. Several months ago Daichi got an instant dungeon key as a reward. The dungeon key to the Zeroth ground. Daichi recalled the limited information he knew about the training ground. It was designed as a training ground when it was built, but now it's a wildlife preserve. I wonder how its dungeon version will look. Whatever the case, I'll be ready. Daichi checked his status page. His level was the same as before, but he was able to increase points in several stats with just training. He then opened the skill list and went through them. His eyes landed on the Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique. Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique, active or passive, LV, max an Earth Chakra Affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to cut off the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their Earth Nature Chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill Earth Affinity. Effects: 200% increase in Earth Chakra control. 300% increase in power of Earth Chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 18 second. The strength of my Earth-style jutsu have gotten a lot stronger. It took me almost 5 months of non-stop training, but it was totally worth it. And my Earth Affinity has improved as well. So that's a bonus. Earth Affinity, active or passive, LV, 76 Earth Release is one of the 5 basic nature transformations. It is commonly affiliated with Tiger Hand Seal. At higher levels the user can control the several minerals saturating the earth. Once this skill crosses level 90, the user can combine it with other nature affinities which have also crossed level 90. Primary affinity of the player. Effects: 182% power increase in Earth Attack Jutsu. 182% power increase in Earth Defense Jutsu. 72.5% increase in success when creating Earth-style jutsu. 60% decrease in chakra cost when using Earth-style jutsu. Excellent. It is so gratifying to see my progress like this. Daichi headed back home from the training ground. He quickly reached the house and went to his room. He took the necessary supplies and got ready for the third dungeon run. The old man went to seashore and won't be back for an hour or two. Now's the perfect time. Daichi took out the key and activated it. He was teleported and landed in a hallway that was similar to the hallway he saw in the first dungeon, but it had some key differences. It had vines and roots growing all over the place, but it also had carvings of exotic animals on the walls. Daichi looked at the carvings with fascination and walked forward. Within a minute he reached the end and inserted the key into the door. You have reached the entrance to the dungeon Zeroth ground. Would you like to enter? Yes or no? Yes. Yes. Let's get on with it. The door opened and Daichi stepped inside. The title Dungeon Warrior is now active. All your stats are increased by 15% while inside the dungeon. His titles activated and his stats increased. Daichi smiled as he felt the power flowing through his body. The first thing he saw was a vast expanse with little plants. Observe. Dungeon Zeroth Ground. This dungeon and its beasts are based on the wildlife sanctuary previously known as Zeroth Training Ground. This dungeon is much larger and comprises different terrains that are home to various species of animals. The beasts inside the dungeon are unique and are a stronger and more evolved and powerful version of their strongest counterparts. At that moment, as Daichi expected, a quest appeared. Quest created: kill the 68 unique beasts inside the dungeon. Time limit: none. Rewards: 15,000 EXP. Rio 150,000. Failure: death. Accept, yes or no. Daichi read the details and was slightly confused. These rewards don't seem like much. And 68 unique beasts? That's not a lot of enemies. Daichi looked ahead and started walking forward. Well, whatever the case, I don't plan on losing. Daichi walked through the large expanse while keeping his senses on high alert. Daichi decided to not use the mini-map or his observe skill for this challenge. He wanted to increase his own observational and analytical skills and rely on his senses instead of being completely dependent on the gamer abilities for everything. He kept walking for over half an hour and then his senses picked up something. He heard the sounds of footsteps. And they were getting louder and louder with each second. Before long Daichi saw the cause of the sounds. Is that a? It's a fucking bison. But it's huge. The bison was covered in brown fawn with a yellow stripe running down the middle and had two large horns on either side of its head. The most noticeable feature was its size. It was almost 3 times taller than Daichi. Rah! The bison let out a roar as soon as it saw Daichi and rushed to him. Daichi immediately went through hand seals. Earth-style Mud River. Earth-style Mud River Jutsu active, LV, 3 a common Earth-style jutsu that converts portions of the floor or ground that the user and their opponents are standing on into a raging avalanche of mud and earth. The opponent quickly loses his/her standing and starts being dragged along the flow of the river. Rank, B. Type, Ninjutsu. Hand seals, tiger, ox, dog, snake. Chakra points cost, 133 per use. The ground around the charging bison turned from flat rock formation to a raging flow of mud and soft soil. It quickly lost its footing and due to its large size it quickly began to get dragged underground. Daichi again quickly went through several seals. Earth-style Earth Dragon Bomb. A dragon head made of mud appeared out of the earth and several mud projectiles were launched out of its mouth. The mud projectiles struck the bison and it roared in pain. Unable to defend itself, and due to the force of the impact the bison was dragged down and in seconds was completely submerged under the earth river. After several seconds Daichi placed his hands on the ground and let the jutsu go and turned the earth back into a solid rock formation. He waited for several seconds and then a notification appeared. Enemy killed. Plus 1000 EXP. Plus 150 EXP. Enemies killed, 1 of 68. Not a bad start. Daichi jumped back and evaded the sharp claws of Black Panther. He covered his hands with solid rock and struck the giant cat the next second, sending it several meters away. It was in the middle of the night and Daichi was traveling through the jungle. It was there he encountered the ferocious creature. Bisons, giant spiders and eagles, a 4-armed ape and now a panther. This place is truly one of a kind. The Black Panther was quick to recover and looked at Daichi with anger in its eyes. The most noticeable feature about the panther was that it had 2 tails. It circled Daichi while trying to find the best way to attack its prey. Daichi was unusually calm as he faced the giant creature. He had gotten used to the ferocious intent, and due to his plentiful life or death battles he was not nervous. The panther jumped with lightning speed and tried to claw at Daichi's head. Daichi dodged and quickly sent a powerful blow to its underbelly. The force sent the giant feline flying into a tree. Daichi smirked at seeing the effects of his attack. This jutsu is perfect for taijutsu users. Earth-style Fist Rock Jutsu active, LV, 2. The user encases the arm in a rock formation and deals a strong hardened punch against an opponent while being protected from direct contact with their target. The weight of the rock can be increased to further increase the power of the attack. Rank, C. Type, Ninjutsu. Hand seals, snake rim, dog, rat, snake, tiger. Chakra points cost, 98 per use. With this I can punch as hard as I want without getting my hands wrecked. But the negative side effect is this slightly reduces my speed. Against enemies who rely on strength this is perfect, but for people like Lee, I'll need something else. You have sense-killing intent. The panther got up and shook its head. It glared and then ran at Daichi full speed. Daichi was faster than the beast and avoided the strikes while dealing damage to the beast. A powerful uppercut to the jaw staggered the animal and Daichi sent a powerful double blow to its head the next second. The strike ended the animal and it burst into smoke. Enemy killed. Plus 1200 EXP. Plus 180 EXP. Enemies killed, 8 of 68. 60 more to go. There were several environments in this dungeon. From lush jungles to barren wastelands and snow-covered hills to a small desert. Several large lakes were in between them. Daichi realized that even though the number of enemies he had to fight was small, this dungeon was the biggest one he had encountered yet. He fought powerful animals of all kinds throughout the various habitats. Daichi was currently in the snowy hills battling a mammoth. He dodged the fast trunk and jumped back and gained some distance from the animal. The mammoth, seeing its target avoiding its strike, took in a lot of air and used its trunk to shoot it out like bullets. Daichi's eyes widened. Wind bullets. This thing can also use ninjutsu too. During the battles in this dungeon, Daichi found out that some animals were capable of using elemental attacks mimicking ninjutsu. Daichi evaded and ran to his right to take cover under a large rock. I've been attacking it for a while. It has some significant wounds and it's slowing down. This is the perfect time to finish it. He quickly created a lightning clone and had it run in the opposite direction. The mammoth was a simple creature and followed the clone. Daichi created 3 shadow clones and quickly and silently surrounded the giant beast. The lightning clone was chased and backed into a corner. Or at least that's what it looked like. The mammoth used its trunk to grab hold of Daichi, and the moment it did, the clone released itself and electrocuted and paralyzed the mammal. Daichi and his clones quickly capitalized the moment and let loose some of their powerful attacks. One clone used lightning attacks to keep the animal paralyzed, while the others used earth, fire, and wind attacks. They used attacks that were suitable to be used as combination attacks and quickly finished the job. Enemy killed. Plus 1550 EXP. Plus 232.5 EXP. Enemies killed, 61 of 68. Each beast in the dungeon was unique. There were no 2 of the same animal. Daichi realized that it was this reason that the dungeon had so few enemies. He traveled through the place for over 12 days and battled all types of creatures. He defended himself against attacks that came from the sky and down from the earth. He had to find and kill some enemies that were deep beneath the lakes, which were some of his most difficult tasks in the dungeon. But on the 13th day he finished off his last opponent and the return key was delivered to him. Chapter 91, Fire Affinity. Daichi stood with his eyes closed and felt the cool breeze on his face. He got the quest rewards and was currently thinking about the battles he went through in this dungeon. I didn't suffer any serious injuries in this dungeon like I did in the other two. It's proof. I've gotten a lot stronger. His mind went through the different types of creatures he fought these last 2 weeks. There were about a dozen beasts that used ninjutsu on me. Or at least techniques that mimicked ninjutsu. I was able to counter most, but some still overpowered my techniques. I have several strong defensive jutsu and some that can be used to trap multiple enemies or to use as long-range attacks. But I don't have a strong attack-type jutsu. Or the ones I have aren't strong enough. It seems I made the right choice to train fire as my next chakra affinity. If I master the first 2 steps of change in the chakra nature of fire, then my fire ninjutsu will definitely get a boost. Daichi opened his eyes and called upon his status page. Name, Daichi Hekima, the gamer. Class, student. Age, 8. Title, capable child, explorer, prodigy, beast slayer, dungeon warrior, executioner. Level, 41, 2700 of 44425. Health points, 7858. Chakra points, 11368.5. Stamina points, 8435. Mana points, 4625. Primary stats. Strength 108. Vitality 113. Dexterity 104. Agility 107. Intelligence 117. Chakra 175. Wisdom 112. Special stats. Sense 85. Stamina 121. Indomitable 14. Charisma 41. Persistence 15. Dignity locked. Luck locked. Stat points 452. Rio 796,582. My stats have increased a lot. And now I have over 450 stat points. Should I use them now? No. I'll use a few during the next few years, but I'll think about adding the remaining points to my stats after I become a genin. I wonder who my teacher and teammates would be. Daichi returned to the entrance and placed the return key inside the entrance door keyhole. You have used the return key. Would you like to leave this dungeon? Yes or no? Yes. In seconds Daichi was back in his room. He freshened up and went downstairs to make something to eat. It was his way to decompress and relax. He hummed a simple tune and made his dish. A couple hours later his grandfather returned. They both ate and a while later both of them were sitting on the porch talking about several topics. Among them was Daichi's visit to the orphanage a couple weeks ago. How was the baby? Kinsei inquired. She's all right. Miss Aiko is taking good care of her. I've already given her some funds from Ren's scrolls to cover her needs. But I told Miss Aiko it was from you. Daichi replied with a small smile. Kinsei nodded. After several seconds of silence he spoke. You need to be careful with your visits. Daichi looked at his old man with a questioning gaze. Seeing Daichi's face, Kinsei elaborated on his thoughts. For the moment she is safe. To the world she is just another orphan without any ties. But if you make your visits regular and the wrong people find out, then they will know you have a connection to that orphanage. Once you become strong enough and make a name for yourself, that connection will put either Aiko or that baby in danger. People like Danzo would no doubt use them as leverage against you. If he decides to come for you anyway. So you need to be careful. Daichi nodded and agreed with that statement. Not to mention she is an Uchiha. When she awakens the Sharingan, it'll be a headache for me. But I'll handle it. Well, you have a few years before that happens. So I wouldn't worry about that for now. On a different topic, have you decided the next nature you're going to train in? Kinsei asked the boy. He knew Daichi wanted to learn and master every chakra nature. Daichi nodded to the question. Fire. That will be my second change in chakra nature training. You have mastered Earth chakra nature. It would increase your defense and close-quarter combat power. So now you're looking for something with serious attack power, huh? Kinsei concluded. Yeah. I have about 2 weeks of free time. I was thinking about starting the training now. Kinsei smiled hearing that. Daichi, it's good that you want to improve and get stronger, but it's not a bad thing to slow down and relax once in a while. But I know that advice will go through one ear and out the other. Daichi looked at Kinsei with a neutral expression. You say something, Gramps? Arg. Kinsei let out a groan and shook his head. Daichi laughed seeing the reaction. I've always wanted to do that. Now I know why Kakashi finds this so funny. Daichi then got up and went to pick up a leaf. He then looked at Kinsei. Got any words of wisdom for me, old man? Kinsei rubbed his chin and then answered a few moments later. Fire is a fundamental element which makes up this world. It nurtures life and gives warmth to all living things. But just as it is a blessing, it can also be a curse. It has the ability to annihilate all things in its path. If it can't burn through, then it burns around. Sometimes just a single spark is enough to set a forest ablaze. A dangerous and powerful element. Daichi paid attention to every word Kinsei said. It's indeed a strong element, if harnessed could increase my strength by a wide margin. Kinsei continued. Now in Earth Chakra nature training you had to combine and harden the chakra. But when it comes to fire you have to split the chakra and then rub them against each other. Your intent should be to produce heat. So split your chakra and rub it against each other and rejoin them to produce heat and then burn the leaf. Daichi nodded and began his second chakra nature training. He placed the leaf between his palms and concentrated. He visualized his chakra being split into 2 halves. He proceeded and his chakra responded accordingly. Due to Daichi's perfect chakra control, his ability to manipulate and move his chakra was far easier when compared to others. He split his chakra and started rubbing it against each other. The friction created energy, and after a minute Daichi combined his chakra and the result was that heat was produced. Several tiny portions all over the leaf burned. This showed that while Daichi understood how to do the technique, he didn't have the necessary control of fire nature chakra. Several notifications alerted Daichi and he opened his eyes and then his palms. He smiled looking at the result. He showed the burned leaf to his grandfather. Reputation increases with Kinsei Isagi. Kinsei nodded but didn't say a word. But Daichi knew he was impressed based on the reputation increase notification. Kinsei was calm on the outside, but he was deeply impressed and surprised. He got it on the first try. Even Hiruzen wasn't this good when he first attempted this training. And his primary nature was fire. I thought the reason Daichi grasped the earth nature training so quickly was because he had an unusually powerful earth affinity. But it seems I'm wrong. Could this kid really master 2 chakra natures in a single year? That would be something unheard of. What monstrous talent! A new skill is created with a specific action. Fire leaf burning technique, active or passive, LV1 a fire chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing chakra to a leaf to burn it. A basic technique to help the user increase the strength of their fire nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill fire affinity. Effects: 1% increase in fire chakra control. Chakra points cost, 52 seconds. Daichi looked at the new skill he received. The chakra cost is much larger when compared to the earth skill. It must be because earth is my natural affinity. During the leaf crumbling and the waterfall training, I used 4 clones to train and another to meditate. But even this wasn't enough. Due to the intensity of the chakra cost, my clones had to meditate often. It's a good thing my clones can use Chakra Rasengan as well. Otherwise, I would have been in trouble. But now, with this much chakra cost, I won't be able to create 5 clones and train properly. Now I get why Kakashi said that only Naruto would be able to do this kind of training effectively. Without a massive amount of chakra, this type of training won't work. Daichi thought about adding some points to his chakra stat, but after thinking about it for a few seconds he decided against it. Daichi created 2 clones. The speed will be slower, but I have time. The old man is right about that. I don't need to rush. Daichi had 11368 chakra points. Split that evenly amongst Daichi and his 2 clones, then each would have roughly 3,790 points. So Daichi and his 2 clones would only be able to use the chakra and burn the leaf for roughly a minute before they had to meditate and restore their chakra. But this simple calculation didn't take Daichi's normal Chakra Rasengan speed into consideration. He sat down and began his chakra training. Daichi dispelled the clones every couple hours to increase his level and understanding of the technique. He would then meditate and rest and create new clones and continue training. It was rinse and repeat. While it was a monotonous process, Daichi still made progress. It took about 5 weeks for Daichi to completely master the first step of the Fire Nature skill. Fire Leaf Burning Technique, Active or Passive, LV Max. Effects: 100% increase in fire chakra control. Chakra points cost, 5 seconds. The last week of November began and Daichi was in the academy library. He was reading information about different villages and their landscape and terrains. Daichi wanted to increase the wealth of his knowledge and learn about the formation of other villages that interested him. In his hand was a book on the hidden grass village. At that moment the image of a red-haired girl with glasses came to his mind. Karen! I can't believe I didn't even think about her. She's in that village and her mother is probably being forced to heal the grass ninjas. She's either dead or it won't be long before she dies and Karen is forced to take her mother's place at the hospital. Daichi closed the book on the grass village and crossed his arms. There is no point in thinking about people I can't help. Come to think of it, would I even help her if it came to it? If I helped her, would that lead to a different future? She will be a crucial element in the future. If I do anything regarding her situation, what will happen? Will I create a timeline that could be even worse than the one shown? Answers to that are unknown. Because of these reasons, I barely helped Naruto and he's at arm's length from me. Daichi shook his head and stood up. I need some air. Daichi left the academy and entered the nearby forest. He walked aimlessly for several minutes before he reached a clearing. He saw a giant wooden stump in the middle of the clearing. Huh! I haven't been here before. Daichi walked closer and inspected the wooden stump. There were indicators that someone was training here. Daichi didn't think much about it. He walked under the shade of a nearby tree and started meditating. What he didn't realize was that this is where he would meet another prominent ninja of the future. Chapter 92, Meeting Rock Lee and Third Year End. About an hour went by as Daichi peacefully meditated under the cool shade of the tree. His mind was on the second step of the fire chakra control technique. It will take me a lot longer to master the second step. I only have 4 months before this year ends. I'm not sure I'll be able to complete it by then. Looks like I slightly overestimated myself. It seems mastery of Rasengan and the earth element at such a quick pace has gotten to my head. Daichi let out a sigh. He sat there and composed himself. At that moment he started hearing the sounds of footsteps. It was faint, but as the seconds went by it got louder and louder. Daichi focused on his senses and he realized that the person was a child and was headed to the clearing. He used chakra sense and after a few seconds came to the conclusion that it was just a civilian child. Daichi believed it was just some random child and decided to keep meditating and not interact with the person. His mind was focused on how to improve his training efficiency. Several seconds later a small figure reached the clearing. The child looked at the giant training stump and was about to walk over when he noticed a boy his age sitting under a tree and meditating. The child, not having seen this person here before, decided to introduce himself. He walked up to Daichi and after a couple seconds of silence spoke. Hi. Daichi felt the child approach him. He didn't want to interact with the kid, but hearing his voice Daichi immediately opened his eyes. When Daichi took in the image of the boy in front of him, he was astonished. No way. It's him. The boy had long hair fastened in a braid. He wore a white kimono sleeve shirt with dark pants and a martial arts belt. The most prominent features about him were his round eyes and thick eyebrows. Daichi stared at the kid and didn't speak for several seconds. The child shifted on his feet and looked at Daichi with uncertainty. Hi. I'd never seen you here before. My name is Rock Lee. Daichi snapped out of his stupor and introduced himself with a small smile. Hi. I'm Daichi. Daichi Hakama. The moment Lee heard the name, his face got slightly serious. Daichi Hakama? So this is the underclassman the teachers call a prodigy. He's probably like the rest. He'll just make fun of me when he finds out who I am. Excuse me. But I'm going to train here. Lee gave a short quick bow and walked to the stump before Daichi could say another word. Daichi was observing every emotion on Lee's face. Daichi saw recognition in Lee's eyes the moment he mentioned his name. Seems this kid has heard of me. And his attitude. He's shy, but he's also unusually serious. Makes sense. All those insults and mockery at the academy didn't do him any good. He needs that might guy motivation and training to have that unbreakable will and bursting confidence and smile. Daichi watched as Lee got into a basic punching stance. He began punching the stump and Daichi heard Lee counting the strikes. Daichi, not wanting to intrude on the training, decided to leave. It was nice meeting you, Lee. Good luck with your training. With those parting words, Daichi left the clearing. Daichi had a smile as he heard the sounds of fists hitting the wooden stump. Lee is one of my favorite characters. His will and determination is far above that of normal people. With sheer brute training, he was able to stand toe-to-toe with people who had powerful bloodlines and inborn talents. Train hard, Lee. I'm sure you can reach those heights once more. The days quickly passed with Daichi trying to master the advanced fire nature chakra technique. 3 clones were currently trying to separate the waterfall with fire nature chakra. The whole area was covered in steam. In the second step of the fire nature, Daichi had to expel the fire chakra and turn the water to vapor and thus separate the water flow. This is a lot harder than before. That's obvious. Fire is weak against water, so this step would be more difficult when compared to other elements. I'm out of chakra. I'm going to dispel myself so the original can recover. One of the 3 clones burst into smoke and the other 2 gained its knowledge. Before long they both dispelled themselves as well. Daichi was in his backyard as he felt the clones dispel and the chakra returning to him. He was breathing hard, but he endured it. His chakra and stamina regeneration was absurd when compared to a normal person. Daichi was going through the memories while his body recovered. He opened the skill and took a look at his progress. Fire Waterfall Separation Technique, Active or Passive, LV.18, an advanced fire chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to heat and separate the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their fire nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill fire affinity. Effects: 36% increase in fire chakra control. 54% increase in power of fire chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 142nd. Only level 18, huh? And that's with a month and a half of training. The new year will begin within a couple days. Seems I might not be able to max level this skill by the end of March. Daichi sighed and got up. It was night time and he decided to finish for the day. He looked at the night sky and saw countless stars shining. He pondered on the question he had for a while now. I wonder if this world is real. Isn't it possible that the others are too? After several seconds of just staring into the black sky, he went inside. Leaf Shopping District. It was early morning and Daichi was looking through a shop in the Leaf Shopping District. He pointed at several objects and was browsing for something special. Yes. I'd like that one as well, Daichi said, pointing to the small white tiger plushie. All right. That'll be 4,600 Ryo total. Daichi paid the cash and headed for Aiko's orphanage. It was January 29th and it was baby Ryo's birthday. He wanted to get her something on her birthday. Even though she won't remember this moment, Daichi didn't want her to feel alone. He quickly reached the orphanage and met with the matron. Hello, Miss Aiko. Daichi. I had a feeling you would show up today. You're here to see her, I take it? Daichi nodded. The matron took Daichi to Ryo's room. The room had several other young children as well. Along the way, Daichi brought a few sweets and toys for the other kids as well. There were two reasons. 1. Daichi wanted to keep his relationship with Ryo under wraps for as long as possible. This way people wouldn't be able to quickly connect him to Ryo. And the second was that he occasionally got gifts and candies when he himself was a ward here. He wanted to return the favor and do something nice for the children. Daichi spent the day at the orphanage playing with the kids and answering their questions about the academy. He gave Ryo the white tiger plushie and stayed with her for hours. The matron and the kids celebrated Ryo's first birthday. Daichi had a gentle smile as he looked at the small child. Happy birthday, Ryo. He only left at dusk when Ryo went to sleep. Daichi clenched his fists as he walked home. You're going to pay for what you did, Obito. And if you go anywhere near her, Danzo, I don't care what happens. It'll be the last thing you ever do. Lee jumped backwards and barely avoided the blow to his torso. He was breathing hard while his opponent looked fresh as a daisy. Not bad, Lee. Your taijutsu style is getting better. Let's stop for now. Your muscles need rest. Lee nodded and bowed. Thank you for the spar, Daichi. Daichi waved him off. I told you, you don't need to do that. After their first encounter, Daichi and Lee began meeting occasionally in that same clearing. Lee, understanding that Daichi was not like the rest of his classmates who mock or jeer him, quickly warmed up to him. They became friends, and after a while Daichi decided to help Lee improve his taijutsu skills. Lee was extremely happy that there was someone who finally believed in him, and he trained with renewed vigor. Both of them went to rest under the shade. Daichi took a few snacks from his bag and gave them a couple to his friend. Lee, after taking one bite, had sparkles in his eyes. These are so delicious. I can't believe you can also cook. You're so awesome, Daichi. Daichi had a smirk and rubbed his nose. Well, I'm not one to brag. Lee laughed, seeing his friend's attitude. They ate and talked about various things. The topic of the final exams came up. I still can't use any ninjutsu or jinjutsu, so I can only rely on my taijutsu and written grade to pass. Lee looked down as he said those words. Everything will work out as long as you don't give up. You need to have faith in yourself. As long as you don't give up, I have no doubt that you can be something amazing in the future. Daichi said words of encouragement as he ate his snack. Lee's eyes widened as he heard those words. A bright smile appeared on his face and he lunged and hugged Daichi as hard as he could. Oh, my good friend Daichi. Thank you for your words of encouragement. I will remember them forever. Oi, get off me. Daichi tried to pry the laughing Lee off him. Daichi didn't fail to notice the system message he got just before Lee jumped at him. Reputation massively increased with Rock Lee. March 14th. Iruka was supervising the class as they had their final exams. The students were writing the answers as fast as they could. He saw some struggling with the questions, Naruto, while others having an easy time, Sakura. His eyes then landed on three particular students. All three of them were doing nothing. That's not entirely accurate. One was meditating while the other was glaring at him, and the last one was taking a nap without a care in the world. Iruka quietly sighed as he looked at the three of them. Daichi, Sasuke, and Shikamaru. Those three. Their intelligence is above the others in the class. But only two of them seem to take this seriously. Well, one of them takes it too seriously. Being second place has really motivated Sasuke to improve himself. But I feel that this rivalry is being too serious. And then there is the third one. Thankfully, he knows to keep himself in check. Daichi and Sasuke finished all the questions quickly, but Shikamaru answered only just enough questions to get him a satisfactory grade. And now he's taking a nap. Why did I expect him to do anything else? Iruka let out another sigh and supervised the exam. Before long it came to an end, and with it the third year at the academy. Daichi hung out with his friends, and after a while he left for his home. Time passed quickly, and he was in his room going over his skill list when he noticed that it was almost midnight. A few seconds after the clock struck midnight, the blue system message boxes came. Ongoing quest, path to the strongest. Third year tasks successfully completed. Distributing the special reward for clearing a dungeon. Distributing new skill for successfully learning chakra control techniques. Special reward. A-grade item blueprint, 1 of 3. Daichi's eyes widened as he looked at the reward. An A-grade item? The Atamagai cloak is an A-grade item and its functions are incredible. Does this mean I will get an item with extraordinary abilities? No! This says blueprints. That means I have to build it or find someone who can build it for me, depending on what this blueprint says. And moreover, it says I only have 1 part out of 3. So I need 2 more, huh? If this item is anything like the cloak, then I can wait. I'm sure it'll be worth it. A blue paper appeared in his inventory slot. Daichi took it out and used Observe on it. Special item rank A, item and functions unknown, need complete blueprint for more information. Daichi then looked at the new skill he got. His eyes widened as he read the details of the skill. What kind of sick shitty skill is this? New skill, I'm ready to die stance. Chapter 93, Interlude 4. And the ripple effect continues. Daichi couldn't believe what he was reading. He went over the skill a couple more times just to be sure he didn't miss anything. Who the hell would design a skill like this? I'm ready to die stance active, LV, max. This skill is a unique one-time conditional trigger skill that can only be activated in a certain scenario. This skill activates when the user has mentally prepared himself to sacrifice his life. Once this skill activates, the chakra points, health points, stamina points and mana points of the user are restored to 50% of maximum for 20 seconds. The user must die in these 20 seconds. If not, the body of the user will violently explode. Conditions for activation. 1. Health points of the user must be below 10%. 2. Chakra points of the user must be below 10%. 3. User must be resolute in his decision to die. Only then will this skill activate. Effects. Health points, chakra points, stamina points, mana points of the user are restored to 50% for 20 seconds. 300% increase in effects of all techniques used during the 20 seconds activation period. All stats will gain a 20% boost for 20 seconds. The FAQ? Well, at least if anyone comes close to killing me, then I can be sure that I'll be able to take him with me to the afterlife. Daichi then thought of the skill he acquired after saving Ryo. His eyes slightly widened as he recalled the details of that skill. It seems this skill is designed to be paired up with that one. Interesting. Daichi closed the system messages and laid down in his bed. He crossed his arms behind his head and just lay there thinking about the next year. I need to complete the second step of the fire nature chakra. I was able to separate the waterfall, but it wasn't perfect. I was only able to increase it up to level 64. And I'll need to start on medical ninjutsu this year. Have to ask the old man if he knows anyone. But I also need to keep myself off Kabuto's radar. I definitely can't have him knowing about my abilities. One step at a time, Daichi. Take one step at a time. The boy let out a long breath and closed his eyes and soon went to sleep. Hokage office. An Anbu wearing a mask with a bear pattern was standing silently in front of Hiruzen. You took your time, bear. Over a year to investigate a single spy? Report. At Hokage's command, the Anbu ninja began his report on a certain spy. I was able to identify the spy within the first 2 weeks of my assignment, Lord Hokage. But, the reason it took so long to compile the report is because of his background. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes. Go on. Based on the description we received, I identified the suspect as Kabuto Yakushi. His rank is Genin and he works at the hospital as a medic ninja. Nothing out of the ordinary about him. That's the first impression anyone would get when investigating him. Yakushi? Where have I heard that name before? Hiruzen asked himself. Nono Yakushi. She was a jonin and a medic ninja and was the former captain of the medic corps. The Anbu explained. Ah yes. Now I remember. She was also part of the Foundation and for a while worked undercover for Danzo. Hiruzen said as he recalled the face of the woman. Yes, sir. And it seems this Kabuto Yakushi has followed in her footsteps. The Hokage raised an eyebrow at that. He didn't realize that Orochimaru's spy also had ties to Danzo. Tell me everything. When I first investigated Kabuto Yakushi, I found out that he was a child adopted by Nono Yakushi. She was assigned to heal the wounded from the Battle of the Kikyo Pass, and it said that it was there that she found a young child. She adopted him, gave him the name Kabuto, and taught him medical ninjutsu. But I later found out that some of this story is false. Some? Yes, sir. The part about Miss Yakushi finding the child and teaching him medical ninjutsu was true. But the rest of it is false. During my investigation I learned that Lord Danzo had made contact with Nono when she was running the Leaf Orphanage. I'm not sure how, but Kabuto ended up en route and they trained him. What? Hiruzen couldn't believe Orochimaru's spy was a former Root agent. Bear nodded. Yes. I surveilled him for weeks and I learned that he is much more than he seems. He knows advanced surveillance and counter-surveillance tactics. Most of the methods he employs. I've only seen one group use those tactics. The Root forces. At that point I established that he had connections to the Foundation and dug deeper into his history. I had to infiltrate the Root archives room. I found out the information needed there. The Foundation trained Kabuto in espionage and he's quite talented. I retraced his steps and paid a visit to the other great nations. I learnt that he infiltrated the Sand, Stone, Cloud, and Mist villages and posed as one of their shinobi gathering intelligence. An excellent infiltrator. On paper he is a Genin, but I estimate that he's at least a high Chunin or low Jonin level. Hiruzen clasped his hands as he listened. This Kabuto sounds like he could become a major problem. I'll need to handle this carefully. The Anbu continued. During one of his infiltration missions in the Stone Village, he was found out and they pursued him. The person who pursued him was none other than Nono Yakushi. What? It's the truth, sir. Turns out Lord Danzo employed Miss Yakushi and fed her false information about Kabuto. Convinced her that he was safe and doing something else. He even created false photographs to make the story believable. The Root used both of them as spies, and when Lord Danzo deemed them to be too dangerous he assigned them on a task that would force them to kill each other. The gears in Hiruzen's mind spun. He quickly deduced what had happened. The mission in the Stone Village. Danzo told me that the Stone Village found out that Nono was a spy and killed her. But you're telling me... He lied, sir. According to the Stone Village records it was an enemy spy that killed Nono. Danzo also sent Orochimaru to kill whoever remained. Tying up loose ends, no doubt. I believe that Kabuto killed Miss Yakushi without realizing her identity, and Orochimaru, instead of killing Kabuto, told him the truth and turned him against us. Bear concluded his report. He gave the Hokage a thick folder containing various documents he copied from the Root Mission's records room and from the other great nations. Hiruzen clenched his fists as his mind went through all the information he just learned. I've known Nono since she was a child. She would never have betrayed this village. But now we have one of our own ninja allied with a known traitor and working against us. All this mess because of Danzo's paranoia. And not only that, but he also had the gall to lie to me. Sir, there's more. What is it? I heard that you ordered Lord Danzo to disband the Root after the whole Uchiha debacle. Hiruzen slightly narrowed his eyes. I did. It was during this time I was able to infiltrate the Root base and get the information I needed. But I learned something else. Lord Danzo has been moving funds and making a new base of operations. I believe he still has a sizable portion of his operatives working for him. Not only that, I learned that he made contact with Orochimaru. What? Bear, are you sure about this information? You need to be 100% accurate before you make accusations like that. I didn't want to believe it myself, but it's the truth, sir. It was shortly after the Uchiha massacre. The aging Kage clenched his fists as he heard his ninja. Bear was one of his most trusted and loyal Anbu. So Hiruzen didn't doubt his words. Danzo! It seems I've been far too lenient with you. Not only did you go behind my back and force Itachi to kill his clan, but now you're disobeying my direct orders. If he's lied to me about Nono's death, then what else has he lied about? Hiruzen gritted his teeth and killing intent slowly started to roll off him. The Kage had dismissed his 3 personal Jonin guards, but there were still another 2 Anbu hidden in the room. They along with Bear felt the murderous intent rising from Air Leader. Bear looked at the Hokage and slightly trembled. He's pissed. I do not want to be Danzo right now. After a short while Hiruzen took several deep breaths and calmed down. So you plan on colluding with a traitor behind my back, huh? I can no longer tolerate you, Danzo. It was my inaction that led to Orochimaru's escape. And now he's one of the biggest threats to the village. If I let my emotions rule me again and do nothing, then Danzo might become just as much of a problem, if not more. I knew he always wanted to be Hokage, but to think he would do something like this. He's tried to kill me before, and I have a feeling he'll try again. I won't give you a second chance for that. Hiruzen made a resolute decision. Dear Snow, he called out. 2 Anbu appeared out of the shadows. Yes, sir. You 2 along with Bear are my most loyal, capable, and some of the best ninjas at infiltration, surveillance, and interrogation. Only you 3 can complete the missions I'm about to give now. The 3 stood in attention and in silence. Bear, I need you to infiltrate the Root forces. But make sure not to get branded by Danzo's curse seal. I need the identities of his operatives, his resources, and the origin of his funds. Every organization needs money to function, and the Root is no different. I don't need to say this to you, but make sure to have a backup plan in case you are compromised. The village can't afford to lose someone with your talents. Not in the state it currently is. I understand, Lord Hokage. Hiruzen nodded and turned to the Anbu referred to as Deer. I need you to keep an eye on Kabuto Yakushi. You've heard what he's capable of. Make sure he doesn't notice you. I need to know everything about him. From his friends to contacts to his favorite foods and right down to his breathing habits. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Hiruzen then turned to the last one. Snow. If Danzo has disobeyed my orders and Root is still active, then he most likely would have operatives hidden amongst the Anbu, Jonin, and Chunin forces. I need you to investigate all of them and find out the identities of Danzo's men. Such a task will take time. Take as much as you need, but be careful and be thorough. Understood, sir. Hiruzen then addressed the 3 of them. Now all of you listen carefully. If one of you gets caught by the enemy, then the chances of the other 2 getting caught increases dramatically. Orochimaru, Kabuto, and Danzo are like the 3 ends of a triangle. All connected. If one of you gets compromised, then they will know I'm the one behind it. And while Orochimaru and Kabuto won't make any direct or rash moves against me, I'm not sure that would be the case for Danzo. If he attacks me or in the event I somehow die, make sure that the next Hokage would have all the relevant information needed. Assuming the next one isn't Danzo. The eyes of the three ninjas widen as they listen to the scenario described by their leader. Anbu Agent Snow spoke up. Sir, if you're that worried about him, then why don't we take him into custody right now? I'm sure Ibiki and Inoichi can find out everything in his head. Hiruzen shook his head. It's not that simple. Danzo has acquaintances in several high places in and out of the village, including the daimyo court. If we rashly move against him, then... Sir, are you saying there would be a civil war within the village if we arrest him? Bear exclaimed in shock. Hiruzen sighed and didn't say anything, but that silence was enough of an answer for the three Anbu ninjas. Now you three know the gravity of the situation. Make sure you're all careful. Go! The three masked ninjas bowed and disappeared from Hiruzen's view. He stood from his chair and walked to take in the view of the village as he always does when he has troubling thoughts. With those three, I can take control of my internal forces and when the time comes strip Danzo's resources completely. But it's not enough. I need to deal with the allies he has outside. And I know just the person to do it. It seems you might have your revenge on Danzo after all. Kinsei. Chapter 94, Academy 4th Year. Daichi was jogging along the woods early in the morning and he had a companion who was just as obsessed with training as he was. Yash! That's over. 30 kilometers. This was a wonderful idea. Daichi. Lee exclaimed with a wide smile and haggard breath. At the moment he was not the person that could fight and train with great intensity and Daichi knew that. Both Lee and Daichi slowed down and slowly came to a stop. Daichi woke up early and went to the forest where Lee trained and found the boy at his spot as usual. Daichi decided to have Lee as his workout partner. They both completed several sets of exercises which took over a couple hours. Reward, status recovery. The blue system reward message appeared in Daichi's view. They were both resting at the moment and Daichi discreetly opened his quest path to the strongest. Ongoing quest path to the strongest updated. It was the first day of Daichi's 4th year at the academy. And as Daichi expected, he got the quest update notification when he woke up. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 400 push UPS, daily. Complete 400 squats, daily. Complete 400 punches, daily. Run 30 kilometers, daily. Complete at least one dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Improve at least 6 skills to LV max. Daichi looked over the details of the quest the moment he got them. It seems other than increasing the workout there doesn't seem to be any other major change. Improve at least 6 skills to max, huh? That's going to be tricky but doable. He then looked at the rewards. Rewards. Status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly. Plus 3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully improving at least 6 skills to LV max. There is no skill reward for learning advanced chakra control this time. Oh well. Failure. -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept, yes or no. The system also increased the weight of Daichi's training clothes. Daichi's eyes focused on the weight of the clothes. Weighted training clothes, rare item, rank C. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow. Each weighing exactly 4 kilograms. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes. Each weighing exactly 12 kilograms. 40 kilos total, huh? I can handle much more than that, but I'm not complaining. I must be the strongest 9-year-old currently alive. Daichi closed the quest box and got up. I'm heading home. Need to get cleaned up. Don't want to be late for the first class of the year. Lee nodded and they went their separate ways. Daichi, after disappearing from Lee's view, used the status recovery reward. His body was instantly refreshed as he made his way home. Many children join the academy in the hopes of becoming a powerful, famous ninja, but only a portion of them even graduate and even less become Jonin with a Jonin teacher. In the academy there are divisions among the first, second, and third-year classes due to the number of children. But these numbers reduce during the first 3 years. Some children will find that becoming a ninja would be much harder than they thought and quit, while some would have no talent or ambition to improve themselves. At the end of the third year, the teachers assess the students based on the total marks of their first 3 years, their skills, talent, and willingness to improve in the shinobi arts, and separate them into 2 groups at the beginning of the 4th year. Students who have absolutely no skill, talent, interest, or drive in becoming a ninja are separated from the ones that show potential. This was to maximize resources and priorities. The students who show no potential in becoming a shinobi are transferred to a class that is designed for civilians. These classes would teach them the basics of subjects like math, science, business, marketing, economics, and other essential aspects needed for the village. Now for the students who show talent or the willingness to improve themselves and could potentially become a ninja are all placed together in a single class. Daichi was in class listening to Iruka's lectures. He looked like he was paying attention, but his mind was on something else entirely. I need to complete the second step of the fire nature chakra in 2 or at most 3 months. Then I need to start learning medical ninjutsu. I'm sure the old man would help me with that. Need to complete a dungeon as usual. That's no biggie. Last but not least, I need to improve 6 skills to max level. I need to choose the skills which are close to being maxed out. So that takes care of this year's quest. Daichi looked around and saw several new faces. He used observe on them one by one and saw nothing noteworthy until he reached the last one. Daichi used his observe skill and found something unexpected. LV.22, Toma Ase. Age, 8. Health points, 2764, Chakra points, 2350. Toma Ase is an orphan who was handpicked by Danzo Shimura for the Root program over 2 years ago. He has received basic training from his handler. His talents lay in taijutsu and swordsmanship. He is here to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Daichi Hekima. Daichi was calm on the outside, but he was nervous in his heart. What the fuck? This guy is Root? That means Danzo knows about me. It even says this guy is here to keep an eye on me. Well, there is Naruto and Sasuke on his list, but that's understandable. One is a Jinchuriki and the other is the last Uchiha. Still, Kinsei was right. The moment I got the top spot, Danzo must have had his eye on me. But will he come for me? No. With everything that's happened last year, he won't make any big moves. I hope. Daichi also used observe on Naruto and Sasuke. He went over Naruto's information. LV.17, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 8. Health points, 4130. Chakra points, 10755. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. He is the current host of the Nine Tails. His status as a Jinchuriki caused him to be shunned by most of the Leaf citizens. He is an orphan who longs for a family. He has a positive and friendly attitude despite his harsh circumstances. His dream is to become Hokage of the village. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Wow! His chakra is more than twice his health points. And it's almost near mine. I had to train my body every day and add points to my chakra stat just to increase it over 11,000 points, but this kid, without doing anything, his chakra level is almost near mine. And once he hits puberty, his reserves will increase massively. Is this what they call protagonist halo? Some information has changed. Powerful dormant chakra. It didn't show that the last time. I remember seeing this only in Sasuke's observe info. Must be talking about Ashura's chakra. Daichi then looked at Sasuke. LV.23, Sasuke Uchiha. Age, 8. Health points, 3122, chakra points, 2769. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. His goal now is to become strong enough to kill his brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. He trains hard every day to become strong enough to defeat the player. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Chapter 94, Academy 4th Year. Daichi was jogging along the woods early in the morning and he had a companion who was just as obsessed with training as he was. Yash! That's over. 30 kilometers. This was a wonderful idea. Daichi! Lee exclaimed with a wide smile and haggard breath. At the moment he was not the person that could fight and train with great intensity, and Daichi knew that. Both Lee and Daichi slowed down and slowly came to a stop. Daichi woke up early and went to the forest where Lee trained and found the boy at his spot as usual. Daichi decided to have Lee as his workout partner. They both completed several sets of exercises which took over a couple hours. Reward, status recovery. The blue system reward message appeared in Daichi's view. They were both resting at the moment and Daichi discreetly opened his quest path to the strongest. Ongoing quest path to the strongest updated. It was the first day of Daichi's 4th year at the academy. And as Daichi expected, he got the quest update notification when he woke up. Tasks to complete this year have been updated. Training clothes in your inventory have been modified. Wear them when completing the daily quests. Conditions. Complete 400 push UPS, daily. Complete 400 squats, daily. Complete 400 punches, daily. Run 30 kilometers, daily. Complete at least 1 dungeon before the end of this academic year. Take the top spot in your class. Learn advanced chakra control techniques. Improve at least 6 skills to LV max. Daichi looked over the details of the quest the moment he got them. It seems other than increasing the workout there doesn't seem to be any other major change. Improve at least 6 skills to max That's going to be tricky but doable. He then looked at the rewards. Rewards. Status recovery, daily. Random reward, weekly. Plus 3 stat points, weekly. Special reward for clearing a dungeon. Additional rewards for each extra dungeon cleared. New skill for successfully improving at least 6 skills to LV max. There is no skill reward for learning advanced chakra control this time. Oh well. Failure. -5 stat points. Penalty dungeon. Death. Accept, yes or no. The system also increased the weight of Daichi's training clothes. Daichi's eyes focused on the weight of the clothes. Weighted training clothes, rare item, rank C. Consists of 2 leg warmers to be worn below the knee and 2 arm sleeves to be worn below the elbow. Each weighing exactly 4 kilograms. Consists of 1 undershirt and 1 trouser to be worn under the clothes. Each weighing exactly 12 kilograms. 40 kilos total I can handle much more than that, but I'm not complaining. I must be the strongest 9-year-old currently alive. Daichi closed the quest box and got up. I'm heading home. Need to get cleaned up. Don't want to be late for the first class of the year. Lee nodded and they went their separate ways. Daichi, after disappearing from Lee's view, used the status recovery reward. His body was instantly refreshed as he made his way home. Many children join the academy in the hopes of becoming a powerful, famous ninja, but only a portion of them even graduate and even less become Jonin with a Jonin teacher. In the academy there are divisions among the 1st, 2nd, and 3rd year classes due to the number of children. But these numbers reduce during the first 3 years. Some children will find that becoming a ninja would be much harder than they thought and quit. while some would have no talent or ambition to improve themselves. At the end of the third year, the teachers assess the students based on the total marks of their first 3 years, their skills, talent, and willingness to improve in the shinobi arts, and separate them into 2 groups at the beginning of the 4th year. Students who have absolutely no skill, talent, interest, or drive in becoming a ninja are separated from the ones that show potential. This was to maximize resources and priorities. The students who show no potential in becoming a shinobi are transferred to a class that is designed for civilians. These classes would teach them the basics of subjects like math, science, business, marketing, economics, and other essential aspects needed for the village. Now for the students who show talent or the willingness to improve themselves and could potentially become a ninja are all placed together in a single class. Daichi was in class listening to Iruka's lectures. He looked like he was paying attention, but his mind was on something else entirely. I need to complete the 2nd step of the Fire Nature Chakra in 2 or at most 3 months. Then I need to start learning medical ninjutsu. I'm sure the old man would help me with that. Need to complete a dungeon as usual. That's no biggie. Last but not least, I need to improve 6 skills to max level. I need to choose the skills which are close to being maxed out. So that takes care of this year's quest. Daichi looked around and saw several new faces. He used observe on them one by one and saw nothing noteworthy until he reached the last one. Daichi used his observe skill and found something unexpected. LV.22, Toma Ase. Age, 8. Health points, 2764, Chakra points, 2350. Toma Ase is an orphan who was handpicked by Danzo Shimura for the root program over 2 years ago. He has received basic training from his handler. His talents lay in taijutsu and swordsmanship. He is here to keep an eye on Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, and Daichi Hekima. Daichi was calm on the outside, but he was nervous in his heart. What the fuck? This guy is root? That means Danzo knows about me. It even says this guy is here to keep an eye on me. Well, there is Naruto and Sasuke on his list, but that's understandable. One is a Jinchuriki and the other is the last Uchiha. Still, Kinsei was right. The moment I got the top spot, Danzo must have had his eye on me. But will he come for me? No. With everything that's happened last year, he won't make any big moves. I hope. Daichi also used observe on Naruto and Sasuke. He went over Naruto's information. LV.17, Naruto Uzumaki. Age, 8. Health points, 4130. Chakra points, 10755. Naruto Uzumaki is the son of the late 4th Hokage Minato Namikaze and his wife Kushina Uzumaki. He is the current host of the Nine Tails. His status as a Jinchuriki caused him to be shunned by most of the Leaf citizens. He is an orphan who longs for a family. He has a positive and friendly attitude despite his harsh circumstances. His dream is to become Hokage of the village. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Wow! His chakra is more than twice his health points. And it's almost near mine. I had to train my body every day and add points to my chakra stat just to increase it over 11,000 points, but this kid, without doing anything, his chakra level is almost near mine. And once he hits puberty, his reserves will increase massively. Is this what they call protagonist halo? Some information has changed. Powerful dormant chakra. It didn't show that the last time. I remember seeing this only in Sasuke's observe info. Must be talking about Ashura's chakra. Daichi then looked at Sasuke. LV.23, Sasuke Uchiha. Age, 8. Health points, 3122, Chakra points, 2769. Sasuke Uchiha is the son of the Uchiha clan head Fugaku and his wife Makoto. He is the youngest of 2 children. His goal now is to become strong enough to kill his brother Itachi Uchiha. Sasuke Uchiha has a vast amount of hidden potential and talent. He trains hard every day to become strong enough to defeat the player. He has a powerful chakra that is currently dormant. Sasuke's level is much higher than Naruto, but he has nowhere near Naruto's chakra reserves. His level indicates that he's the strongest in the class. And just like Naruto, some information about him has changed. It seems that Root Kid is almost as strong as Sasuke. I'll have to keep an eye on him without getting myself caught. I wonder how this year will go. Only time will tell, I suppose. As the classes for the first day came to an end, Daichi went to meet Iruka-sensei. He thought about what skill he could completely level up within the year, and one came to mind. Daichi met Iruka in his office. Daichi! Thought you would be out with your friends. What brings you here? Iruka asked while going over some student reports. I was wondering if I could get some scrolls on Advanced Leaf Academy Taijutsu. I feel like I've hit a barrier with my current understanding of the Taijutsu style. Daichi, that scroll is only for the final year students. And even then, it's only given to those that show talent in Taijutsu. Are you saying I lack talent in Taijutsu? Daichi raised an eyebrow at that. No. No! It's not that. Iruka quickly corrected himself. He had seen Daichi fight, and he would be a fool to say that Daichi didn't have any talent in that field. He then let out a small sigh. Look, Daichi, I know you're strong, but that scroll is only given to 6th year students or genins. I get that, but I could improve my skills in Taijutsu if I could get the scroll. Iruka shook his head. Sorry, Daichi. Rules are rules. And if I break the rule for one student, then I'll have to break them for all. Daichi let out a sigh. I understand. He bowed and left the office. That was a bust. But I'm sure the old man would have the scrolls I need. I just didn't want the hassle of answering questions on where I learned advanced Taijutsu style only taught to 6th years. That night Daichi asked for the scrolls and Kensei gave them to him. Some rules in the academy need to change. I've seen your skills. You're more than ready to learn the advanced forms of this style. Daichi spent the months of April and May trying to complete the second stage of his advanced chakra control training. Even though he got the scroll for the Taijutsu style, he focused on his chakra control training. He didn't like the fact that he hadn't completed the fire nature control training before the end of March. So he decided to finish the second step before starting anything else. Daichi and his clones were standing on a small rocky bridge trying to separate the waterfall. With each passing day the skill leveled up, and by the end of May he leveled it up to maximum. Fire Waterfall Separation Technique, Active or Passive, LV, Max, an advanced fire chakra affinity training skill obtained through continuously focusing the chakra to heat and separate the flow of water. An advanced technique to help the user increase the control and strength of their fire nature chakra. Note, increasing the level of this skill will increase the level of the skill fire affinity. Effects: 200% increase in fire chakra control. 300% increase in power of fire chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 18 per second. Finally, Daichi released his shadow clones and jumped down from the stone bridge. He took several breaths and steadied himself. He quickly weaved several hand seals and shot a fast and powerful fireball at the bridge he was previously standing on. The fireball struck the bridge and destroyed it, and still didn't stop. It traveled a bit further and struck the waterfall. There was a small explosion and the water parted ways around the exploded area due to the force of the attack. Daichi could see the scorched rocks behind the waterfall for a couple seconds before it was once again covered by the rushing water. Not bad. The speed and strength of that fireball was on a completely different level from when I first used it. And there is still a third step remaining. Daichi smiled at the results of his work. In a happy mood, Daichi left for his home. Chapter 95, The Hokage's Visit. Hokage Office. The moonlight was shining through the glass window of the Hokage's office. Hiruzen was looking over the top-secret report sent by his Anbu agent Bear. His eyes narrowed as he read information regarding a certain root spy. Tomoase. 8 years old. Orphan. Recruited by Danzo into the root program 2 years ago due to his high aptitude for taijutsu and weaponry. Has above-average memory retention and intelligence. currently in the 4th year of the academy with the mission to spy on Sasuke Uchiha, Daichi Hakama, and Naruto Uzumaki. Hiruzen smoked his pipe as he carefully read the details of the report. Bear is doing excellent work. Danzo knows that Sasuke is untouchable as long as Itachi is alive and that I have my eyes on Naruto. He won't risk going after either of them as long as they are within the village. But Daichi, on the other hand, even the threat Kinsei poses won't hold him back for long. It's been almost 2 months since I assigned those 3 with their tasks. It's time I had my chat with Kinsei. Time to see if he's as motivated as before. In the event he won't help me, I'll have to persuade him or find someone else. Jiraiya has his own tasks and I can't ask him to take on more work. Hiruzen sat in his chair and then looked at the Hokage hat on the table. I need to think about a successor. There is no one capable in the village that can become the 5th at the moment. And Jiraiya has no intention of wearing the hat. If I can hold on for another 5 or 6 years, then maybe Kakashi might be ready by then. Hiruzen let out a smoke-filled breath and stood up and paced around the room. There is one who is capable. But that's impossible. She might never set foot here, let alone lead the village. He returned to the table and secured all the documents and left the Hokage tower shortly after. He was headed home. Due to the Hokage residency being near the tower, it didn't take him more than a couple minutes to reach the place. He opened the doors to his home and was met with silence and darkness. A reminder that he had lost his wife and of a strained relationship with his son. After having some food, Hiruzen went to his bed. I'll speak to Kinsei tomorrow. I might also be able to see how far Daichi has come along in his nature training. Root Base Underground. Danzo was reading the report written by Toma Ase. It contained information not only on Naruto, Sasuke and Daichi but also on the clan heirs. What is Hiruzen thinking? Why hasn't he let Daichi get ahead? Did he not think the child was capable, or did the boy reject the offer? His character says otherwise. He is obsessed with getting stronger, training every day and expanding his knowledge. I doubt he would turn down an offer to skip a grade. Or am I missing something? And then there is Sasuke Uchiha. Being in 2nd place has certainly had an effect on him. He's constantly training to keep up with the boy. If I can get him on my side, things will get a lot easier. But as long as Itachi is alive, I can't do that without him doing damage to the village. Damn you, Itachi. Danzo clenched his fist as he thought about the Uchiha. He then looked at the blonde-whiskered boy and his face had an expression of contempt. How could the child of one of the greatest geniuses of an era be a complete idiot? He has no talent and his skills are worse than even the normal students. Looks like his only worth is the 9 tails inside him. I need the Sharingan and the power of the first Hokage before I go after him. It was Sunday morning. The streets of the village were less busy than usual. A plain, unassuming man was walking through the road. He traveled for a while before he reached his intended destination. He met a barrier at the front of the house. Nostalgia filled the man as he remembered the day the barrier around the house was set up. He injected Chakra into the barrier and it wasn't long before the occupant of the home came out to greet him. Kinsei was reading a book when he sensed a fluctuation in the barrier. It only took him a moment to recognize the Chakra and his eyes slightly widened. Why would he be here? He stepped out of the house and went to meet the unexpected guest. He looked at the man and realized it was a transformation jutsu. Hiruzen, is that you? What's with the get-up? Hiruzen released his transformation jutsu. Hello, old friend. Certain circumstances have forced me to use cautious methods. We need to talk. The tone in Hiruzen's voice sent alarm bells ringing in Kinsei's head. He opened the barrier and let the Hokage in. Hiruzen smiled as he entered the place. I still remember the day Lady Mito helped you set this up. Truly something else. Kinsei hummed in response. He looked at his once close friend. What's going on, Hiruzen? Why do you ask that? You're here in disguise and without your guards. Do I need to say more? Hiruzen sighed. Kinsei was always sharp. Not that I did much to hide my suspicious behavior anyway. Let's go inside. There are some matters of importance we need to discuss. Kinsei looked at him for a few seconds and then led him inside. He prepared some tea and poured 2 cups. Where is Daichi? The Hokage asked. He's out training. He is quite dedicated. Hiruzen replied, sipping his tea. Both of them sat and said nothing for several seconds before Hiruzen broke the silence. I'm investigating Danzo and the route. Kinsei's eyes widened as he heard the news. What? Are you serious? Yes. But there is more. Kinsei looked at Hiruzen with slight confusion. Hiruzen spoke, seeing Kinsei's questioning look. I'm also investigating someone with ties to Orochimaru. I believe Danzo and Orochimaru are still in contact. I thought you took care of Root. I ordered Danzo to disband the Foundation, but he has disobeyed my orders. I can no longer tolerate his actions. I need to cripple his power inside the village. For that I need to know exactly what he's capable of. I've tasked some of my Anbu with the job, but something like this will take time. Hiruzen took another sip from his cup as he finished explaining. Kinsei knew that Hiruzen considered Danzo as a close friend. So he couldn't believe he was actually going through with something like this. You're actually doing it. I can't believe it. Does this have anything to do with our last conversation? The conversation where you said Danzo would betray me and one day would be the death of me? It might have played a small part. So what do you need me for? It sounds like you have everything under control. You and I both know it's not that simple. Danzo has associates he can use outside the village. Especially in the capital. Hiruzen finished and looked Kinsei in the eye. Kinsei's eyes narrowed in realization. So that's what this is about. You want to use my contacts in the daimyo court to help you. Tough luck there, Hiruzen. They're not gonna help you. I know. I know they won't help me. They're your friends and not mine. They don't owe me anything. Kinsei frowned as he heard the Hokage speak. He knew Hiruzen would always have a plan when trying to negotiate. Hiruzen looked at Kinsei and smiled. They won't help me. I'm well aware of that fact. But they will help you. So you want to drag me into this, huh? And why would I get into the middle of this mess? Revenge. For Hataru. Don't say his name. You have no right. Kinsei was angered that Hiruzen would bring up his son's name at a time like this. Hiruzen sighed and spoke. I'm sorry about what happened. I know that deep down if you had the chance you wouldn't hesitate to kill Danzo. I'm giving you that chance. Kinsei gripped his knees as he thought about it. He's partially right. If I had the chance to kill Danzo I would. But I won't. Kinsei let out a breath and looked at the Kage. You're right. The need for revenge is still there in my heart. But I'm not going to take your offer. Because if anything happens, if anything goes wrong, then I'm not the only one who gets affected. Hiruzen only needed a second to realize the implications. Daichi. You're worried about his safety. Yes. Kinsei answered after a few seconds of silence. Hiruzen smiled as he looked at his former Anbu commander. You would turn down the chance to get even with the person responsible for the death of your son for someone else. You really have changed. I'm glad young Daichi has had such a positive impact on you. Kinsei grunted but had a small smile on his face. He's a good kid. I never thought I would feel like this again. Yes. He has a good character. Hiruzen looked at the last bit of tea in the cup as he remembered the moment when Daichi comforted Naruto at the playground. From all the reports he read, he knew that Daichi was someone who would stand up for his friends. Hiruzen! The Hokage looked up at Kinsei. Daichi currently has a carefree life. The only thing he's concerned about is his training and academics. But if I get involved in this Danzo business, then sooner or later Daichi will be dragged into it as well. And you and I both know Danzo has no qualms about fighting dirty. Daichi will get caught in the crossfire and I don't want that. Hiruzen sighed hearing Kinsei's reasoning. I'm afraid it might be a bit late for that. What are you talking about? Danzo already is aware of Daichi and has his eyes on him. I figured. I know he'll keep an eye on all the talented kids in the academy. I figured Danzo already knows about Daichi and he's aware of the kids' talents. Hiruzen shook his head. No, you don't understand. I mean Danzo has already sent one of his agents to spy on Daichi. What? Kinsei's eyes widened as he heard this. He has sent a child in the root program to infiltrate the academy with the sole purpose of spying on Daichi and getting close to him. Danzo is efficient when allocating his root forces. He wouldn't send one of his ninjas for nothing. I believe Danzo will make a move on young Daichi before he graduates. Kinsei was silent as he processed this information. After several seconds of silence he asked, "How accurate is this information?" Hiruzen took out a scroll from his sleeve and opened it. The scroll had several folders. Hiruzen took one folder and gave it to Kinsei. It was the folder containing documents on Tomoase. Before Hiruzen came to speak with Kinsei, he had dug up more information about the child, and with Bear's report, it presented accurate and thorough information about the child. You may not want to engage in a fight with Danzo, but soon you'll have to. He'll be coming for young Daichi. Just like he did with your son. Kinsei clenched his fists in anger. That bastard. He then looked at Hiruzen. What about you? Are you just going to sit and do nothing? Root shouldn't even be active right now. So are you going to let him go after the kid? Danzo knows I won't let him operate his forces again. But if he manages to get backing from the royal court, then he can make things difficult for me. Or he can wait until I die and go after young Daichi. Regardless, no matter what, Danzo will go after your grandson. It's not a matter of if, only when. Kinsei knew Hiruzen was right. Danzo was not someone who would back down once he had his sights set on something. He let out a breath and looked at Hiruzen. So what's the plan? Chapter 96, Hiruzen's Plan. Kinsei's Home. Kinsei let out a long sigh and, after thinking about what Hiruzen said, made a decision. So what's the plan? I've already tasked some of my best agents to investigate Root and Danzo's allies within the village. I need you to investigate his ties to the royal court. During these last few decades, Danzo has cultivated a few assets near the daimyo. I need you to find their identities, their strengths and weaknesses. See if they are truly loyal to Danzo or if they can be turned. What about Jiraiya? He has an extensive spy network. Why don't you ask him for help with this? He has a lot on his plate at the moment. The Nine Tails attack and now the Uchiha massacre has significantly reduced our strength. Jiraiya is currently working on minimizing information leaks and spreading false intelligence. With everything that's happened, we need to show strength. I can't ask him to take on any more at the moment. That's why I need your help. Kinsei pondered on what the Hokage just said. There were a lot of things that could go wrong with an operation like this. Hiruzen, we're about to conduct an investigation on the members associated with the Fire Daimyo. If he gets wind of it before we complete the investigation, if anything goes wrong, then it will impact the village as a whole. You realize that, don't you? Hiruzen nodded. I'm well aware of the risks, Kinsei. Don't forget, I led this village for decades. I know just how much our relationship with the Fire Daimyo means to the village. But I've decided to go forward with this investigation nonetheless. I'm here asking for your help to minimize the risks. You have some businesses in the capital. So there wouldn't be much suspicion if you moved to the capital under the guise of running your business in a more hands-on capacity. Kinsei crossed his arms as he thought about the proposal. I don't want to leave Daichi alone here. I'll make sure Daichi is safe. Kinsei looked at Hiruzen and he had a downcast expression. I trusted you once. And I paid the price. I can't take that chance again. Hiruzen looked down as he heard those words. I'm truly sorry about your son. I can't change the past, Kinsei. no matter how much I want to. Both of them sat in silence and contemplated what to say next. I'm going to get us something to drink. Kinsei stood up and went to the kitchen to get a bottle of sake and 2 cups. He returned shortly after and poured 2 cups. Both of them took a cup and drank the alcohol in silence. After a minute it was the Hokage that broke the ice. How is young Daichi? Energetic and training as usual. He's been going at it for months without stopping. But unlike most, he actually enjoys pushing himself beyond his limits like this. He's the best in his class, and the teachers in the academy even know that he's stronger than most of the senior students. They just don't know how much. Kinsei smiled and nodded with that assessment. How far has he progressed with the change in chakra nature training? Hiruzen drank another cup and asked. He completed the first 2 steps of both earth and fire chakra. Kinsei smirked as he answered that question. What? The Hokage was shocked. The first step alone would usually take 3 to 7 months to learn. For talented geniuses, that time would be reduced to 1 to 3 months. And it was merely the first step. To learn the second step would take much more time. And the fact that Daichi managed to learn the 2 steps of 2 chakra natures in a single year astounded him. Are you sure, Kinsei? Of course I'm sure. He showed me after he completed his training. He was able to master the first step of his earth nature in just 3 weeks. Hiruzen's eyes widened as heard that. Kinsei looked at the dumbfounded face of the Hokage and chuckled. Such speed. Yes. It's incredible. He makes you look like an ordinary chump. Hiruzen. Kinsei chuckled at that. Hiruzen turned serious and looked at Kinsei. Danzo must not learn the true extent of Daichi's talents. And we absolutely can't let Daichi be dragged into the foundation. If Daichi becomes part of the root, then it won't be long before Danzo makes a move on the position of Hokage. If someone as talented as Daichi comes under his command, then he will become bold enough to challenge me or whoever comes after me. Kinsei nodded. Yes. On that we can agree. For the moment we can rest easy. Danzo won't make any moves on the surface, and recruiting someone like Daichi will draw attention to him. So for the moment he'll only be observing. And he's also in the middle of creating a new base and moving his assets. So he'll be focused on that for now. The Hokage said after thinking about the current situation of Root. Danzo is not one to be sloppy with his movements or information. Who exactly did you send to infiltrate Root? He or she must be good if you're getting such precise details. One of my Anbu. Code-named Bear. You know him. You even trained him for a brief period of time. Kinsei's eyes slightly widened as realized who Hiruzen was talking about. Ah. So it's him. If it's that brat, then you won't have much to worry. If I'm going to help you with this, then I need 2 things in return. Kinsei knew Hiruzen would only come to him for help if he didn't have many options left. The Kage sighed hearing that. I had a feeling you didn't agree just because of the goodness of your heart. What is it? I want Isen out of Ozuki Castle. The Hokage was shocked at what Kinsei was asking. That's impossible. No, it's not. The prisoners in that containment facility can be released if the village sends an official request. Kinsei then took another mouthful from his sake cup. You forget. Danzo has spies in that facility as well. He was the one who put Isen there, and if I get Isen out, Danzo will know and he will send a kill squad to finish him off. And besides, what good will it do to have Isen out? He doesn't have his memories. He won't be of any help. Kinsei sighed as he remembered what happened to his friend and once fellow Anbu member. One of the few times Danzo showed mercy. Isen was loyal to the village just as much as you. He knew that. But he also knew Isen uncovered several of his corrupt deeds. Isen had knowledge on Danzo's illegal assets. What? Yes. But he was too angry at that time to bring that information to you because of what happened during his mission. And then he fell into Danzo's trap. For his lifelong loyalty to the village, instead of killing him, Danzo sealed his memories, and with the charges against Isen he was able to imprison him in that castle. while you just sat there unable to help him. Hiruzen narrowed his eyes at that accusation. Do you think it was easy for me to just let that happen and do nothing about it? Isen attacked Danzo and the daimyo's minister in public. It was a trap for Isen, but like a blind fool he walked right into it. The daimyo got involved. If Isen wasn't punished, it could have caused friction between the village and the capital. Kinsei sighed as he heard the justification. The Hokage continued. Besides, who do you think it was that convinced Danzo to spare his life instead of outright killing him? Who do you think convinced him that Isen would be far less of a threat if he didn't have his memories and was imprisoned in a prison away from the village? Kinsei was shocked as he looked at his Kage. You. Yes. Don't think I didn't help. I made sure Isen would live to see another day. Fat load of good that did. He's alive, but everything that made him, is gone. Kinsei looked down and poured another cup for him. I wouldn't be so sure of that. Kinsei looked up at Hiruzen and saw the Kage with a small smirk. I'm the one who gave Danzo the memory seal formula. I told him it was permanent. Once used on the target, it would erase all the memories forever. And he checked it to make sure before using it on Isen. The thing is, I lied when I said it would permanently erase the memories. Kinsei leaned forward and looked at Hiruzen. You mean, the memories are still there inside his head, just locked away from everyone. A subtle but complex sealing jutsu courtesy of Lady Mito. The seal is essentially a lock. Anyone with the key would be able to undo that seal at any time. I figured it would be best to keep that information to myself. Kinsei shot up from his seat as he heard those words. You bastard. You mean I could have saved him and got his memories back all this time? Why didn't you tell me? Because I knew you would react like this, and if you had tried to save him, Danzo would have interfered and killed Isen. And with the eyes of the daimyo on the whole situation, I couldn't do anything to jeopardize the stability of the village at the time. Kinsei let out a breath and sat down. After several seconds spoke. We have to save him. I agree. But we need to do it without raising any suspicions. If we want to save Isen and get him out of there, then first he has to die. Kinsei narrowed his eyes. He figured out the meaning of those words in seconds. Fake his death. Hiruzen nodded. I have an idea, but I need some time to create a concrete plan. Okay. Whatever you need. I'll help you with this. For Isen. Kinsei spoke with a smile. He was excited at the prospect of rescuing his old friend. For Isen. Hiruzen raised his sake cup and Kinsei joined in toasting for their friend's freedom. You mentioned two things. What's the second? Hiruzen asked as he took another swig of the alcohol. I'm thinking about having someone at the hospital teach Daichi some medical ninjutsu. Kinsei replied. I managed to pique the kid's interest in the field. I told him I would start him on that this year. Hiruzen had a frown on his face when he heard this. Kabuto is working at the hospital. If he learns about Daichi, then Orochimaru will also learn about the child. And that's just as bad. Noticing Hiruzen's frown, Kinsei had an uneasy feeling. What's wrong? You can't take Daichi to the hospital for training. Why not? The Hokage sighed. The spy I mentioned that has ties to Orochimaru. He works at the hospital. If Orochimaru gets information on Daichi, that would bring trouble for the boy. Kinsei grunted at that. Daichi has a lot of potential. Learning medical ninjutsu would benefit him greatly. And he would only need a fraction of the time to learn the techniques needed. Yes. I'm sure he's capable. But do you really want to take that risk? Kinsei's silence was his reply to the question. Hiruzen spoke after a short while. I'll come up with something. Give me a couple weeks. Kinsei nodded. I was hoping to meet young Daichi, but it seems he's busy with his training. Maybe another time. Hiruzen had his eyes glancing at the door. He might not be back for a while. Hiruzen nodded. Then it's time for me to leave. I'll come back once everything is planned out. Kinsei nodded and both of them stood from their chair. Hiruzen reapplied his transformation jutsu and walked out of the house. Before long, he left the place. Chapter 97, The Art of Jinjutsu. Daichi was fighting his clones in the forest while being blindfolded. He relied on his other senses and wanted to improve them. He wanted to evolve his sense skills as quickly as he could. But Daichi's clones were just as capable as he was. So the battle lasted for some time before he was able to successfully defeat and dispel his clones. After meditating and recovering his strength, he opened his skill list. Daichi's eyes went to the skills related to the 6 senses. They're almost at level 50. Maybe another 2 or 3 battle sessions like this and they'll be ready to evolve. Daichi closed the skill list and headed home. During the battle he received a notification that indicated that reputation had increased with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Daichi was confused and not sure why that notification would show up at this time. Well, as long as it's not a reputation decreases notification, I don't mind. There was also something else he wanted to ask his grandfather. Before long he reached his home. He noticed Kinsei on the porch and he seems to be immersed in deep thoughts. Hey old man. You seem like you have something important on your mind. Daichi's voice snapped Kinsei out of his thoughts. He smiled and replied. It's nothing you need to worry about. Daichi looked at Kinsei for a second and then nodded. Daichi at that time smelled the faint scent of tobacco lingering in the air. He also smelled the heavy scent of sake. He knew Kinsei didn't smoke. Was someone here? Daichi asked. Kinsei looked at the kid and sighed. His senses are getting sharper and sharper. I was planning on keeping Hiruzen's visit to myself for now, but... Yes, Daichi. I had an unexpected visitor this morning. But it's nothing you need to concern yourself with. I'll tell you when the time comes. Daichi was slightly confused but then nodded and let it go. He had something more important on his mind. Hey Gramps. I'm thinking about working on my taijutsu and jinjutsu and then some medical ninjutsu this year. What do you think? Kinsei thought about the question. The warning Hiruzen had given him about Orochimaru's spy was prevalent in his mind. Focus on your taijutsu and jinjutsu and sharpen the skills you already possess. Learning too many things without mastery of anything won't help you. Daichi nodded and agreed with that assessment. Can you tell me about jinjutsu? I want to focus and improve my awareness on it as well. Kinsei smiled. He motioned for Daichi to come and sit near him. So you're finally interested, huh? The art of jinjutsu. This will take a while to fully explain. Daichi focused and paid attention to every word Kinsei was going to say. Jinjutsu, or the art of illusions, is the third and least common of the basic combat specialties for a shinobi. Now taijutsu and ninjutsu both apply damage or alterations to the physical world, while jinjutsu mainly targets the mind. Daichi was confused. But during our fight you changed the terrain. How is that? Kinsei chucked. What I did falls under jinjutsu, but let me remind you, I did not alter the terrain with jinjutsu. I merely placed an illusion on the hole on the ground I created with ninjutsu. I'll explain. As I said, jinjutsu cannot affect non-living or environmental things and physically alter them. Now, jinjutsu is the most versatile of the three, but it is also the most difficult to use effectively. Our mind, our imagination, it's limitless. So are the possibilities of jinjutsu. It depends on the user. Whether it's a simple distraction, or traumatizing someone, or an outright powerful attack on the psyche of a person, a capable jinjutsu user can accomplish it all. Daichi was attentive to every word. In the show, most characters that jinjutsu were used on had a bloodline limit or something else that helped them negate it. Mainly the Uchiha and their Sharingan, the Hyuga and the Byakugan, the Rinnegan and Jinchurikis, who are partners with their tailed beasts. Compared to the number of shinobi in the world who are not immune to jinjutsu, this number is very small. While illusions won't be useful against powerful A or S rank enemies, they will definitely be useful against most people below those ranks. I can't ignore this field. Kinsei continued. Now, just like ninjutsu, Genjutsu requires usage of hand seals and precise control of chakra. There are 3 ways to utilize Genjutsu. All the techniques of the illusion arts fall under these 3 categories. The first is sensory-based illusions. The most common type of Genjutsu. They can target a single or multiple opponents and they have great potential. Many techniques used by the shinobi fall under this category. A manipulation of the target's perception of reality. Chakra enters a person's body and manipulates their senses. The 5 major senses of the body. Yes. The most common is manipulation of our vision. The sense of sight. The Genjutsu that affects what you see. Make something invisible or change the appearance or make you see something that doesn't exist. Then there is somatic sensation. It's the sense of touch. We can induce pain, numb the body, change the perception of temperature and much more. Auditory sensation. The sense of hearing. Manipulating what the enemy hears. It can be used to feed false intelligence to create outright throbbing headaches. It can be used to annoy your enemy or take away their sense of hearing entirely. Gustatory. Your sense of taste. Now this is one of the rarer types of Genjutsu. But with a creative mind it could be very effective. Then manipulating the olfactory senses. It's the sense of smell. It could be something as simple as creating the smell of smoke to go along with fire or something similar. Then there is the vestibular sense. It dictates our balance and movements. Our hand-eye coordination will be disrupted if this sense is affected. Now these types of Genjutsu are usually B rank and above. Now the remaining 2 main senses are the temporal and kinesthetic sense. The former deals with controlling the victim's perception of time and the latter can manipulate the spatial awareness of the body. With this you can make your victim lose the feeling of a limb or more. Depends on a creative and slightly sadistic mind. Kensei smirked as he said the last part. Daichi slightly grimaced as he looked at the creepy smile on the old man's face. Yikes! Now these jutsus can affect more senses but they can be easy or difficult to notice. Although these techniques are strong they are limited to the minds of those affected after activation. Now remember, all the above fall under the first category of Genjutsu. Sensory-based illusions. The important thing to remember is that these jutsus need a trigger to work. Trigger is an action or an object which catches the attention of the target's senses. The exception is the wide area effect Genjutsu. They use space as the medium. Wow! What they teach us at the academy are peanuts compared to what I just learned. Kensei replied hearing the kid. Yes. They only teach the basics. And information on not just Genjutsu but all the ninja arts is restricted. Once a student graduates, only then will they have access to more information and techniques. Daichi nodded. Makes sense I guess. Wouldn't want powerful techniques to fall into the hands of an irresponsible kid. So what's the next to 2 categories? The second category is memory-based Genjutsu. Like the name suggests, it affects our mind. Specifically our memories. Now these types of Genjutsu require time to activate and need great focus to utilize it on the battlefield properly. These types of techniques are mainly used in interrogation, planting false memories and thus false intelligence. This type is only used by the Yamanaka clan due to their strong affinity towards Yin chakra and mental manipulation. Kensei stopped and looked at Daichi. Now I believe you can defend yourself against Genjutsu of these 2 categories. Because these 2 types of Genjutsu are direct type Genjutsu that attack the brain and you have immunity against them. Now comes the third category. The type of Genjutsu you are susceptible to. Daichi paid close attention to every word his grandfather spoke. He needed to be aware of these types of illusions. Seeing he had Daichi's undivided attention, Kensei continued. Optical-based Genjutsu. Chakra is used to bend or refract light to modify or create images. These illusions are based on natural illusions in nature like rainbows or mirages. Jutsus such as false placement or haze clones fall under this category. The jutsu I used on you also falls under this category. These types of jutsus create images out of chakra but do not send them directly to the enemy's mind. It essentially creates a physical illusion that everyone can see. But if we're creating physical images out of chakra and layering them over objects, then doesn't that fall into the category of ninjutsu? I thought jinjutsu cannot be casted on objects with no chakra network. Daichi questioned the old man. You would think so, but no. First, this isn't classified as ninjutsu. These are still illusions. For these types of techniques, we use a small amount of yang chakra in conjunction with yin chakra. This also answers your second question. Daichi nodded. Kinsei continued with his explanation. These types of jinjutsu are used to alter the appearance of wide area terrains and such. They are easy to dispel but difficult to notice. But they can't be used to hide or mask a person. Now I want you to know that optical illusions do not interfere with your other senses. Daichi's eyes widened as heard the last part. Wait a minute. When you used that blackout jinjutsu on me, you said you took away my sight, sound and smell. But now you're telling me. I lied. I took away your sight. That's true. But what I did was make sure to reduce the amount of any sound or smell. The sounds and smell present were muted, but they were still there. In the heat of the battle, when you heard that I took away 3 of your senses, you didn't think to double check. That's a lesson I want you to keep in your mind. Never trust your enemy. And be vigilant of your allies. Daichi thought back to that battle. He's right. He only took my sight away, but I believed him when he said he took my sense of sound and smell. The root cause of that mistake is trust. In a world full of killers and backstabbers, I'll have to be careful not to let my guard down around anyone. Don't worry. With enough training and experience, you'll be able to identify optical jinjutsu. Daichi looked at Kinsei and nodded. He then asked his grandfather something that was on his mind. What about emotions? Can jinjutsu be used to control a person's emotions? Jinjutsu can affect the senses, but it can't control or change one's emotions. They are only capable of indirectly inspiring one's emotions. You can create a giant fearsome snake with the intent to scare the target, but whether he/she gets scared or not, how that person reacts, it all depends on them. Kinsei took a moment for Daichi to digest all the information. After a while he began explaining the last and crucial part of the jinjutsu arts. How to dispel them. Figuring out you're in a jinjutsu is only half the battle. Now there are a few methods for negating jinjutsu, and they aren't very difficult. Pain or physical trauma. Either self-inflicted or afflicted by the enemy. Now what you need to keep in mind is that the pain must be strong enough to overcome the mental attack. The second method is the jinjutsu release kai. The person stops all flow of chakra in their body and restarts their flow. The amount of chakra required depends on the jutsu used. The third method is if you are freed by another party. If you have a teammate, then he must realize that you're caught in a jinjutsu and help you out. This person must make physical contact with the person trapped in the jutsu. These are the 3 major ways someone can escape jinjutsu. Now some people have natural resistance to illusions, like those with Sharingan and Byakugan. And ordinary shinobi too, over time can develop resistance to certain jinjutsu techniques. Now you have a thorough understanding of the jinjutsu arts. Since you're immune to most, you won't have to worry that much, but it's still prudent that you learn and master the field. Kinsei completed his explanation and workings on the field of jinjutsu. Daichi was grateful. He now had much better understanding and knowledge on the subject. I understand. Thank you. This seems really interesting. The only limit to jinjutsu is one's imagination. I wonder how far I can take this field. Chapter 98, Sense Evolution and Skill Progress. Days went by as Daichi trained and honed his skills. His main focus was leveling up his sense skills. They would evolve once they reached level 50. Daichi concluded that evolving those skills would help with completing part of this year's quest. He was training in the forest near his home. He was in the middle of a battle with his clones, and after some time he got a few system notifications. Skill Superior Hearing's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Hearing has reached level 50. Evolving Skill. Skill evolved into Acute Hearing. Acute Hearing, active or passive, LV, max a skill obtained through evolving the Skill Superior Hearing. This skill is a LV.max skill with various effects. The hearing of the user is sharpened and becomes more acute. The user can increase the range of his hearing as he needs. But this has limitations. Note, negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive hearing does not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. Gives the user the ability to focus hearing to a certain area or filter out everything but the wanted sounds. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. Range of hearing depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Wow! Daichi couldn't help but exclaim out loud. He read the details of the evolved skill and was impressed. It says I can add more effects to this skill with training. And unless I'm mistaken, there doesn't seem to be a limitation to the number of effects that can be added. I'm guessing the only limitation is it must have something to do with hearing. Interesting. Reading the gamer's mind's negation of any negative side effects also brought a smile to Daichi's face. If the gamer's mind negates sensory overload for this skill, then it's possible it will do the same for other evolved skills. Daichi concluded. He then thought about the memories of Naruto winning against Kiba during the Chunin exams. I don't care what anyone says. That was a pathetic way to win. Thank God I don't have to worry about anything like that. Daichi then used the new skill. He only slightly focused and he could hear far better than before. Daichi tried out his new skill and he quickly learned how to discard unwanted sounds and focus on what he wanted to hear. His range was much better than before, and when he focused his chakra, the range of his hearing expanded. Daichi felt that the chakra used to increase his hearing was negligible. Wow! This is truly incredible. Is this what those with super hearing feels like? I can hear almost everything in this forest. Daichi spent a while getting used to the skill. A short while later he stopped and decided to evolve the rest of his senses. After learning what an evolved skill can do, he was even more eager. The next sense he was going to evolve was superior smell. Daichi took several small stones that he coated with unique scents. He jumped high up in the air and threw them deep into the forest. He landed a second later and then closed his eyes and concentrated chakra to his nose. There were many scents in the forest, of plants and other small animals. The stones were only coated with a very weak scent, so Daichi would need absolute focus and concentration. His goal was to track and find the stones through the weak scents they emitted. He was blindfolded, but his other senses were heightened. After some time he was able to successfully find all the stones and was able to level up the skill. Skill Superior Smell's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Smell has reached level 50. Evolving Skill. Skill evolved into Absolute Smell. Absolute Smell, active or passive, LV, max a skill obtained through evolving the Skill Superior Smell. This skill is a LV max skill with various effects. The sense of smell of the user has increased beyond normal. The user can increase the range of this sense as he needs. But this has limitations. Note, negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive nose does not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user will never forget the sense of the targets it has detected once. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. The range of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Yes! Just as I thought. Even though this is a max level skill, I can train and add different effects to this. just like the other one. Since all these are passive skills, even if my chakra somehow gets cut off, I'll be able to effectively track an enemy or defend myself if the need arises. Daichi used the new Absolute Smell skill and he was impressed. He was able to block out unwanted or repulsive smells in an instant and focus on what was needed. Daichi picked up new scents that were previously hidden from him. Incredible. Truly incredible. Now I understand why the Inuzuka clan were called one of the best trackers. Now that I think about it, Kakashi must also have such an excellent nose. To be able to improve his sense of smell to such a degree. That's impressive. Daichi thought about the different new effects that can be trained and added to the skill. He was a fan of all comics. He had seen plenty of heroes and villains use their different powers. Daichi had several ideas he wanted to work on. He was extremely excited at the prospects of improving his abilities just like them. The next on Daichi's list was the sense of sight. Daichi created several shadow clones. He then stopped chakra flow to his ears and nose and concentrated on his eyes. He sharpened his vision and began fighting his clones. They were using skills that drastically increased their speed, and Daichi's goal was to track their movements without the help of his other senses. He dodged shurikens, blocked lightning-fast attacks, and was able to keep track of his opponents at all times. It wasn't just his vision, but Daichi also needed to be aware of his surroundings. An hour passed by, and as he defeated the last clone, he got several blue system message boxes. Skill Leaf Academy Taijutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Shadow Clone Jutsu's level has risen by 1. Skill Strong Hits level has risen by 1. Skill Sprints level has risen by 1. Along with an increase in his sight skill, Daichi's combat-related skills also increased. Skill Superior Sight's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Sight has reached level 50. Evolving Skill. Skill evolved into Dynamic Vision. Dynamic Vision, active or passive, LV, max a skill obtained through evolving the skill Superior Sight. This skill is a LV max skill with various effects. The user possesses a sense of sight far beyond normal, allowing them to see far with great clarity and details. The user can increase the range of this sense as he needs. But this has limitations. Note: negative side effects associated with having more sensitive eyes do not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user will be able to see even underwater and even during night with low lights. The user is able to see the faintest distinctions and easily track things too fast for the normal eyes. The range of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Daichi felt the changes in his body in real time. He felt that his body has physically improved his eyes. He looked around as if he was seeing everything for the first time. The feeling of seeing all the details and the clarity with which he could see everything around him couldn't be expressed in words. Not a bad skill. Would definitely come in handy if I ever have to go for a deep sea dive. Night vision, huh? Neat! Daichi then sat down and began to focus on the last sense he was going to evolve today. He took out several small dishes he bought from Shi's restaurant from his inventory. These were dishes he asked Shifan to prepare with specific ingredients. All the dishes were made with some special ingredients and as such had hidden flavors that Daichi needed to identify if he wanted to improve the skill to the next level. Daichi slowly tasted the dishes and took his time identifying each flavor. These taste delicious. My health, chakra and stamina are quickly recovering. Focus Daichi. Daichi focused his chakra and extracted the flavors. He spent a while just sitting there tasting all the dishes and he was successfully able to identify all the ingredients used. Skill Superior Tasting's level has risen by 1. Skill Superior Tasting has reached level 50. Evolving Skill. Skill evolved into Hyper Taste. Hyper taste active or passive, LV, max a skill obtained through evolving the skill superior tasting. This skill is a LV max skill with various effects. The user possesses an extremely keen sense of taste, allowing them to sense both harmful and beneficial things. Sweetness helps to identify energy-rich food while bitterness serves as warning signs of poisons. The user can increase or decrease the effects of this sense. Note: negative side effects associated with having a more sensitive tongue do not apply to the user. Gamer's mind will neutralize negative side effects of sensory overload. With training, more and more effects can be added onto this skill. Effects. The user is able to discern all tastes. The power of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. Congratulations! You have successfully trained a skill to its highest level. 500 EXP. 75 EXP. Yes! I'm immune to poisons. And this skill won't be of much use in combat, but it's still nice to evolve it. All that's left is the sense of touch. But it's nowhere near level 50. And I wonder if my chakra sense skill will evolve? It is one of my senses. And what about Mana Scout? Questions for later. I suppose I'll find out sooner or later. Daichi then opened his skill page and started going through them one by one. 1. Gamer's Mind Passive, LV Max. 2. Gamer's Body Passive, LV Max. 3. Gaia's Blessing Passive, LV Max. 4. Observe Active, LV 49. 5. Dishwashing Passive, LV Max. Effects: 150% increase in speed when dishwashing. 6. Meditate Active, LV 77. Effects: 154% increase to base health points regeneration per minute. 154% increase to base chakra points regeneration per minute. 154% increase to base stamina points regeneration per minute. 7. Basic Body Conditioning Passive, LV 80. Effects: 76% increase in damage inflicted. 74% increase in movement speed. 26.5% increase in physical stat growth. 50% decrease in damage taken. 8. Minimap. 9. Inventory. 10. Chakra Manipulation Active or Passive, LV 70. 11. Chakra Affinity, Passive or Active, LV.80. Effects: 28% growth rate of chakra stat. 71% strength increases to all chakra-based skills. 68% defense increase against chakra-based attacks. 50% increase to maximum chakra points. Negative 30% chakra points cost to all chakra-based skills. 12. Chakra Regeneration Passive, LV 80. Effects: regeneration increase by 95% of base chakra points. 22% increase in regeneration speed. 28% growth rate of chakra stat. Note: meditation increases chakra points regeneration to 100%. 13. Minor Jutsu Creation Active, LV.12. Effects: 24% success rate to create new ninjutsu. 24% success rate to create new jinjutsu. Negative 15.5% chakra points requirements for new jutsu created. 14. Leaf Concentration Technique Active or Passive, LV Max. Effects: 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 1 per seconds. Minus 50% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. 15. Hyper Taste Active or Passive, LV Max. Effects: the user is able to discern all tastes. The power of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. 16. Acute Hearing Active or Passive, LV Max. Effects: gives the user the ability to focus hearing to a certain area or filter out everything but the wanted sounds. Range of hearing depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. 17. absolute smell. Active or passive, LV max. Effects. The user will never forget the sense of the targets it has detected once. The user is able to determine the location of the target with more accuracy. The range of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. 18. Dynamic vision, active or passive, LV max. Effects. The user will be able to see even underwater and even during night with low lights. The user is able to see the faintest distinctions and easily track things too fast for the normal eyes. The range of this sense depends on the user. Chakra points cost depends on the user. 19. Leaf Academy Taijutsu active, LV.79. Effects. 138.7% increase in attack power. 138.7% increase in defense. 138.7% increase in speed. 80% decrease in damage taken. 20. Shuriken Jutsu active, LV max. Effects. 100% increase in accuracy. 100% increase in damage dealt. 21. Physical Endurance passive, LV.75. Effects. 56.3% decrease in damage taken. Note, damage decrease depends on enemy level and strength. 22. Strong Hit active, LV 65. Effects. 65% increase in critical rate. 92% increase in damage inflicted to the enemy. 70% increase in attack speed. Stamina points cost, 5 per hit. 23. Cooking active, LV.32. Effects. 64% increase in taste and aroma of dish. 64% increase in plating technique. 24. Painting passive, LV.20. Effects. 44% increase in visual appeal. 48% increase of accuracy in painting. 25. Chakra threads active, LV max. Effects. 200% increase in thread control. 200% increase in thread speed. Chakra points cost, 1 second for single thread. 26. Sprint active, LV.61. Effects. 92% increase in running speed. Stamina points cost, 22, stamina points per minute. 27. Rope escape jutsu active, LV max. Effects. 99.9% increase in success when escaping bindings. 28. Clone jutsu active, LV max. Effects. 100% accuracy increase when creating identical clones. Chakra points cost, 7, chakra points per clone. 29. Transformation jutsu active, LV max. Effects. 100% increase in accuracy and details when transforming. Chakra points cost, 5, chakra points per transformation. 30. Mana manipulation, active or passive, LV.6. 31. Sword mastery passive, LV.29. Note, this skill requires a sword to activate. Effects. 58% additional damage when striking the target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 47.6% increase in attack speed. 32. Vital Strike active, LV.52. Effects. 68% additional damage when hitting target. Marks target with damage and negative debuffs. 26% increase in attack speed. 33. Tree Walking Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects. 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 1 per seconds. Negative 65% chakra points cost to chakra techniques. 34. Danger Sense, passive, level .40. Effects. Current range 83 meters. 35. Death Blow active, LV.29. Effects. 187% additional attack damage to the enemy. 33% increase in attack speed. 33% increase in critical rate. 36. Water walking technique, active or passive, LV.100. Effects: 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, 3 seconds. 30% decrease chakra points cost to chakra techniques. 37. Chakra sense active, LV.33. Effects: current range 77 meters. Chakra points cost, 8.7 meter. 38. Ozark's resilience active, LV.10. Effects: 20% increase in strength, vitality, and agility stats for 60 seconds when health points falls below 20%. Cooldown time, 8 hours. 39. Killing intent active, LV.25. Effects: enemies with a plus or 3 level gap between the user are paralyzed for 60 seconds. Enemies less than 4 levels and below the user are struck with terror and paralyzed for 80 seconds, as well as 13% reduction of their physical stats. 40. Dual wielding mastery passive, LV.19. Effects: passively increases the player's minimum and maximum melee damage, critical rate, and balance. 19% increase to damage inflicted. 19% increase in attack speed. 41. Water affinity, active or passive, level .19. Effects: 38% increase in water attack jutsu. 38% increase in water defense jutsu. 12.5% increase in success when creating water-style jutsu. 8.1% decrease in chakra cost when using water-style jutsu. 42. Wind affinity, active or passive, LV.17. Effects: 34% increase in wind attack jutsu. 34% increase in wind defense jutsu. 10.8% increase in success when creating wind-style jutsu. 6.5% decrease in chakra cost when using wind-style jutsu. 43. Mana affinity, passive or active, LV.9. Effects: 18% strength increase to all mana-based skills. -6% mana points cost to all mana-based skills. 44. Telekinesis active, LV.7. Effects: 14% increase in mana attacks. 14% increase in mana defenses. 3.5% decrease in mana cost. 45. Fire affinity, active or passive, level .77. Effects: 154% increase in fire attack jutsu. 154% increase in fire defense jutsu. 80% increase in success when creating fire-style jutsu. 45% decrease in chakra cost when using fire-style jutsu. 46. Earth affinity, active or passive, level .79. Effects: 182% increase in earth attack jutsu. 182% increase in earth defense jutsu. 83.6% increase in success when creating earth-style jutsu. 62.6% decrease in chakra cost when using earth-style jutsu. 47. Lightning affinity, active or passive, level .18. Effects: 36% increase in lightning attack jutsu. 36% increase in lightning defense jutsu. 15.8% increase in success when creating lightning-style jutsu. 8.7% decrease in chakra cost when using lightning-style jutsu. 48. Superior touch active, LV.19. Effects: plus 38% increase in skin sensitivity. Chakra points cost, 16 seconds. 49. Chakra enhancement active, LV.29. Note: the chakra cost of the skill and increase in abilities depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: increase the attack and defense power. Increase strength, stamina, agility, and vitality. Decrease the damage taken. 50. Chakra flow active, LV.20. Note: the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 48% strength increase to the object. 48% increase in chakra flow. 10% decrease in chakra cost. 51. Creation active, LV.3. Note, the chakra cost of the skill depends on the chakra supplied. Effects: 16.5% chance when creating common grade items, 1% chance when creating rare grade items, 0% chance when creating unique grade items, 0% chance when creating legendary grade items, 0% chance when creating mythical grade items. 52. Unyielding Spirit passive, LV max. 53. Shadow Clone Jutsu active, level 24. Effects: number of clones depends on the chakra reserves of the user. Chakra points cost, 490, chakra points and clone, minimum. 54. Body Flicker Technique active, level .32. Effects: 72% increase in mobility. Chakra points cost, 41, chakra points. 55. Absolute Recall passive, LV max. 56. Combat Arts passive, LV.17. Effects: 34% increase in damage inflicted. 34% increase in movement speed. 57. Linked Kill Strikes active, level .5. Effects: 5% increase in agility. 10% increase in damage when using swords, daggers, or other sharp weapons. And plus 1% increase in damage dealt for each additional strike. And represents the last consecutive attack landed on the enemy. 58. Absolute Chakra Mastery passive, level max. 59. Light Steps passive or active, LV.2. Effects: increases balance of the user when in unstable and dangerous terrain. 6% increase in movement speed. 60. Mana Puppetry active, LV.8. Effects: can implant suggestions into a target's mind. Mana points cost, 742 per target. 61. Giant Strength passive, LV max. 62. Life Recovery passive, LV max. 63. Live Body passive, LV max. 64. Swiftness passive, LV max. 65. Hermit's Wisdom passive, LV max. 66. Chakra Suppression active, LV.35. Effects: 35% chakra suppression. 67. Plunderer passive, LV max. Effects: the chances of obtaining skill or jutsu from the killed enemy is 10%. The chances of obtaining special abilities or bloodline limits is 1%. 68. Mana Scout, passive or active, LV.10. Effects: 20 meters, current maximum range. Plus 10% location accuracy. Mana points cost, 13.5 mana points per 2 meters. A small smile formed on Daichi's face as his eyes landed on the next skill. I hope the day won't come when you're activated. 70. Chakra Rotation, active or passive, LV max. Effects: plus 200% increase in chakra movement and form. Plus 100% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, depends on the user. 71. Chakra Potency, active or passive, LV max. Effects: plus 200% increase in chakra size and range. Plus 10% increase in chakra potency and chakra points. Chakra points cost, depends on the user. 72. Chakra Confinement, active or passive, LV max. Effects: 200% increase in chakra form. 200% increase in chakra control. Chakra points cost, depends on the user. 73. Rasengan active, LV max. Note, the user can create variations of this jutsu with training. Effects: deals 1500 damage points when it strikes the target. Chakra points cost, 250, chakra points, minimum needed. 74. Earth Leaf Crumbling Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects: 100% increase in Earth Chakra control. Chakra points cost, 3 seconds. 75. Earth Waterfall Cutting Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects. 200% increase in Earth Chakra control. 300% increase power of Earth Chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 18 seconds. 76. Fire Leaf Burning Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects. 100% increase in Fire Chakra control. Chakra points cost, 5 seconds. 77. Fire Waterfall Separation Technique, active or passive, LV max. Effects. 200% increase in Fire Chakra control. 300% increase in power of Fire Chakra nature. Chakra points cost, 18 per second. 78. I'm Ready to Die Stance active, LV max. Effects. Health points, chakra points, stamina points, mana points of the user are restored to 50% for 20 seconds. 300% increase in effects of all techniques used during the 20 seconds activation period. All stats will gain a 20% boost for 20 seconds. Satisfied with the improvements, Daichi closed the panel and left for home. Chapter 99, I Am Not Alone. Hiruzen was in his office going over the various mission reports. There was a pile of documents on his desk and he went through them as quickly as he could while still memorizing all the relevant information. He quickly finished his work for the day and his mind went to the conversation he had with Kensei. It has been a couple weeks since his chat with Kensei. His mind then drifted to young Daichi. Having him learn medical ninjutsu will be beneficial for the village. But who exactly do I assign to teach him without attracting any more attention to him? He could wait till he's Jinin, but that's just wasting his potential. What should I do? He let out a sigh, and as he was pondering on how to proceed regarding everything, his secretary came in. Sir, Inoichi Yamanaka is here to see you. Send him in. The secretary left and a blond long-haired man who was the head of the Yamanaka clan came. Sir, I have what you asked for. Based on your specifications, I believe this should do. The Yamanaka then handed a scroll which the Hokage took. Thank you, Inoichi. And keep this to yourself. Yes, sir. The clan head left the office, leaving Hiruzen alone with his thoughts. One part of the problem is solved. But there are still several other factors that need to be in play. The bodies of the criminals who die at Ozuki Castle are burned in a chamber in the lower floors. Faking his death would be for nothing if he gets burned to ash. So I need another body. One with identical build to Isen. And I need the best medic mean to make the necessary changes so it's indistinguishable from Isen. Tsunade could do it. But she's roaming the country gambling and drinking. She won't set foot in this village. I don't think I can count on her. Even if she is the best damn medic alive. At that moment Hiruzen's eyes widened. Medic! She could be a perfect teacher for Daichi. With Daichi's learning curve he could learn most techniques from her within 2 or 3 years. And since she's not in the village, Daichi will have to go along with her. And out of Danzo's sight. And with the protection of a Sannin, Kensei will be more assured of Daichi's safety. Daichi is in his 4th year. There are 3 more years before his class graduates. Gears turned in Hiruzen's mind and he formed a plan. But he needed help convincing Tsunade to take on a student. If I hadn't known of Daichi's talents, I wouldn't have even considered this. I have no doubt Daichi will reach Tsunade's level before long. Having someone like that in the village is a boon to us. Hiruzen bit his thumb and went through several hand seals and slammed his palm on the table. Summoning Jutsu. A seal spread across the table and then a small monkey around 60 centimeters tall appeared. Its chest and torso had black fur, but the rest of his body had silver fur. It was wearing a small coat with beautiful patterns that would attract most people. Hiruzen. You haven't called me in such a long time. The small monkey spoke. It had a deep voice that made it seem a lot older. Goji! Forgive me. It's just that I've had a lot on my plate. Yes. I understand. You have a village to run. It's good to see you. You too. What's this about Hiruzen? I know you wouldn't call me without a reason. Go on. What is it? I need you to track down Jiraiya and I need you to deliver a message for me. Tell him to return to the village immediately but not alert anyone of his presence. This is of utmost importance. What's going on? Is there any trouble? Let's hope not. I've put some things in motion and I need the help of Jiraiya and my other wayward student. Goji nodded and didn't say anything else. The next second he disappeared in a puff of smoke. Goji should be able to track down Jiraiya in a day or two and depending on where he is, Jiraiya should be here within the week. Daichi and Kinsei were sitting on their porch discussing several topics. I'm thinking about starting on the lightning change and chakra nature now, Daichi said when the topic of his training came up. Kinsei sighed, hearing the answer he expected. This kid doesn't know how to take it easy. And once he starts training he'll go at it like a maniac, exhausting himself to the brink every day. And for the life of me I can't understand why. Daichi, we need to talk. Daichi looked up in confusion at that. Why are you training so hard? Kinsei asked the boy. I told you, I like training. I enjoy it. Daichi replied and his confusion at the question was evident on his face. No, I get that. I know you like training but lately you've been training like you have to, not because you want to. Using shadow clones and training to the point of total exhaustion. I want to utilize the time I have and make the most of my healing abilities. Daichi replied. You talk as if you're running out of time. Daichi, you have all the time in the world to get stronger. It's not a bad thing to slow down and get stronger at a slower rate. Daichi looked down at that. But what if I don't get strong enough and I meet someone stronger who has less than good intentions towards me? You'll have a capable jonin with you when you become a genin. You won't have to worry about something like that. Daichi thought about the enemies he would have to face in the future. His palms tightened on his knees. Kinsei saw the signs of someone who was stressed and didn't even know it. He spoke in a gentle tone. What exactly are you afraid of, kid? Daichi was surprised at the question. He then slowly answered. The future. Hearing that answer, Kinsei looked at Daichi in understanding. The future is a scary thing. For almost everyone, thinking about the future can be frightening. It'll be for different reasons, sure, but thinking about it is scary for everyone. For most civilians it'll be how to put food on their family's plate tomorrow. For us ninjas we worry if our next mission could be our last. For the Kages, they worry about the future of the village. For a father and mother, it's the worry of their child's future. Daichi looked up at his grandfather. Kinsei looked at Daichi and he had a gentle smile that he had never shown the kid before. I want you to keep this in your heart. Daichi, you are not alone in feeling that fear. It's a shitty feeling, but that's what it means to be human. What you can do, the only thing you can do, is accept it. Daichi's eyes widened as he heard the words. Kinsei continued. I want you to stop all training and meditate for a while. I don't think even you're aware of your true fears yet, but I have a feeling that you'll find your answers if you meditate. Etch this in your heart. You will never be alone. Just as you look out for that baby Rio, someone else will have your back. Daichi had a tear fall from the corner of his eyes. He quickly wiped it off and smiled. Thanks, old man. Kinsei smiled and nodded. Daichi took Kinsei's advice. He spent the next several days doing nothing but meditation. Slowly, over the weeks a change began to occur. In the academy Daichi's friends noticed that Daichi was spending more time with them, playing around and having fun with them. During one of Daichi's deep meditation he found the reason for his need to get stronger as quickly as he could. A lack of trust. Since the day I awoke, I felt that I could only rely on myself to survive. And with each passing day this lack of trust only grew. I know Naruto and Sasuke would one day save the world from Kagaya, but I couldn't bring myself to trust that knowledge. I feared that I might do or say something that would create a different, darker future. All this time I never truly trusted that they would become as strong as their future selves because of my interactions. And not just Naruto and Sasuke, but Shikamaru and the rest as well. I always worried that my influence, my very presence, could have a negative impact on the future. So the faith I had in my future knowledge diminished day by day. And because of this lack of trust in my knowledge and in Naruto and the others, I trained to become as powerful as I possibly could. Because deep down I arrogantly believed that only I could save them. That only I could become strong enough to face the coming threats. Daichi, you will never be alone. Daichi remembered the words of his grandfather and inwardly smiled. I need to have faith in them. I don't need to bear the burden of the world on my shoulders. When the time comes, I need to have faith that they will be ready. I won't slack off and give up on my goals, but it's not a bad thing to slow down a bit once in a while. Daichi meditated for a few more hours and then let out a breath and slowly opened his eyes as he came to accept that realization. You have confronted and won against the insecurities that have been growing in you since the day you were awakened. Your mental fortitude has become stronger. You have achieved a brief enlightenment. Plus 10 wisdom. Wow! I feel so much better now. It feels like a weight has been lifted off my shoulders. Daichi got up and went to see Kinsei. He saw the old man tending to the garden. Kinsei heard the footsteps of his grandson and looked up. He noticed the change in Daichi's face. I take it the meditation helped. More than you know. I feel a lot better now. Kinsei nodded at that. He then spoke. Daichi, I want you to spend more time with your friends. Enjoy the simpler things in life. Work on those hobbies of yours. Or pick up another one. And since we don't want to completely waste time, you can train one change in Chakra this year. Daichi tilted his head. Which one? Water. Train only the water nature. And take your time. Why water? Some say that water nature has a calming effect on the mind. Kinsei replied. All right. I'll train just the water nature this year. Daichi agreed. He decided to spend more time on his hobbies and friends. Hiruzen was gazing at the stars through the window of his office. It was night time and there weren't many people on the streets of the village. He had sent his guards away for the night as he waited for someone. As his eyes roamed the night sky, he heard someone speak. Did you find something interesting up there, Sensei? The Hokage smirked. Have you ever looked up at the stars and wondered if there was something more up there? Hiruzen then turned to his one student and asked. When I was young, yes. But not anymore. We have plenty going on right here after all. Hiruzen smiled at that. How have you been, Jiraiya? I was in the middle of some delicate research when Master Goji showed up. One of the legendary Sannin, Jiraiya, had a smirk as he answered the question. Hiruzen smiled at that. He was also a fan of Jiraiya's literature. When is the next book coming out? Soon. I need some inspiration to finish the final touches. I'm sure you'll manage. How is everything with Asuma? Jiraiya asked his former sensei. Hiruzen's smile vanished and he looked down in sadness. We haven't spoken in a while. I'm sorry, old man. Jiraiya took out a pack and threw it to Hiruzen. Your favorite tobacco. Hiruzen nodded his head, appreciating the gift. After a minute of silence, Jiraiya spoke. What's this about, Sensei? Why did you drag me halfway around the world? I'm going up against Danzo and Orochimaru and I might need your assistance and Tsunade's as well. The Toad Sage's eyes widened as he heard that. Hiruzen had a serious demeanor. There is a lot I need to catch you up on. Chapter 100, Kinsei's Hate. Hokage Tower, Hiruzen's office. Jiraiya sat with his arms crossed across from his old sensei. He was still digesting the information he just learned. So Danzo and Orochimaru are working together, huh? Orochimaru isn't the kind of person who would do something for someone without gaining anything in return. Danzo is the same. Jiraiya wondered what their goals were. I'm sure neither of them trust each other. So what would they gain from this partnership? Hiruzen let out a puff of smoke. It doesn't matter what. The fact is they are working together. And my tolerance for Danzo has reached its limit. Jiraiya looked at his sensei. He saw anger on that face, but he also saw the feeling of betrayal that his former sensei tried to hide. He let out a sigh and asked, "So what now, sensei?" "I'll dig into Danzo's contacts and see if I can find something to use as leverage." Hiruzen shook his head. "No. I need you to handle the missions you currently have. We're in a very delicate situation. I need you to stay the course. I already have a few agents looking into Root and Danzo. And I'll have someone else handle Danzo's contacts at the daimyo court." Jiraiya was puzzled. "So if you don't want my help with Danzo, then what do you need? I know you wouldn't have summoned me here for nothing." "Yes. I do need your help. Not with Danzo. But with Tsunade." Jiraiya's eyes widened. "Are you recalling her to the village?" "Sensei, she won't agree to that. In fact, I'm pretty sure she'll demolish the whole place if you force her. I'm well aware of her temperament, Jiraiya. And you have it backwards. I don't need her to return to the village. I want to send someone to her." "Who?" "A very talented child who I believe would make an excellent student. He's currently in his 4th year at the academy." The Toad Sage was astonished. He couldn't believe his sensei wanted Tsunade to take on another student. He was skeptical that his old teammate would take the Hokage up on that. "Tsunade already looks after Shizune. Do you think she'll take on another brat?" "She will if I insist. I'm Hokage of the village. If I make it an order, then she'll have no choice. And besides, I have a feeling she'll want him as a student after she sees his talent for herself. You sure do have a high opinion of him. This kid must be quite special," Jiraiya said in a nonchalant tone. Hiruzen knew Jiraiya had no idea of the magnitude of Daichi's talents. He looked at this student and spoke. "Jiraiya. This child completely mastered the Rasengan in 8 days." The smirk on the Toad Sage's face vanished. He was silent for a couple seconds and then suddenly started laughing. "That's a good one, old man. I see you haven't lost your sense of humor." He laughed for a few seconds, but his laughter died down as he saw his sensei's serious expression. "You're serious?" "Deadly. And it's not just the Rasengan. He mastered the first 2 steps of change and chakra nature of earth and fire as well," Hiruzen elaborated. Jiraiya's eyes widened and his jaw dropped. "Oi oi! Seriously? You better not be pulling my leg." Hiruzen knew he piqued Jiraiya's interest. "I'm serious, Jiraiya. He showed me the Rasengan and his grandfather told me he completed the nature training for earth and fire." Jiraiya got serious. "Sensei, please tell me everything about this kid. His name is Daichi Hekima." The Hokage then explained how he met the child on top of the Hokage monument, the kid's talents displayed at the academy, his fight with the enemy spies, and the display of Rasengan. And finally about Kensei. Jiraiya leaned back in his chair and was immersed in his thoughts. This kid's talents. There is a possibility he is even more of a genius than Minato. Jiraiya then looked at the Hokage. "If he's this talented, then why haven't you let him graduate? Having him stay at the academy seems like a waste to me." Hiruzen sighed. "I know the academy won't benefit him much in terms of getting stronger, but he is still a child. It's best for him to grow up amongst his friends and let him enjoy the time he has. Least he become like Itachi?" Jiraiya cut him off. Hiruzen only let out another small sigh but didn't say anything. "You know, I've been thinking a lot about the massacre." Jiraiya had his eyes firmly fixed on his sensei as he spoke. How exactly did Itachi get away? As a matter of fact, how did he kill a whole clan without someone raising a ruckus? Jiraiya narrowed his eyes and gazed at his teacher. "I'm not sure how Itachi did what he did, but something like that won't happen again." Hiruzen's tone had a steely edge to it. Jiraiya looked at the old man and decided to drop the matter. He then focused on the information he learned. So the child this Daichi kid helped turned out to be one of Orochimaru's experiments. That's how you got the identity of the spy, and you then sent your Anbu after him. And during Anbu's investigation into the spy, he discovered Orochimaru's involvement with Danzo. Wow. One could almost call that incident a lucky break. Yes. Hiruzen knew what his student meant. If it wasn't for Daichi, perhaps he would never have known about the existence of the spy until it was too late. "What do you need me to do, sensei?" "I need you to track down Tsunade. Convince her to take the child as a student, or at the very least meet the boy. If she still refuses, then tell her it's an order from me." Jiraiya looked at the aging Kage for a few seconds and then nodded. Hiruzen continued. "There is something else. I also need her help with another matter." Jiraiya tilted his head and waited for his sensei to speak. "I need her to create a corpse identical to a certain man." "Who?" "Issen." Jiraiya was puzzled for several seconds before he recalled the name and face. And he was shocked. "What?" "Sensei, he's in Hozuki Castle. And moreover, his memories are wiped." "What exactly do you need him for?" "I have my plans, and Issen is necessary for that." "For the moment, that's all you need to know." Jiraiya didn't ask any more about that, as he knew his sensei would be tight-lipped about sensitive plans. Both of them became silent for several seconds. Jiraiya then broke the silence with a question. "You mentioned Danzo having ties with people near the daimyo. Who exactly are you planning on sending to investigate people of the royal court?" Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds. He took another puff from his lit pipe and let out a smoky breath a second later, and then answered. "Kinsei Asagi." Jiraiya nodded in understanding. In hindsight, that's not a bad plan. He's an excellent strategist and investigator, and he's capable of reading people far better than most. He'll be able to uncover Danzo's connections if he puts his mind to it. But would he do it if Sensei asks? If I remember right, you and Kinsei were not on the best of terms. I know you two got into a heated argument. Regarding his son? Jiraiya asked his teacher. Hiruzen nodded. His son Hataru was talented. When he was a Jonin, one of his missions went wrong and he took the blame. Danzo wanted him in the route and I allowed it. What exactly happened? He was leading a 4-man team. Aside from Hataru, there was another Jonin and 2 Chunin. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but they were ambushed due to Hataru taking a different route on his way back. He's the only one who survived. Jiraiya knew of dozens of such incidents throughout his life. Easy missions gone wrong due to one bad choice. The village lost 3 capable ninja, and some wanted Hataru to be held accountable. Danzo used this opportunity to recruit him into the route. Kinsei was against that. He figured something was wrong with the whole picture and investigated. Now Jiraiya got curious. Kinsei was an excellent investigator. Did he find anything? Hiruzen answered. A week after the incident with Hataru, Kinsei came to me and told me the whole ambush was a setup from Danzo, but he couldn't find proof. What? Yes. Kinsei followed the trail of the attackers and came to this conclusion. But he didn't have solid proof of Danzo's involvement. But he did discover something else during his investigation. The 3 ninjas Hataru had on his team were selling secrets to enemy spies. They were turned. When Jiraiya heard that, he came to a realization. What a minute! So due to that ambush, 3 traitors of the village were taken care of and Danzo got a talented Jonin as a subordinate? That's one hell of a coincidence. Hiruzen nodded. Yes. So in one move the threats to the village were gone and Danzo had another talented root ninja. And there was no evidence connecting him to the whole thing? Yeah. If you ask me, that sounds like Danzo's work. Jiraiya gave his thoughts. I didn't believe it at the time. Or I didn't want to believe it. And Kinsei went to Danzo and confronted him. I don't know what happened between them, but Hotaru sided with Danzo for whatever reason. After that, Kinsei's dislike of Danzo turned into hate, and he also blames me for not helping him. Kinsei and his son drifted apart after that, and years went by, and before Kinsei could reconcile with his child, Hotaru, along with his wife, died in the Nine Tails attack. During the attack, Danzo ordered some of his root forces to attack the beast. Hotaru was one of them. Kinsei blames Danzo for everything that happened to his son. And to a lesser degree, he blames me as well. What a mess. What about now? Will he really help you if he still blames you? Jiraiya asked. I'm well aware that Kinsei doesn't like me. But his hatred for Danzo is far greater. He's kept it buried, but it's still there. And you and I both know, hate can be a very potent stimulus. He'll help me. But I need to convince him that Daichi will be safe. Jiraiya nodded as he understood the situation. So I take it that's another reason you're sending that kid to Tsunade? Keeping him out of the village and away from Danzo's grasp. Hiruzen nodded in agreement. Does the situation with Isen also have anything to do with this? Jiraiya asked, unsure if his sensei will answer him or not. Yes. Kinsei was adamant about rescuing him. Hiruzen answered after a few seconds of silence. Jiraiya sighed. He thought about the whole thing and came to a conclusion. A prisoner can be released if the leader of their village sends an official request. But since you can't bring him back through official channels, you're planning on breaking him out. I see. So that's why you need a corpse. You need a double to fake his death. Indeed. I suppose there was no point in hiding it from you. How are you going to do it? I've come up with a plan. I'll speak to Kinsei about it in the coming week and finalize it. In the meantime, I need you to track down Tsunade and tell her everything. Have her come to the Silverstone safe house at the capital in exactly a month from today. I'll have Kinsei meet her there. Jiraiya, make sure she understands how important this is. The Toad Sage nodded. I'll handle it. Both of them sat in silence for a while after that. How is Naruto doing? Jiraiya asked. It's been difficult for him. But he's made some good friends recently. He's a lot happier these days. Jiraiya had a sad smile when he heard that. Minato and Kushina trusted me with their son. They made me the godfather. And I've let them down. No. I know how much you care for the boy. I know it pains you deeply to not be here for him. I'm the one who let them down. I'm to blame for his situation. I don't know how the information about him holding the Nine Tails got out to the public, but it is my responsibility. Jiraiya said nothing. He knew it wasn't his sensei's fault, but he couldn't bring himself to say the words out loud. They spent a few hours catching up, and Jiraiya apprised the Hokage of the current situations throughout the great nations. And sometime later Jiraiya left the village as quietly as he came. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you in part 5 real soon. Peace.